2024 was an absolutely incredible year when it came to growing my game collection, so I've gone ahead and compiled every pickups video I've recorded over the past 12 months into one big, beautiful 5-hour video. It's a little fun going through. You can see how my setup has changed over time. My camera quality has changed, which is funny because it's literally the same camera. But yeah, I figured I would make a little compilation here. This is 5+ hours of video game pickups. Enjoy. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Botox Games, and that is right. It is time for the first pickups video of the new year. Now, if you missed it last Sunday, I did a game room office tour video, so definitely go check out that. And with that, of course, I was moving, so very weird month for me. You know, I didn't really play a lot of games. I thought I would be able to get more game time in this month. That definitely did not happen. I've actually only beaten, I think, 2 things this year so far, and they're shorter games, so I definitely need to up my game there. And I also just didn't buy that much, at least in terms of what I normally do, in terms of how crazy I really go with the whole game collecting here. So a lot of the stuff I bought like in December and it came later. A lot of this stuff was also imported from Japan when we get to the 3DS stuff, so keep that in mind as well. So not much actual spending in January. Now, I do have a couple of new releases here. In fact, I have 2, literally a couple, because most of the big games that came out in January this year were only on PS5 and Series X, and I have pretty much enforced a strict no PS5 or Series X buying rule if the game is full price, because the games just plummet in value almost instantly, and sometimes if I buy it, you know, I don't get to it immediately. With our first game here, we'll go through the Switch stuff first. I bought Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown on the Nintendo Switch after the incredible reviews. This is a game that was on my radar. You know, I'm a huge fan of Metroidvanias, and Metroid Dread is one of my favorite Switch games, so it was on my radar for sure, but I wasn't sure if I was going to get it or not. And frankly, under normal circumstances, I would buy a multi-plat like this on PS5. The Switch version of this game actually does run really well. I think it's 1080-60 because they targeted Switch as their primary platform and then ported it up to the PS5 and Series X, where I think it's 4K 120. So really impressive performance there. But yeah, I wanted to buy this game for full price and support it because apparently it didn't do very well. And I can't do it. I can't be paying full price for a PS5 game when I know the value will plummet. Maybe this is a bad example in general because Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is a Ubisoft game, and even on Switch, Ubisoft games typically go down in value, but I feel better about buying it on Switch than PS5 where I know the value is going to plummet. Switch, at least there's a chance that this retains something. Not that I'm planning on selling it, mind you, but if I did buy it and didn't get to it or something for some reason, I feel less bad about having a new Switch game in my collection versus PS5, which is something I'm not really focused on collecting for. So yeah, Tekken 8, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Persona 3 Reload, I'm not buying those, at least not for full price on PS5. I really have no interest. Infinite Wealth really looks good, but I've only unfortunately gotten through Kwami 1 as well as 0, of course, so I have quite a ways to go to get to Infinite Wealth, but I do really want to play that game, and hey, maybe they'll come to the next Nintendo platform. But yeah, Prince of Persia: Lost Crown, very good game, highly recommend it if you enjoyed Metroidvanias. I'm only like 2 or 3 hours in, but so far, it is definitely living up to the hype. The other new game I got this month was our first Nintendo published release of 2024, and that is Another Code: Recollection. This is a remake of the DS game Trace Memory, as well as a remake of the Wii game Another Code R, which only released in Japan and Europe. I mentioned in the last pickups video, I had bought Trace Memory on the DS and played through it, and I actually really enjoyed it. And I played through this remake, I played through both games, and I'm kind of conflicted. Like, it's a really high quality remake. Like, they really went above and beyond in a lot of aspects, like the voice acting and the environments and just actually expanding the world a little bit. But I feel like a visual novel, maybe this is just me, and maybe I'm being weird here, a visual novel like this feels more at place on the DS. I haven't really played that many visual novels on Switch, I'll admit, and I don't know. I feel like Trace Memory on the DS flowed a little bit better. I think the game looks great on Switch, but I kind of prefer the original version on DS. I know that might sound crazy, but even with all of the modern affordances that this remake has, I don't know. Maybe it's because I played that first, so I kind of like, I knew it was happening, so playing through it again on Switch was just like oh, well, here we go again. But yeah, I totally recommend it if you enjoy story-based games. If you haven't played the original and it looks interesting to you, there is a free demo you can try, so if you're on the fence, go try out that, and yeah, maybe you'll like it. Here's my Switch stack for the month, by the way. If you're used to these videos, you know I normally go way crazier than this, so I just want to show you, like, I didn't really buy that much this month, at least in comparison to what I normally get. Video Games Plus had a reprint of Doki Doki Literature Club Plus up. My sticker came completely ripped up there. I don't really care. Copy's still sealed. I've always wanted to play this game. It's one of those things though, like I know what happens, or at least I have a general idea of what happens, so whenever I load it up, I'm just like, okay, well, when's that gonna happen? So it's something I need to sit down and really commit to at some point, but it is a game I've always been interested in playing. I think I actually have it on PS5, so I'll probably sell that copy now that I have the Switch version. Amazon had this one on sale for, I think, $20 through their Woot service. Woot is like this extra thing that they have. I'm not really sure how it works, but Warhammer 40k bolt gun. I have no knowledge of the Warhammer 40k series. Like, if there's one multimedia franchise that I just know absolutely nothing about, it's Warhammer. Anytime I watch like the Game Awards or Summer Games Fest, I feel like there's always like 4 Warhammer games announced, and I'm just like, why are there so many Warhammer games? But this one I actually thought looked really interesting, and I played a couple hours of it. It's pretty good. It's a boomer shooter, so if you like classic Doom, that is what this is. And I mean, I haven't finished it yet, but it feels really good, and I like the visuals. And I don't know, maybe it's like a maybe I'm just dumb, but I feel like I get lost in this game a lot. You can kind of follow these like cult little signs, but I feel like I'm getting lost a lot in this game when that probably shouldn't be happening. I'm not sure, but either way, the gunplay feels good, the movement feels really good, and you know, you get your shotgun eventually there, all your different types of weapons as you would expect from a Doom type game. And I love Doom Eternal, one of my favorite games of all time for sure. So yeah, definitely was happy to pick up this. I think, like I said, I think it was like $20, so definitely a good deal there. All right, these next two I picked up because Limited Run was doing like an end of year sale, and I'll admit this first one I will probably never play. I really have no intention of playing it. It was a total FOMO buy. So earlier last year in 2023, Limited Run Games published and released this Bill and Ted collection on Switch, which is a collection of, I believe, an NES game and a Game Boy game. And, you know, I have no nostalgia for Bill and Ted. It was a little bit before my time, and I never watched them growing up or anything. But they published this physical Bill and Ted's Excellent Retro Collection on the Switch, which I think is really cool. I mentioned this in my room tour last week. I've been really intrigued by all these different collections on Switch. Limited Run also just announced that Felix the Cat collection. That's freaking awesome. Just getting as many of these older games in physical form on Switch, I think, is just really cool. But after like 6 months of this game being available, they delisted it from the eShop. Apparently, Limited Run's license ran up already with the you know, IP owner of Bill and Ted. I'm not sure what company that is, but that seems really weird and kind of suspect that they put development time and resources into porting these Bill and Ted games to the Switch and other platforms as well, and then just delisted it less than a year after it released. I don't know. I feel like that there's something weird going on here. Either way, they did a big sale, and I think it was like $20 because every day it was like 10% cheaper. And eventually, I was like, okay, well, I'll get this as well as this other game, which didn't get delisted, at least as far as I'm aware. The Zombies Ate My Neighbors and Ghoul Patrol. I think this is a PAX limited edition for the Switch here. And then the final Switch game this month that I picked up, you know, everybody's talking about Pal World, and then there's controversies about Pokemon and Game Freak and whether or not Game Freak is a good developer or not. And I was like, huh, there's a Game Freak game I've never played that I'm very interested in checking out. I then realized I also already owned it digitally, apparently. I must have bought it back in like 2019, but I picked up on Amazon. They still had it in stock. I was so very surprised. The Little Town Hero Big Idea Edition. If you remember this game, it was announced, I think, in 2017 or 2018 as just Town, and it was like this new IP from Game Freak, and it looked really good because Pokemon graphics not known for being the best, especially back then, or well, really not now either, I guess, but it looked pretty good for a Game Freak game. And then it came out, and no one cared about it. It got pretty not great reviews, and then no one ever remembered it or talked about it ever again. So this is one I played like 30 minutes of it. You get these like different, you're getting ideas. Those are your attacks. You get these Is-Its, and then you turn them into Daz-Its. And I'm talking gibberish here, but trust me, that's how it goes. I only played a little bit of it, so it's something I need to dive deeper into, but I picked up this. It's also an NIS America release, I realized. Technically, they published this Big Idea Edition, so if you don't know, I'm going for a full NIS America set. I think not fully committed to that yet, but hey, it was one I didn't have. It's also a Game Freak game, so it makes sense to buy this. And yeah, I have Little Town Hero in the collection now. And that's actually it for Switch, but we do have one PlayStation game before we get to all the DS and 3DS that I bought this month, or last month. And this is actually something I traded with my friend Caleb, and I noticed he had this, and I was like, you're not a fan of that series. And he was like, yeah, we can trade for it if you wanted or something. So I traded him Iron Man VR on PS4 for Yakuza Kiwami Steelbook Edition, because I didn't really care about Iron Man VR. He said he was interested in playing it, And he also, I don't think, really has any interest in Yakuza. I now have, I think I have every Yakuza game physically, except for, of course, Infinite Wealth and the Man Who Erased His Name last year. Once again, I've only played 0 and 1, but definitely something I hope to get through at least a couple more this year. That's a big task because these games are very long, especially if you do a lot of the side content. So I would like to at least get halfway through the remastered collection. So I want to get through like 4 this year. I want to get through Kiwami 2, Yakuza 3, and Yakuza 4 this year. I think that's my goal. I should get started on that soon, though, probably. But yeah, really happy to have this. Thank you, Caleb, for trading it to me. Definitely a cool PS4 game to have. Once again, I'm not really going for PS4 games at this point, but this is one I did want to have. Eventually, if these ever come to Switch or Switch 2 or something, I will be buying them there for sure. Now for our modest little stack of DS games. So I don't think I showed any of these last month. Correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if I go over any redundant information here. Yoshi's Island DS. This is one I played a lot as a kid. I'm pretty sure I beat it back in the day. So I wanted to pick up this again because I had sold it at some points. And yeah, I remember liking this one. I know Yoshi's New Island on 3DS, that gets a lot of hate. I don't remember liking it particularly. Kind of just felt like a nothing game. But this I remember liking a lot. All the different babies. Baby DK, Baby Peach, Baby Wario, the legend. So this is what I'm actually excited to go back to and see if it actually holds up. I realized I had a cartridge-only copy of Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, so I bought a case off of eBay. So now this is the only Pokemon Ranger game I have complete. I have cases for the first 2. I just need to get cartridges. But yeah, happy to have this now. I think I showed a screenshot of these in my Why I'm Buying DS Games in 2024 video, but I did get them in the mail. Star Fox Command, which I didn't notice has like a kind of a scratch in the plastic there, so probably swap the case on this one. As well as DK Jungle Climber, which I learned yesterday has 2 to 4 player multiplayer. I mean, it even says it right on the back there, which is just, I haven't read the back of this box. I don't know if it explains it there. It says team up with Diddy Kong there. I don't know if that's what the multiplayer is. Very weird again to have multiplayer though. Definitely intrigued to check that out here shortly. And then my first imported original DS game, I bought the original Tomodachi Collection. I wanted to do a short on this as well as play a little bit of it because there is an English patch. So I still need to mess around with that, but this is the original Tomodachi Life. Before they made the one we all know and love on the 3DS, there was this DS game with more, you know, antiquated graphics a little bit here. And it's very interesting seeing Mii's on the DS because there weren't very many games that had that. So yeah, this is really cool. Getting into the 3DS stuff here. So this was a lot of 3 games that I bought. I probably wouldn't have bought these first 2 otherwise at any point in my life, but we got Moshi Monsters Moshling Theme Park. Gotta have that one. As well as Imagine Fashion Life from Ubisoft. Remember when Ubisoft just made a ton of games like this? Those were the days, right? And then more importantly, I got Nintendogs plus Cats, Golden Retriever, and New Friends. I wanted to have all 3 versions of Nintendogs for 3DS, and that was the last one I needed. It's weird. Did they really just do a Pokemon thing? Like, can you not get a Golden Retriever in the French Bulldog version of Nintendogs plus Cats? I've never played Nintendogs plus Cats, but that just seems so egregious to me. I guess they did the same thing on DS a little bit. Like, they had the different versions on DS, but having 3 at launch, man, that's crazy. I also got another first-party 3DS game that I was missing this month. This is a lesser-known one that was an eShop game originally, and then later got a physical release, kind of like Snipper Clips, if you remember that, on the Switch. But this is Freaky Forms Deluxe, Your Creations Alive Now. This is a game I played when I was a kid, and I thought was really dumb. So you just make like these really crappy monsters and you just do these really boring, mundane levels. I was probably too harsh on it. I mean, it was like an $8 eShop game. It's not like some high stakes thing, some high profile release from Nintendo. But I think it's pretty cool that it actually got a physical release. I'm not sure what the deluxe version really added from the original release on the eShop. But yeah, this is a weirder one on 3DS, right? We talk about Kid Icarus Uprising, all these Fire Emblems and Pokemons and Mario games and Kirby games. Freaky Forms Deluxe, you know, we never got a physical copy for any of the Dylan games in America. I think Europe got one, but this is like the only eShop game that Nintendo released physically on the 3DS, so that's got to count for something, right? This is a random one. I noticed that there's not very many copies of it on eBay, and I was like, this is a series I would like to get all of on 3DS, because I played the first game in the series back when I was younger, and yeah, like I said, I noticed this was like just never popping up. European copies are popping up on eBay, but ESRB, like, you can get it when it pops up. It's not like expensive or anything, but it's just a little bit harder to find from what I could tell. And that is Adventure Time, The Secret of the Nameless Kingdom. I believe this was the last one they released on the 3DS. Let me check the date on this. 2014, there might have been another one. I think, was it Finn and Jake Investigations? That might have been after. But these are like 2D kind of action RPGs developed by Little Orbits. I was gonna say Way Forward. Way Forward did the regular show game on 3DS. I played the first one, the Adventure Time, Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? Just horrible names for these games. And as a kid anyway, I thought it was a pretty fun little 2D game. I'm not sure if they actually hold up, but I wanted to pick up this, and I'll eventually go back and get the other ones. The other ones have like those special editions, so I actually had the special edition for the first game, where it was like the Enchiridion from the show, and then the second game, the Explore the Dungeon, because I don't know, that has like a BMO special edition. I don't think this one ever had any sort of special edition, so I figured I would go ahead and pick that up. And then finally, I believe it was Video Games Plus, but it might have been another online website. I can't remember. One of those websites that does like the reprints and stuff. They had both of these Story of Seasons games, which I was missing on 3DS for below retail, I think. So Story of Seasons, the first game, and then a Story of Seasons Trio of Towns on the 3DS. Story of Seasons and Harvest Moon are both franchises that, like, I would love to get engrossed in one of those games again. I don't know if I really have the time to do that. You know, I like these cozy games from time to time, when I was younger anyway, but nowadays, it's such a time sink, right? I put, you know, maybe 20 hours or something, probably less than that, into Stardew Valley, and I enjoyed it, but they're just such time sinks. I loved the older Harvest Moon games on like GameCube, Magical Melody, my beloved. There was one on DS, I can't remember the name of it. Sunshine Islands or something. No, not that one. I'll put a picture up. I can't remember what it was. But those older Harvest Moon games I really enjoyed, and then, as we all probably know at this point, that became Story of Seasons. The new Harvest Moon games aren't the original dev team. So, yeah, I've not really heard much about these two, quite frankly. I don't really see people talking about Story of Seasons on the 3DS, but either way, I wanted to get those, so I think I now have... I'm probably missing one of the newer Harvest Moons that were on 3DS. I think there's like a really ugly looking one. I can't remember the name of it, but I have all of the actual Harvest Moon games now. And then as we end off here, I bought a ton of Japanese games for the 3DS. If you are a collector and, you know, you're not really necessarily planning on playing these versions of these games, but you want to get cheap games, Japanese games for 3DS, I've noticed, are just like really cheap. So I picked up 2 lots. That's what the bulk of this is from, but we'll go through the individual games first. I don't think I showed this last month. I think I showed the remake of the first game. I got Dragon Quest Monsters Joker 3. Once again, there is an English patch for this game, I'm pretty sure, which is great. If I ever wanted to play this, I could. Big Dragon Quest Monsters fan now. I played through the new one that came out back in December. Didn't finish it. I still need to go back and do that. I know I can't be leaving these games unfinished, but yeah, I like Dragon Quest Monsters now. I figured I would go back and check out some of these 3DS ones. There is an updated version of this game. I think it's like Dragon Quest Monsters Jokers 3 Professional. I think it's literally just called that. And that one is pricier for the Japanese version. I mean, there's only a Japanese version, but I got the regular version here. There's also a remake of the second Dragon Quest Monsters game, so probably get that. That one's not too expensive. This is a weird one. It was like $11. I remember seeing it at a game store at PAX at some point, I think, and I was like, what is that? And I have no idea. Frankly, I have no idea what this is. AKB48 plus me. It's like some idle game using Mii's. I don't know, man. It kind of piqued my interest. Any game that uses Mii's on 3DS, like, there's not many that have Mii's as a primary focus, especially ones that aren't published by Nintendo. You know, on the Wii, there was a ton of games like that, but for 3DS, most developers weren't really making use of the Mii's, so I thought this game was intriguing. Now, of course, earlier I showed that I got Nintendogs Plus Cats Golden Retriever Edition, but did you know there was a secret 4th edition that never came out in North America, and that is Nintendogs Plus Cats Shiba Inu and Friends. Yeah, I didn't know this existed until very recently, and I was like, huh, that's kind of interesting. So I picked this up, as well as the physical release for Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars. Kind of good timing here with the new one coming out. By the way, played that demo that they dropped? I've never played the original Mario vs. DK. Kind of into it. Really, really jolly vibes. Just really nice music. The mini Marios are really cute. They talk really fast, which is funny. I've actually played Tipping Stars. It's the only Mario vs. Donkey Kong game I played and beaten all the way through. I actually 100%ed it back in the day on Wii U. I like this game a lot. People trash on these games, but this one in particular I actually thought was pretty good. I like the level creator stuff. I like the online aspects. And yeah, I played it on Wii U mostly, but in Japan it did get a physical release on Wii U and 3DS. Of course, I already have the Wii U version, but I was missing the 3DS one. I think Europe also has one that is just like a download code in the box, but nuts to that. I just got this cartridge from Japan. Also, if you notice, it says Wii U on the front of the box. That's because there was actually like a cross-buy program for this game. PlayStation was doing pretty early in like the PS4 and Vita life cycle. Nintendo That might be the only time Nintendo ever did it, actually. You know, Virtual Console never got that same love and care. But Tipping Stars, it was kind of interesting to see them try a cross-buy promotion. Of course, they don't need to do that now because the Switch exists. And then we have two different lots of games that I bought. Once again, pretty cheap. I think it was like $30 per lot. Just to have these on 3DS from Japan is pretty cool. So the first lot is a bunch of Dragon Ball games. I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan, no duh. I started replaying Kakarot a couple days ago on PS5 because they're adding more DLC. And I never played any of the DLC, so enjoying that. But bought a lot of the Dragon Ball Heroes games on 3DS in Japan. I think I actually have all of the 3DS Dragon Ball games now. So we have Heroes X Ultimate Mission, the first Dragon Ball Heroes on 3DS. Also, wow, what a deep cut. I don't remember the name, but that's like the, right, that red guy right there. That's from GT, right? That's like, man, I did not know. That's from like the Lost episodes as they branded it in North America. What a crazy thing to put on the cover of this box. And then Dragon Ball Heroes Ultimate Mission 2. So I guess it would go 1, 2, and then X was probably the last one if I had to guess. I believe these are like card games because we got that one on Switch. I actually don't have that. I need to buy that, which is using like card game mechanics or like figure mechanics. I can't remember exactly. I think this is an arcade game in Japan as well. But Dragon Ball Heroes is something that's it's very foreign to me. Like, I'm caught up on like everything else going on with Dragon Ball in the world. Like, I'm caught up on the manga, I'm caught up on the anime, of course, which ended several years ago. I'm excited for Daima coming out later this year. And Dragon Ball Heroes, they did that little web anime. Never watched that. Don't really know what's going on. I guess my only real exposure to Dragon Ball Heroes is the stuff that's in Dragon Ball's universe when I played that on Switch and PS4. So, I don't think there's like fan patches for this, but maybe I'll play that one on Switch sometime. I'm not sure. Oh, and in that lot, they also had Dragon Ball Fusions, which I have an English copy of, but it would have been more expensive to buy the games individually, so now I have a Japanese copy of that game. And then for the second lot of 3DS games that I bought every, or almost every, Monster Hunter game that released on the 3DS because I learned something very interesting. So these are still wrapped up. I'll open them while I talk here. I learned that for Monster Hunter Double Cross, which is Generations Ultimate in Japan, there is crossplay between the 3DS version and the Switch version. And I don't think you can say that for any other 3DS game. Like, I don't think there's any other game on the 3DS that can connect to the Switch in that way. You know, you think back to, you know, there was some Wii U and 3DS integration. Of course, I just mentioned the cross-buy for Mario vs. Donkey Kong. But even like the Smash 3DS controller that you could buy for $1 on the 3DS eShop and use it on Smash Wii U. There were a couple different things there. But actual cross-play, I mean, that was kind of like a new thing in 2017 when Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate came out on Switch. So to have that for 3DS and Switch is just very interesting. I'm excited to check that out. And I wanted to make sure I tried out this very niche 3DS and Switch connectivity before the servers go down in early April. So I bought this big lot that has all of them. Didn't really need to get all of the Monster Hunter games on 3DS, and I'm saying all of them. I think there's like some Palico spinoffs or something, but we have Monster Hunter 3G Tri. This is just 3 Ultimates. Monster Hunter 4, Monster Hunter 4G, which is the one that we got, which I think the 4G versions always just add like more monsters in the new G rank. Which, of course, for all the North American versions, we always just had all that content there. Then Monster Hunter Cross, as well as Monster Hunter Double Cross here, which is the main one that I wanted to get, because, like I said, it does have that cross-play connectivity. Also, just very weird. These are the only 3DS games I have now that are in black cases. I'm not sure why they did that for these in particular, because are they rated more maturely? I guess they are. It's Sero C. I'm not sure what the Sero rating system is quite. I'm not quite sure how that's organized, but yeah, I wanted to do a short on that or something, or check it out at least, because I think that's such a weird niche thing that's about to be lost when the servers go down, because, you know, there's not going to really be a way to replicate that with like pre-Tendo servers. I can't imagine, right? So yeah, bought all these Japanese Monster Hunter games just to do that short, so stay tuned for that in the coming weeks, because that's just so funny to me, man. And that is going to do it for games, but I do have a couple of other smaller things to show you real quick before we leave. On the same day that another code, Recollection, came out, they released the Noah and Mio Amiibo, so of course I had to pick up this. I did an unboxing. I bought 2 of these because I am a huge Xenoblade fan. I wanted to have one to keep sealed and one to put on the shelf and display loose. Also very cool, these are our first like Xenoblade series Amiibo, so they actually have their unique bases down there with the X. And then for a while there, I'm not sure if you noticed, I was posting shorts almost every day. They weren't really doing that well, so I'm kind of reevaluating my short strategy. But in that, while planning a bunch of them in advance, I was like, what's something that would be very easy to do for shorts that people seem to like? Card openings. People like trading card packs. So I went on eBay and there's a seller just selling these Nintendogs trading cards for very cheap. I don't think I showed these last month. I've had these for a while now. I didn't even know these existed, but yeah, there's like Nintendogs trading cards that are officially licensed from Nintendo. So I have a fat stack of these now. These were very cheap. And then I also saw this for like 10 bucks on eBay. I know they go for way more than that. I sniped it immediately. A sealed pack of the Kid Icarus Uprising trading cards, or the AR cards, sorry. If you aren't aware, Kid Icarus Uprising had a series of like 400 AR cards that you can scan into the game and get different weapons and stuff and just view the models, I think. Very unique. That's definitely like a holy grail for me, is just having all of the Kid Icarus Uprising AR cards. That will never happen because they are very expensive. I think Kit and Krista, you know, the former Nintendo Minute employees, I think they showed there's like a box that was like a giveaway promo that's like just like exclusive collector's edition that has all of the cards in it with like an exclusive binder or something. It's very, very limited, very cool. You cannot find it on eBay. Last I checked, there was one on eBay for like 100,000 bucks. So that's how bad we're talking. So yeah, I'll be happy with my one sealed pack. Maybe I'll open this at some point in a short or something. So this month was pretty interesting, to say the least. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Botox Games. Today we are doing another pickups video. Now, if you follow me on Twitter, I had tweeted out that today's upload was going to be like my biggest upload ever. I'm delaying it until next Sunday. It'll make sense why. So because of that, I'm going to move up this month's pickups video an extra week early and do it all now. It'll make sense next week when you see what next week's video is, although you can probably maybe guess what it is when I say it's going to be my longest video ever. With that being said, I do have a lot of exciting things to show you for the month of February. A lot of things just kind of like fell into place. Like I wasn't planning on buying these big lots of items at once, but it just kind of happened that way. So I guess we'll start with all of the SNES games here, and there was actually more to this bundle. Now, don't get too excited. Those are mostly just empty boxes. Yeah, so as you all know, we go to the Goodwill outlet near us quite often, and someone there had found a just trash bag full of Nintendo games and some PS1 games, and he sold them to us for what I would consider a pretty reasonable price, even if it is all boxes and I have to go out and get the cartridges for a lot of this stuff. The boxes themselves are also pretty pricey, so I figured it was a good deal. So we have some SNES boxes, we have some loose Game Boy games, we have a Game Boy itself, as well as some PS1 games, all from this one lot. So we'll start off with the SNES stuff. Now, SNES and like retro collecting in general isn't really what I focus on, just because A, it's more expensive typically, and B, I don't like collecting loose cartridges. Like, I really don't like having a loose cartridge in my collection if I can avoid it, so I try to go for complete copies of games, which is why all these boxes kind of intrigued me. So, first up here, and the ones in Protectors I did go out and get a cartridge for, we have Hyperzone. This is a shmup for the SNES. You can see that original price tag still on there. Most of these boxes are in pretty good condition, although, obviously, you know, most of them still have a little bit of wear. This little protector is coming off here. So, I went out and bought a cartridge for this. This game is like $10 cartridge only, so I figured, okay, none of these have the manual, so I guess I need to go out and get manuals now, but I'm not too worried about that. Mostly just having the box and the cartridge is my main goal. If I can get a manual for cheap later, I will, though. This one I was pretty excited about, as, of course, a big Nintendo fan. Stunt Race FX. This game isn't very good. You know, I played it when it came to Switch Online. I know some people online really love this game, but it's cute. I like the vibe. I like the vibe of Stunt Race FX, but I did go and buy a cartridge to, not complete, because once again, it doesn't have the manual, but I went and bought a cartridge to have a in-box copy of Stunt Race FX for the collection, which is just super cool. And then for this third game here, I actually already had a loose cartridge, so it kind of just worked out. It's also funny because this is, in my opinion, the best game in this whole lot here, but also the box was coincidentally in the best condition, so I'm very happy about that. We have Donkey Kong Country here, of course, from Rareware back in the day. This is a fantastic game. And this one I actually did already have a manual for, too. Now, I don't know what other inserts came with these, but I have a cartridge, a Donkey Kong Country manual, and the game itself, so this is definitely a really cool one to have on the shelf now. And luckily, all of these actually have the little, like, cardboard white insert for, you know, where the cartridge sits, so I know those can be kind of expensive to buy on eBay, so I'm happy that those all came in here. And then, yeah, we have a bunch of empty boxes here that I will be going back slowly and trying to get cartridges for, starting off with Fatal Fury 2, a special $1.99 rental on this bad boy. You know, the box, like I said, they're not in perfect condition or anything, but considering they were found in a Goodwill bins, which is where stuff just gets dumped in, I feel like this is like pretty good, all things considered. This one is really pricey complete. Super Ninja Boy. I had never even heard of this game from Culture Brain, but it looks like a 2D kind of beat 'em up ninja game. There's like a really cool mech on the back there. I don't know. It looks pretty cool. And I will say, I think if this were complete, this would be the most valuable SNES game out of all of these. So the cartridge only is like 20 bucks, but complete, this game goes for a lot. We have The Lion King here, Rock and Roll Racing, NBA Jam Tournament Edition. This is probably the most damaged box just because of that side there, which works for me because I don't really care about sports games as much. And then this one looks really cool too. Bill Lamebier's Combat Basketball. I'd never heard of this game, but they're like in exosuits or something, man. They're robotic basketball players. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. And then beyond the SNES stuff, there was Game Boy and PS1, like I had said. Now, it also included an actual original Game Boy, which you might be able to see back there. I have 2 of them, but they're both in pretty bad condition. So this one actually is by far my cleanest Game Boy now. You know, I still need to clean it. I haven't done anything to this. Like, I need to take some isopropyl alcohol and just kind of wipe it down, right? But pretty clean condition Game Boy. Had a copy of Mario Land in there. I died. So yeah, always nice to have another Game Boy. It also had this like screen light up thing. It needs a battery, but yeah, this was included with it. It also had this Game Boy carrying case, which as you can see is in the worst condition I've ever seen one of these things. And I don't have one of these like in good condition. I don't know. I'll probably just try to sell this or something for like 10 bucks. I mean, they're like $30 in good condition, but this thing is absolutely wrecked. And then there was also just a bunch of these like manuals and stuff that came with it. A lot of inserts. There was one really cool one here. There was actually 2 of these. I don't know if this came with Metroid 2 or if it was a Nintendo Power promo or what, but there's this really cool Metroid 2 Return of Samus little mini poster in here. There was a complete copy of NASCAR Fast Tracks for the Game Boy here. I put a protector on it that says Chain of Memories, but yeah, no, this was really weird to just have a complete Game Boy game found at the bins. I mean, once again, we didn't find it, but we bought it off someone that did not pay $50 for this one game. This is like a worthless game, but still always cool to find more complete in-box Game Boy stuff. Then there was a little stack of cartridges here. Once again, like I said, I don't really like collecting Game Boy cartridges, but over time I have amassed quite a bit of them. We had Tetris here. It's probably like my 10th copy of Tetris. Yoshi, which I actually didn't have, so that one's cool. Choplifter 2, Mario Land 2, which I'm not sure if I have this one. I think I have a couple copies of Mario Land 1, but I don't think I had Mario Land 2. A really gross copy of Adventure Island, Yoshi's Cookie, and then finally Yogi Bear's Gold Rush. But that wasn't it, because like I said, there was some PS1 stuff. Now, most of these are in good condition, like the discs, but the cases are absolutely messed up. So I need to get replacement PS1 cases because some of these games I actually don't have and I would like to have for the PS1 collection. I do have a black label copy of this, but included was Crash Bandicoot. As you can see, look at that case. That is absolute huge crack right there. But Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bash, which is like their take on Mario Party. I actually had this as a kid. Really fun game. Or at least when I was a kid, I thought it was fun. It probably isn't very good, but I don't know. When I was younger, I thought Crash Bash was a lot of fun. I don't know if it holds up. A black label copy of Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back. I didn't have this one, so super nice to have for the collection. This actually was decently clean. I mean, the lenticular thing is always looks kind of bad, you know? Like, that doesn't look great, but I think the case is in decent shape. I mean, there's a little crack down there on my thumb, but yeah, I'll probably still swap it, but this is probably one of the better condition ones. Crash 3 Warped, a greatest hits copy of Twisted Metal. I did not know Black Label this game was worth so much. Even greatest hits, I think it's worth like 40 bucks, but yeah, the Black Label copy of this game is like expensive. Blast Chamber, the 3D rotatable deathmatch. Crash Team Racing, another pretty clean one here. I didn't have this either. And then finally, Road Rash 3D. So nothing crazy there, but I didn't have most of those Crash games, so definitely nice to have some like the staple PS1 games for the PS1 collection, absolutely. And that's it for that deal. However, if you missed my video, I think last Sunday, I did buy a bunch of stuff from my current roommate, Caleb, who also has a YouTube channel, go check it out. But he was selling a bunch of his stuff and I bought it off of them. So I'll just go over it very briefly here. You can go watch that full video where we talk about his collection, show off his collection, but then also show off the stuff that I bought from him in a little bit more detail. So starting off, we had some GBA games here. Nothing crazy, a sealed copy of Attack of the Twonkies on GBA. Men will look at this and say, hell yeah. Hot Wheels Stunt Track Challenge and Hot Wheels World Race. And of course, what GBA collection is complete without the SpongeBob SquarePants movie GBA game. I had SpongeBob Plankton's Robotic Revenge, I think is what it was called, or it came from a Creature from the Krusty Krab. I don't know. There was a DS SpongeBob game I had that I really liked as a kid, even though I sucked at it. I think it was Creature from the Krusty Krab. I think that's what it was called. But then he was also selling a bunch of his Japanese Virtual Boy stuff. Now, normally I have a big no Japanese rule. However, I don't even have a Virtual Boy. These were very cheap, the deal he was giving me. So I figured, you know what? Let's kickstart this whole Virtual Boy collection here. So we have a number of Virtual Boy games here that I've added to the collection. Starting off with Teloroboxer. That art is freaking awesome, dude. Galactic Pinball. This is my favorite Virtual Boy game that I've played. And yes, I have played a Virtual Boy now. I couldn't say that a month ago, but now I have played a Virtual Boy, and I really liked what I played of Galactic Pinball. Vertical Force, I'm pretty sure this one is Red Alarm, but it's all Japanese there, so take my word for it. This is a Japanese baseball game from Kimco. And then finally, these two are repro boxes, which is why he was selling them. We have it is a real copy, but a Virtual Boy Wario Land one here, as well as Mario Clash, which was actually pretty cool. Like this game was cooler than I expected it to be. It's like a 3D Mario Bros from the arcade, but like you're tossing the shells back and forth through the different layers of the Virtual Boy. Pretty cool game. But the bulk of what I bought from Caleb was Switch stuff, because he doesn't really collect for Switch that much, and I'm going for whatever I'm going for back here. So he had a couple of Switch games that he was selling that I was interested in. So starting off, we have Ruby Arrowfell here. This is developed by WayForward. I think that's the only reason he bought it. And quite frankly, that's one of the only reasons I bought it. Cooking Mama Cookstar, It'll Do 2 Plus. I had played the first It'll Do on Wii U, and I really enjoyed it, so I've always wanted to check out this one. And this actually has like a bunch of cool inserts that are falling out. Celeste, I was really happy he was selling this one, because I had actually sold my copy of this. I bought it at PAX West like 2019, and I sold it, and I regretted doing that. So he sold that to me, as well as the alternate cover art that I guess he bought from LRG back in the day. This is a weird one that I didn't have for some reason, but Minecraft for the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, I just didn't have it. Freedom Planet, this is another Wii U classic right here, kind of a Sonic, I think it was a Sonic fan game that they decided to make it's just into a full game, so pretty cool there. The Mummy Demastered with its alternate cover art. And then the final thing from that little buyout was this beautiful Detective Pikachu amiibo. I'm not really sure why he had this. He's like self-admittedly not a Pokemon fan. It's a cool amiibo though. I had never bought this. I really wanted it when it came out and I just missed it. So super happy to have this in the amiibo collection, and as you'll see, I actually bought a lot of Amiibo this month. So huge shout out to Caleb for giving me a good deal on all of those games. Now we do have a couple of other things here that I bought outside of the Goodwill bins, a lot of older games and then the stuff from Caleb. So I bought 2 Wii U games here after recording my room tour last month. I was like, man, I really gotta start chipping away at this Wii U thing here. So of course I decided one morning when I woke up, I was like, oh, I need a copy of Puyo Puyo Tetris on the Wii U. I need it. And then Kamen Rider Bat Ride War 2 here. So both Japanese imports. That is the majority of what I'm missing at this point, although, you know, I'm starting to whittle it away to the point where it's getting down to those few really expensive NTSC Wii U games like Turbo and Book of Unwritten Tales 2. Of course, from Europe, I need Fatal Frame or Project Zero over there. So the Wii U collecting is, it's at the point where it's pretty much inevitably just going to be very, very expensive. I want to get the other 2 Taiko no Tatsujin games, but I want to get the big boxes. It's expensive. I did buy 1 PlayStation game this month, like actually like a new PlayStation game here. I got Helldivers 2. I haven't played it too much recently, but the first week it came out was a ton of fun. I really enjoyed this game. The servers were getting just absolutely blasted there for like a full week. I think they're better now, so I might be playing this more later today after recording actually. But Helldivers 2, I wasn't super optimistic for this game. Like I thought it was gonna just kind of come out and then no one would talk about it, but it really blew up. I'm happy for the team over at Arrowhead, so cool to see this game doing so well. Although the downside here, the monkey paw of this game doing so well, Sony's definitely going to double down on their live service stuff, so that kind of blows. And then one final retro game here, I was just feeling, you know, Mario vs. Donkey Kong was coming out. I was like, you know, I'm feeling a little nostalgic for DK right now. I got the classic NES series Donkey Kong for the GBA, complete in box. This was one of my favorite games as a kid. That's the thing, right? People always click on my videos being like, oh, this kid doesn't know nothing about no retro games. Most of what I played growing up was NES and SNES games on my GBA. So yes, I was playing on a more modern console at the time. I have a profound appreciation for NES games, and this one is a lot of fun. I already popped it in, played through it a couple times because it's like a 10-minute game, but yeah, I freaking love this game as a kid. And then, of course, I want to be a pickups video without even more Switch games. So, our new release this month was Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I already played through it. Still need to finish the expert levels, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this game. It was my first time playing through it. I had played Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars, as well as Mario and Donkey Kong on the 3DS eShop, and I enjoyed both of those games. This is a completely different style of game, but I really enjoyed it. And then the rest of these are all games that I've had on a list. I currently have a list going of every Switch game I want to get before the Switch 2 comes out. It's a huge list that I'll probably never actually finish, but I'm slowly going back and chipping away at it, at least for the main collections and stuff that I want to get on the Switch before the next console comes out. So we got the Borderlands Legendary Collection, made sure the DLC code was not used, so I have all 3 of these on Switch now. The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus, I actually already have the first print copy of this game, but this popped up for like $10 on eBay, and I was like, yeah, I'll get the other cover of it, why not? I still need to get Repentance, which is like super expensive. I think it was exclusive to like their store or something, the Callis' store maybe. So that one's pretty pricey, but wanted to get this alternate cover art for Afterbirth Plus. Super happy to finally have all 3 of these in the collection. So I got the Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, the Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and then the Mega Man 0/ZX Legacy Collection. Yeah, I didn't have any of those like mainstay 2D Mega Man collections. I have Battle Network Collection, which I'll probably never play, but 2D Mega Man, which I actually really enjoy, I didn't have these. So super happy to have these finally, and I will be playing through them. I love classic Mega Man, of course, going back to my profound appreciation of NES games. Mega Man 2 and 3 are like some of my favorite games of all time. I freaking love those games. I never played, I don't think I ever finished 5 or 6, and then Mega Man X, every time I tried to play it, I actually didn't like it as much as classic Mega Man. I know that's like a hot take. People always say Mega Man X is so much better, but I don't know. I really like the classic Mega Man games. And then Mega Man 0, I've just actually never touched. So I'm really excited to finally go through and play all those, but that's a lot of game for one boy to get through, so who knows when that'll happen. A few more random ones here. VGP, I believe it was, reprinted West of Loathing. This is that like stick figure comedy game that I always thought looked really cute. Physical copies from LRG, I believe, were going for like a lot of money, but they reprinted it with this really cool cover art, so had to pick up this. And then finally, Best Buy actually had a little clearance sale for some limited run stuff that I actually didn't have. So only 2 games here, but super happy to have these. We got No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. Now, this is Collector Brain stuff right now. I already have this game in the collector's edition. You can't see it, I don't think, but it's up there somewhere. I already have it. But I already have No More Heroes 1, 3, and Travis Strikes Again separately on my shelf, and I was like, well, I'm not going to open the collector's edition. This is on sale, I think, for $17 at Best Buy. I was like, I'm just going to buy this. I'll open this copy up because I never played No More Heroes 2, and this will be my gateway into playing some more No More Heroes without having to damage the precious goods that is the special edition. I know. I'm stupid. And then they also had a Blood Rain revamped. I had Blood Rain revamped 2 from, I think, PAX one year, so happy to finally have the first game. I need to get Fresh Bites, but I'm not as worried about that because that's like a weird, more modern version of Blood Rain. I don't know. I'd rather play the original ones. That's not all, because there was a ton of Amiibo restocks this month. I was not planning on buying so many Amiibo, but Nintendo restocked a bunch of them. So I've told the story 1,000 times, but when I first moved out from my parents' house, I needed money, so I sold basically all of my Amiibo, even the in-box ones, even the loose ones. So I've been slowly trying to rebuy that collection whenever they reprint them, and for some reason this month, they just went crazy. They reprinted a ton of Amiibo that I didn't have. Now, before that, they did actually, of course, release the new Sora Amiibo, so of course I picked up that. But on that same day, they also reprinted the Joker Amiibo, which up until now was very expensive, so I'm super happy they reprinted that. I think on the same day, they had also reprinted Banjo-Kazooie and Terry from Fatal Fury, but I already had those 2. And then, yeah, like a week ago, they just reprinted a bunch of the earlier Smash Bros. Series Amiibo that I'm really happy and kind of nostalgic to see again because, like I said, I had sold them. So, starting off, we have, of course, the Zero Suit Samus Amiibo. We have the legendary Olimar Amiibo, and these all do have the ugly new backing, so that's unfortunate, but I don't really care. We got the original Smash Kirby Amiibo, the Wave 1 Samus Amiibo, so I think the only Metroid Amiibo I'm missing now are it's the 2-pack that came out with Samus Returns. I really hope they reprint that. I don't think they will because of the squishy Metroid. I feel like that would be too much effort for them to reprint, but please, Nintendo, if you reprint any more Metroid Amiibo, reprint those. We got Mega Man and Falco here. And then finally, we have Villager as well as the Smash Ultimate Series Isabelle. So this is funny, by the way. This is the reprints of Villager where his face is small. If you remember back in 2014, if you were there during the OG Amiibo hunting days, the original first print version of Villager had like really big eyes, but then future prints actually had a much smaller face for Villager, which is just kind of funny that they did that. Finally! Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another pickups video. Today I have about, I want to say 20 Switch games to show, as well as a couple Wii U games here. Finally making a little bit of progress here. These were the 2 cheapest games I did not have in my collection. If you are new to the channel, by the way, I'm going for a full Wii U set. So these were the last 2 cheap games I didn't have, and I was like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and buy them. So first up, we have Just Dance Kids 2014. Got some Victorious on there. You got the Wiggles. You got Yo Gabba Gabba. Yeah, I have every other Just Dance game on a Wii U. Even 2019, which is, or at least it was, kind of pricey. I think they all went kind of down, but this was like $7 free shipping. I was like, okay, it's a very easy thing for me to go ahead and get. I might as well just do it. As well as Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes. This copy's a little not in great shape. I didn't realize when I bought it, but that's fine. Who cares? It's Lego Batman 2. I've actually never played these games. I wanted to play the first game, and I had it on Wii as a kid because I actually used it to mod my Wii, I think, with like bat hacks. That was like one of the earlier ways to mod your Wii that I remember. But I never actually played through these games. This would be a cool like triple pack to bring back on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. Like that'd be a cool thing for them to do because neither Lego Batman 1 or 2, I think, are even on PlayStation 4. I think only the third game is. So this would be a cool one for them to do like a triple pack of. Maybe just do a Skywalker Saga thing where they remake all of it. I don't know. Although I'm not really sure what the structure of these games are. Like, is this a unique story or is it like based on movies? I have no idea. But these games always look kind of fun. And now I have every Lego game on Wii U. So that's a nice little chunk done, as well as Just Dance. So the 2 cheap sections of the Wii U collection are done now. I'll put up an image on screen here. This is every Wii U game I'm currently missing. I think I'm down to like 15, maybe 17 games. So it's mostly Japanese stuff and games that are like over $100. So it's probably going to take me a while to actually fork up the money to do that, especially because like the Japanese stuff, I'm not going to find that in a store. At least it's very unlikely anyway, so I pretty much just have to bite the bullet and buy them online, so that's not as fun. But yeah, 2 more Wii U games for the collection. Nice to have. And then y'all know me, it's all about the Nintendo Switch games. So 3 new pickups this month from like new releases, as well as, like I said, a stack of older games that I've gone back and gotten either through good deals on eBay, good deals on Amazon, or just I felt like buying it because I want to have it in the collection and I want to play it eventually. So first up, we have Princess Peach Showtime. This is the newest release. This just came out on Friday. Already posted my review. I bought a digital copy, so this one's actually still sealed. But Princess Peach Showtime, Princess Peach Showtime, it's a pretty fun game. It's very easy, but it's a solid little afternoon. If you're going to sit through and play for 6-7 hours, you can beat it in one sitting. But it's a fun game. I enjoyed it. Definitely go check out my review if you want to hear more thoughts on it, but it's solid. It's nothing too special, but it's a solid time. The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered also came out on Friday. This is a remaster of the 3DS game. So we already have the Alliance Alive on Switch, which was the game they released after Legend of Legacy. So it's kind of weird that they went backwards on Switch. I know Alliance Alive, that's a pretty pricey Switch game, but I had this pre-ordered from Best Buy last year when they had like the buy 2 get 1. They need to do that again, by the way. I am out of pre-orders, so if you want to, come on Best Buy, if you're watching this video, please do the buy 2 get 1 again. But yeah, I wanted to pick this up. It's a game I always thought looked interesting. I like the art style. This game doesn't have like the best reviews. I think it's like a pretty middling JRPG, but had to pick it up. Also, as you know, if you follow me, I'm going for a full set of NIS America games, so wanted to get this. And then for my final new release in March of 2024, we have a Unicorn Overlord from Atlas. This is the new, well, really it's from Vanillaware, but Atlas published it. This is from Vanillaware, the developers of like Odin Sphere, as well as 13 Sentinels and Dragon's Crown. This is their new tactical RPG. I actually played through this and beat it. Didn't do a video because I knew that, I mostly cover Nintendo news. I feel like most people wouldn't be interested in seeing this, so I figured I could just talk about it here. This game is fantastic. This is definitely like the front runner for my current GOTY, to be honest with you. Really fun tactics gameplay, really unique because, unlike a Fire Emblem game, you have like formations and basically, you're spawning in, like, let's say 5 formations of, like, 4 characters. The gameplay can get kind of, like, it's a little easy, I'll be honest, because you can kind of just steamroll enemies in big groups. But that's kind of true of most tactics games, or at least that's true of Fire Emblem, which is what I mostly have experience with. But it's a lot of fun. Really nice art style. If you know Vanillaware, you know their games are beautiful. Nice music. The world map is really cool. The gameplay loop in this game is fantastic, where you're just running around, and there will be these really short, like, liberation quests that take, like, literally 30 seconds, but they put you into the map, and then you finish it, and then you kind of liberate that area. You get a new town that can, you can, like, station a guard, and they can farm resources. Very satisfying gameplay flow. There's a very generous, like, 8-hour demo on the Switch eShop. I highly recommend it. And yeah, this game is awesome. But on top of that, I actually did buy the special edition for this game. Oh, it's spinning around here. Yeah, I got the special edition while it was still in stock on Amazon. I don't try to buy special editions that aren't from a Nintendo first-party game, generally speaking, because usually the value goes down really quickly, and like they kind of just take up a lot of space. But this one looked really cool because I played the demo and I was like, oh, I have to get this game. And then this was in stock on the day of release, so I figured, you know what, I'll go ahead and get this. This is the Monarch edition. Comes with nice outer box, art book, a card game, which is crazy. I haven't played this yet. Me and my girlfriend are excited to try out that. But yeah, it comes with a full card game of the characters, as well as a 2 CD soundtrack, and then this little digital download code for like some emblems or insignias or whatever. That's kind of random, but the card game is really cool. That's a really cool thing to include in a special edition of a game like this. I mean, this is no offense to the game, it's a random game to get a really nice special edition, so I had to pick this up. Oh, I guess I actually did have one more new release here. I got the pink Joy-Con that came out alongside Princess Peach Showtime. Trying to get like a little bit more into collecting hardware, because this is the kind of thing people don't really collect as much, which then ends up like in 10 years, it gets way more pricey. And I don't know, it's kind of satisfying. I have like maybe 5 pairs of Joy-Con that are just like sealed of different colors, and I don't know. These are satisfying. If I ever need an extra pair of Joy-Con, I'll crack this open, but until that day, they are staying sealed on the shelf, looking all pretty. But now for the bulk of the Switch games, we have a couple orders from Video Games Plus that came in. They've been doing a fantastic job with reprinting NIS America games, so I actually have another couple orders from them coming in, so next month you'll see what came in those. But Raiden 3 X Mikado Maniacs Deluxe Edition. This is a shmup. I have most NIS America games, and most of what they release is like JRPGs, but they do have a couple shmups, and this is one of them. So I got this, as well as Poison Control Contaminated Edition. Out of every NIS America game, I feel like this is one I really haven't heard that much about. I don't really see people talking about this game. Meet Twisted Denizens. Explore the Bell's Hells. Shoot and purge corruption. Purge poison, raise hell. I don't know, it looks interesting. And then just like a couple days ago, they reprinted these, and they came really quick in the mail, so shout out to them. But we got the Konami Arcade Classics Anniversary Edition. This is one I missed from LRG, so I was happy to pick up this. Konami's another publisher that, like, they don't really release that much on Switch, and I kind of would like to just get pretty much everything they have. But yeah, this is just an arcade collection of some of their classic games, mostly shmups. So we have, like, Life Force and Twin B and Gradius 1 and 3, but then also Haunted Castle. I know nothing about that game, so just kind of, you know, filling out my Konami knowledge a little bit here with this one. And then another shmup here, Radiant Silvergun. This was developed by Treasure, I believe, for the Sega Saturn, I want to say. But this is, like, one of the most iconic shmups of all time, I want to say. Like, I feel like I've always heard about Radiant Silvergun. And this was another one they released, I want to say maybe in 2022, that I just missed out on. So to see Video Games Plus kind of reprint it was nice here. So I can have it for the collection and eventually crack it open. Most of this stuff is still sealed because I just got it, but let me cook, guys. I'm getting through my catalog here. Trust me. And then we just have quite a few games that were very cheap on Amazon that, you know, when I see a game that looks interesting for like $10 to $15 on Amazon, I'll usually kind of just impulse purchase it. So first up here, we have Gimmick Special Edition. This is actually one I did want because it is made by Sunsoft. And Sunsoft, very good, very good. I like Sunsoft games a lot, but this is an NES game, I want to say. And it's Gimmick. I've never played Gimmick. I don't know much about Gimmick, but Sunsoft game, I couldn't really resist that. Here's one you probably haven't heard of, a Desolatium or Desolatium. This is, I want to say, like a, kind of like a, not a visual novel, but like a puzzle adventure kind of game, I think, where you have like inventory there, and then you're you know, asking questions and stuff. Unique art style, yeah, graphic adventure, based on Lovecraft mythos. This looked cool, nice art style, cheap on Amazon, why not? Couple of Rune Factory games here. I wanted to complete my set because I have Rune Factory 4. This one was on sale, I think, for 20, and then this one was like 15. Rune Factory 3 was the newer one, Rune Factory 3 Special. Played a little bit of it. It's Rune Factory. I like Rune Factory. It's hard to make the time to really sink into this, but yeah, I did open this up, and I played a couple hours of it. And then Rune Factory 5, I've heard worse things about, but I don't know. I feel like as someone who, like, I'm not in the trenches with y'all. If you're a Rune Factory fan, I'm not down there with you just yet. I need some time to get there, but like, as more of a casual fan of the series, maybe Rune Factory 5 would be the one to really kind of go with, just because it is more modernized and stuff. You know, looking at the graphics for Rune Factory 3, like, I respect the art style, and I respect that it was a DS game, and they remastered it or remade it, really. But it still looks like that. Whereas Rune Factory 5 definitely looks just way better and maybe has better characters and story. I'm not too sure. If you're a Rune Factory fan, let me know what you think in the comments below. Should I play 3, 5, or maybe even 4? I do have 4 as well. That's the one I played the most of back on 3DS back in the day. But yeah, had to get these for the collection here. This was a cool one that Amazon was seemingly clearancing out. We have the Ferbraz Presents Volume 1. So Ferbraz, a little history lesson for you. Currently, they're known for making Demon's Turf, that really fast-paced 3D platformer with a really cool art style. I tried that game. I wasn't like a huge fan of it, I'll be honest. But they were one of the first indie games I played on the Switch back in 2017 that I really fell in love with the game Slime Sand. I think a limited run, or maybe Special Reserve. One of the limited companies did a release of Slime Sand. I don't have that, sadly, but Ferbraz has done some publishing work. So we have Spirit Sphere DX as well as Skellboy. I think Spirit Sphere might have been by the main guy from Ferbraz, but then Skellboy was publishing work. But yeah, two indie games and one little physical release here. Oh, this was also, yeah, limited run. So yeah, cool to have this, and it was like, I think 15 bucks on Amazon. And then another one here that I had never heard of, but I was kind of itching to play a pinball game. We have a Demon's Tilt here, a cult pinball action. I mean, this just looks really cool. So I figured I'll take the chance on it. I watched a couple reviews, and people said, really cool, art style and music and all that. I'll be honest, I'm a, once again, casual pinball fan. I don't really play that many pinball games, but this game's a little overwhelming. So there's only one board, which is fine. I guess it's a cheap game. I'm not sure how much it costs on the eShop. Cool that it has a physical, but like, there's just a lot going on. Like, it was very much sensory overload. There's like a checklist of things you need to do in the top right, but then the board also like scrolls. You can play it in like your vertical mode on your Switch, where you like set it up like an arcade screen or like a pinball, glass, you know what I'm talking about, the whatever the orientation is called, where it's vertical. So you can play it like that, but I didn't, I don't have like a stand for my Switch to do that with, really. So I didn't do that. So the way it works is like the screen's like scrolling while you play, kind of disorienting. But if you want a unique, very stylish pinball game on Switch, this is definitely one to keep an eye out for. I didn't realize this was also a limited run. Wow. Next up, we have the Star Wars Heritage Pack. So about 2 weeks ago, the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection came out, and I got a review code from Aspire, so thank you to them once again. But the collection launched in a horrendous state, like very, very bad. I'm sure you saw people talking about it. I made a video about it. Very bad stuff. Unfortunately, because the port like inherently was kind of good, but then like the servers and there was a bunch of other issues. Like it was a rough launch. But it kind of got me thinking like, oh, I want to go back and play some more Star Wars games. And I have most of these individually, and this is the collector brain rot, but most of them are sealed. Specifically KOTOR 1 and 2. I have like the VHS editions from PAX, and I don't really want to open those, I'll be honest. I'm also intrigued by collections like this. So they released this back in December, I want to say, and it has Jedi Knight 1 and 2, Force Unleashed, as well as Republic Commando and Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, all on cartridge. I have all of these games individually, except for Jedi Knight 2, I want to say. But I've specifically really wanted to play Republic Commando, as well as the Jedi Knight games, and then eventually KOTOR, but I know those games are like huge, so who knows when that'll happen. So I figured I would just buy this and open it up, and that way I can have all the games without having to compromise the value of my standalone ones. Not that I'm gonna sell them or anything, but I also just wanted to have this cool collection. So yeah, pick this up. Pretty much every Star Wars game on Switch. I hope the Dark Forces remastered gets a physical release through LRG or just otherwise, because it wasn't made by Aspire. It was made by it's made by another developer. I can't remember their name right now. So maybe that one won't get a physical, but I kind of hope it does. Also, yeah, I was playing Star Wars Episode 1 Racer for the first time. Pretty fun game, I'm going to be honest. For an N64 game, I liked it. Another NIS America game snuck through the cracks here. Disgaea 5 Complete. I bought this one off eBay for like 20 bucks because, well, it's really the only Disgaea game I'm missing. Well, that's actually just a complete lie because I'm missing Disgaea 7. But I now have a Disgaea 1, 4, 5, 6. So there's no like breaking of the sequence there, at least of what's released, because they didn't re-release Disgaea 2 or 3. They should definitely do that. This is the Disgaea game I actually have the most playtime with, because this came out back in 2017 on the Switch. I think it came out like maybe a month after launch for the Switch console itself. So this is one I've always wanted to go back and get a physical copy of. At one point it was going for like 40, but it has come down in price a little bit. So happy to finally have this one in the collection, as well as a couple of Persona spin-offs here. So we have Persona 5 Strikers. If y'all know me, I love Warriors games. I have not finished Persona 5 itself, so probably shouldn't be buying these, but I love Warriors games. And honestly, I'm gonna say something crazy here. I kind of want to play through Persona 5 just so I can understand and like appreciate this game more, because I know this is gonna be a banger, absolute banger. So this is one I've always wanted to check out. And then Persona 5 Tactica was on sale at Best Buy for I think $20. And it sold out like instantly, so I kind of impulse purchased it. I haven't heard great things about it, to be honest, but it's a tactical Persona 5 spinoff here. It was weird. My copy from Best Buy got lost for like 6 weeks. It should have been in the last pickups video. And then eventually I messaged them and like they were like, oh, okay, we'll send you another one. So there's a copy of this out there somewhere that maybe I'll get eventually. But for now it's lost. And yeah, I have every Persona game on Switch now, not counting Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which only came out in Japan. I'd imagine Limited Run might be doing that in English, just because they're doing 3 and 4 now. So I'm not gonna buy that in Japanese, just because I think they will probably release it in English through LRG. And now we have our final block of games. So if you missed it, about 2 weeks ago, I want to say maybe 3 weeks ago, a lot happened with Warner Bros. And Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, and seemingly all of their, or at least most of their games are getting delisted from store marketplaces. Now, Battle Chef Brigade luckily is avoiding that because I think it was published by someone else other than like Adult Swim or whatever. But for some reason, they're delisting a bunch of their games from Steam, as well as the eShop and PlayStation Network. I know the Rick and Morty VR game is one of them on PS4. I wanted to pick up the games that I at least, wanted to play, looked interesting, or specifically the games that I know for sure were getting delisted. So Battle Chef Brigade was kind of an impulse thing where, like, I don't think this one's getting delisted, or at least it doesn't have any real reason to get delisted. But this is an LRG release that I always heard really good things about. This was one of, like, the, I want to say, early indie darlings on the Switch. People really liked Battle Chef Brigade. So this is one I wanted to check out. It's like a puzzle game, I think, where you're making food from Trinket Studios. And also, since this is the limited run release, it has a manual and everything. So kind of a cool one to get for the collection that I always wanted to check out. But more importantly, these two games are like 100% getting delisted from Adult Swim and Warner Bros. Discovery. So had to pick them up. Duck Game, I've always heard really good things about. This was like, I want to say like $60, kind of pricey. I will not lie. But Duck Game's a game I've always heard, interesting things about, has multiplayer and stuff. And yeah, as you can see, this says Adult Swim Games. This one just says Trinket Studios. So even though I think Adult Swim had something to do with Battle Chef Brigade, I don't think this one's going to get delisted. But Duck Game, I'm pretty sure is. As well as, much more importantly, Samurai Jack Battle Through Time. Now, I grew up watching Samurai Jack, but not like, I'm not like caught up. I haven't watched like that new season they released a couple years ago, which is something I do want to go back and do eventually. But one of my bigger regrets from LRG is not buying that damn Stranger Things game, because I actually have that digitally. I played it back when it came out. It's not a great game, but I like Stranger Things a lot. Limited Run did a release of it, and Netflix delisted the game. So you cannot buy the Stranger Things 3 game anymore, which means the physical release is very pricey. I was not going to let that happen for Samurai Jack. So what happened was I sent an offer on this one, I believe, for pretty cheap, and they accepted it. But while I was waiting for them to accept the offer, I actually bought this. So this is like the Best Buy variant. I'll be honest, like, I could see myself eventually selling this because, like I said, it was an offer that got sent and accepted after I had already bought this. This is the original cover from LRG, which, I mean, come on. This one's looks so much nicer. But yeah, I've heard, apparently this has like the true canon ending of the series. I'm not too sure. Like I said, I'm not caught up on my Samurai Jack lore. But this game looked pretty cool. I was watching some gameplay of it when or when it was kind of unveiled that the stuff would all be getting delisted, and the game looks pretty cool. So I wanted to pick these up, and yeah, unfortunate what's happening. There are too many games getting delisted. This is why physical media is so important, guys. The stuff can just get delisted. And I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, I don't buy digital games. I buy digital games pretty often. But when there's an option to buy a physical copy, I'm going to buy the physical copy. And that about does it for Switch games. However, there are two more things I need to show here. First off, impulse purchase. Saw this for like $10 free shipping on eBay. Thor, God of Thunder. Sega doesn't make them like they used to, man. And then also my girlfriend Olivia said I must show this toga piece she found at Goodwill in my next pickups video. It's very good. It's a little dirty. This plush like fabric. This is like the weird plush to clean. It doesn't actually look that bad on camera, but this you can't like wash these, I don't think. So like not like in a traditional way, obviously like in a washing machine. But this is a really good Togepi plush. I don't really show the plush I find on videos too often here. But this even has the Nintendo seal, which is how it's older. 1998 it looks like there. So yeah, very old Togepi. Very good Togepi. Its eyes are a little tiny bit scratched up, but this is peak right here. Video games, am I right? No? Well, too bad. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another pickups video, this time for April 2024. This month, I went back and got some nice DS games, as I am now playing through the Dragon Quest series, so I got some very nice additions to the DS collection, as well as some Wii U stuff I was missing, and actually, there's like a really weird clearance going on at Walmart right now, where Switch games and a bunch of other games like PS5 and Series X are going on sale for like $5. Now, I already had most of the good stuff that's been clearanced out, but I do have some very cool, very cheap new Switch games that I got to show you all in today's video, as well as, of course, the usual, I'm a collector. I bought a lot of Switch games. So, starting off, we'll go over these DS Dragon Quest games first, and Dragon Quest as a whole. Dragon Quest IV, Chapters of the Chosen. This is the cheapest of the mainline 3 Dragon Quest games on the DS. Or I guess there's 4 because of 9, which we'll actually get to, but Dragon Quest IV is the cheapest of 4, 5, and 6, and I got this for about $80, which is very expensive, but compared to, Hand of the Heavenly Bride and Realms of Revelation, this is definitely the cheapest of those three. And I figured, if I'm going to go back and play through the DS trilogy, I would start with 4. I know everybody recommends 5, but I figured I would start with Dragon Quest 4. I haven't gotten a chance to try out this one yet in particular. I just finished Dragon Quest 11 a week ago. I think, I had these aspirations of just diving right into another Dragon Quest game. I think I'm going to, pump the brakes a little bit here, but I have this now for whenever I do decide to go back and play some more mainline Dragon Quest. Ideally, they just get remade in HD 2D or something before I even get to it. That's the dream here. But yeah, Dragon Quest 4, this is probably, this is already one of my most expensive DS games just based on the fact that it's Dragon Quest. I don't have a huge DS collection, but it's getting there. It's starting to actually take a nice bit of form here with these Dragon Quest games. So I got Dragon Quest 4, Chapters of the Chosen, as well as Dragon Quest 9, Sentinels of the Starry Skies. Now, I actually owned this game as a kid at one point. I don't remember playing it at all. I think I mentioned in my Dragon Quest 11 video that I had wanted to, play this game back then, and my friend at the time was asking me to play it because this is the multiplayer Dragon Quest game. I'm not too sure, how it all works, but basically your party is your friends, I think. I haven't played this game yet either, really, aside from, the little bit I might have done as a kid, but this is the cheapest mainline Dragon Quest game on DS, so I figured I would go ahead and pick it up now in case it gets any more expensive. And also, I feel like this is one that, 4, 5, and 6, as, new Dragon Quest fan here, 4, 5, and 6 feel like games that will get remade, probably in the next 5 to 10 years. Dragon Quest 9 feels like one that's going to get neglected for, a long time. So at the end of the day, I'll probably end up having to play it on the DS no matter what. Also, gotta love the little slime down there. It's pretty good. And then I also picked up a Dragon Quest spin-off this month, Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. I thought it's really funny how it's called Dragon Quest Heroes, but obviously has no relation to the Warriors games. Square Enix just said, nah, we don't care. You can just use that name again, Koei Tecmo. But yeah, this is a spin-off of Dragon Quest games where you play as a slime. I still haven't gotten a chance to try out this one either. I'm excited to, because I was looking at the gameplay and I'm like, oh, this looks so much fun. I love the monster designs in Dragon Quest, sue me. So being able to play as a slime in this 2D kind of, action platformer. It's not really a platformer, it's top-down. But, I don't know. This looked really cute. And it's one of those things where, yeah, I hear people talk about Dragon Quest Heroes and obviously all the Switch spin-offs like Dragon Quest Treasures and Monsters, but Rocket Slime as a series I really don't hear many people talk about, even within the few Dragon Quest circles I have wedged my way into recently. This is the second game. The first one never got localized, and then neither did the third game. The third game released on the 3DS. That never got localized either. So this is the only Rocket Slime game we ever got localized in America, which is a shame because, at least based on the art, this is a very, very cute game, and I'm excited to check it out. I also went and got a pair of Japanese Dragon Quest games on the 3DS, 2 that never released in North America. So starting off, we have Dragon Quest 11 on the 3DS. As someone who's played Dragon Quest 11 now, and even back before I had played that game, I always thought it was so cool that they released a version on the 3DS that really is its own third version. This was where the 2D mode originally came from, because it would show up on the bottom screen, and then the top screen would be these chibi models of the main characters. And I think Good Vibes Gaming did a great comparison where the game's pretty much one-to-one, but then other areas are completely different. Scenes are the same, but they're paced differently, which I just think is really cool. I wish this had gotten localized because I would love to be able to play it in English. I think there is a fan patch, or at least I would imagine there is a fan patch for this. So if I ever want to revisit 11, I think I might at least mess around with this version. This was $15 free shipping, so not an expensive thing to add to the 3DS collection at all. Yeah, definitely sad that the 3DS never got a mainline Dragon Quest game in North America, or just in the West. That's definitely a huge shame. But on top of that, I also got Dragon Quest Monsters 2. I showed off, I bought the first game. So this is a remake, right, of the Game Boy Color Dragon Quest Monsters 2. Although I believe it was a Pokemon situation where it was 2 different versions based on this boy and this girl. Now in this one, they combined it all into one. I know the first Dragon Quest Monsters remake on the 3DS, Terry's Wonderland 3D, that does have a English patch. I would assume this one does as well. But yeah, Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince, that was a big surprise for me last year when I played it. I still need to go back and finish that, but Dragon Quest Monsters is definitely a franchise I want to get more into, and I doubt I'll ever go back and play like the original Dragon Quest Monsters on Game Boy Color, not, you know, realistically anyway, but with a fan patch, these remakes feel like they would be the perfect thing for me. And the final thing I have for Dragon Quest for this video is the Dragon Quest X all-in-one package on the Wii U. This is including versions 1, 2, and 3 of Dragon Quest X on the Wii U, so this is the MMO, for those that don't know. This is something I'd already owned some of before, as we'll get into, and just indulge me for a moment here. This is some very niche Wii U collector brain stuff here, as we'll get into with some other games I bought, but these games never got localized, obviously. However, since it was an MMO, they release expansions very regularly, and they actually released them all physically on disc, which is just super interesting to me as a Wii U collector, as someone going for a full, at least unique Wii U set. I'm not sure if I'll count these towards like the complete set, because they aren't, first of all, they're not playable on my Wii U, but also they're just updates to Dragon Quest X. But I've decided to go for at least the Dragon Quest ones, I think, just because I think they're cool. So this is the one I just got, Dragon Quest X all-in-one package, like I said, versions 1, 2, and 3. But then, and I guess we'll kind of flip these around here, we had a Dragon Quest X by itself. I already had these. Dragon Quest X version 2 by itself. Dragon Quest X all-in-one package. As you can see, these are different items here. This one is just versions 1 and 2, and then version 3 by itself, and then, yeah, the one I just got with the all-in-one package. I'm still missing 2. If you find a good price for either of them that I'm missing, I would appreciate if you send me that link my way on my Discord or something. But there is basically version 4, which I can't remember the name. It's like 5,000 swords or something, the translated name. And then there's an all-in-one package containing versions 1 through 4. Very niche. I just wanted to, geek out about it a little bit as someone who hasn't played Dragon Quest X. I think it's very neat having all of these Dragon Quest Wii U games, even though they're all the same game, just, different versions. But that's not all for Wii U this month, because I also got Monster Hunter Frontier G. This is the online MMO for Monster Hunter in Japan. I believe support for this is pretty much ended at this point. But this is one I didn't have, and I didn't have any version of it. So another one off the list for the full Wii U set. Very happy to have it. And then I also, alongside the Dragon Quest thing, although I'm not as big of a Monster Hunter fan, although I enjoy Monster Hunter, I did do some research into all of the different versions of Monster Hunter Frontier. There's like, I think 7 on the Wii U, like 7 different, unique cover arts with supposedly different content on the disc. So this is like the base starter beginning pack, I would say, for Frontier G. But then also apparently released in, I want to say 2013, was this. I found this popped up for I think like $50, but there was one listed for 800. And this is the kind of thing and this is the issue with Wii U collecting for these very specific, very niche things. They don't really pop up, so whoever puts one up on eBay kind of dictates the price. You can find a lot of the different versions of these on eBay from like 1 or 2 different sellers, but they're pricing them at like $200 each, which is way too much for what is essentially me paying for a different cover art. But as a Wii U collector-brained moron, yeah, very cool to have more Wii U stuff that I didn't have before. And while we're on the topic of Wii U, let's throw it back to the Wii. I did pick up a game I did not own, Endless Ocean Blue World. I played a little bit of the first game in preparation for Endless Ocean Luminous, and, it's a soothing, fun game. It's not anything high stakes, right? I don't know if it's a game I really need to play these original versions of. Like, I'd ordered this, and then I played Endless Ocean 1 for an hour or two, and I was like, yeah, I get it. I'm excited to play Luminous, but I don't really know if I need to, I do this thing. I know there's not like a story. Oh, you need to play the first 2 Endless Oceans to catch up. I know it's not like that, but I do this thing where I like to experience most of the franchise before a new entry comes out, even if they're not necessarily like connected. I think this is one where I'm gonna not do that though. I don't think I need to play these on the Wii to get that history of Eureka and Endless Ocean. I think I can just jump into Endless Ocean Luminous as a new fan, and I'll just enjoy that. And, if I ever want to go back, I'll have Blue World now, which, honestly, I don't know too much about. I don't know, what they added or changed in this sequel. It's weirdly not super cheap either. Endless Ocean 1's like a $10 game. This is like a $30 game. But yeah, another first-party Nintendo Wii game I did not have. My Wii collection, not the best, I would say. It's like, I'm getting there, but I'm missing a lot of staples like Punch-Out and stuff. So, yeah, Blue World, cool to have in preparation for Luminous. Now, real quick before we get into the Switch stuff, including the Walmart clearance I picked up, just a couple things from the bins I wanted to show. Follow me on Twitter. I do post more over there. I don't show everything in these videos because a lot of it is like duplicates that I'll end up, selling to then fund more game purchases. But yeah, I got Sims 2 Castaway, weirdly like a real-ish DS game. I would say it's not fully shovelware. This is like a $20 game we found at Goodwill. It's very rare that we find... Oh my god. DS cases are so strong. It's rare that we find complete DS games at the bin, so that was nice. As well as the Sega Saturn game, Winning Post EX. I think the case is broken here. But yeah, very weird to find a Sega Saturn game. Is it missing a disc? Yeah, it has this disc in there. I don't know if that's the only disc. Because sometimes with like PS1 games, they'll have the thick 2 case, but then it is supposed to only be the one disc, which is very weird, I guess, because of the thick manual or something. I don't know. But yeah, definitely, I think this might be my only Saturn game, actually, so very weird. And then a final little Ben's find here I wanted to show was my girlfriend grabbed this. It's Tekken Advance, I believe. Yeah, Tekken Advance. This Mad Catz game protector that's meant to look like a Game Boy, which is, I don't know, it's kind of cute, but Tekken Advance. Neat. All right, now moving into the Walmart clearance and just Switch games as a whole to end off the video here. Like I mentioned at the top, I already had most of the good stuff. I recommend going to your local Walmart and seeing what games they have for cheap right now. Like I've seen Fire Emblem Engage is going for like 20, Unicorn Overlord is like 30. So there's some very recent, very cheap, high quality Switch games on sale, as well as just a lot of like filler and shovelware for like $5. And at $5 a game, I am not going to say no as someone going for I don't know what I'm going for anymore for Switch, but as someone who has a huge Switch collection, I'm not going to pass up a $5 game, especially something like Harvest Moon Light of Hope. Harvest Moon is a franchise I actually don't have any of on Switch. I know Story of Seasons is the better franchise now because of the original developers and all that stuff, but Harvest Moon I don't have any of on Switch, and this was $5 at Walmart. I just opened up my Walmart app and it was available for delivery, and I was like, okay. So yeah, this is pretty sick for $5 for a sealed new Harvest Moon game. That was really cool to find. I don't know why Walmart's doing this. They're also doing it, like I said, other platforms. I saw Diablo 4 is like $20, which is pretty cheap for a recent game. Definitely check out like Wario64 on Twitter and just kind of see what they've been tweeting. Because there's some really good deals to be had at Walmart right now. I don't know if they're like phasing out physical media. I know Target announced they're getting rid of like DVDs and CDs and stuff, but they're going to keep video games. But this is just kind of feels like the way things are going. Maybe Walmart's just kind of trying to clear, space for the upcoming onslaught of summer games. I don't really know. I know what my personal local Walmart, those cases are almost always empty, but I think that's just because of theft. I don't really know. But yeah, $5 for Harvest Moon Light of Hope Special Edition complete. Pretty nice. As well as Nerf Legends. This is what I'm talking about, kind of shovelware here. I actually had this on PS5 and sold it. So now it came back to me in Switch form. I love that Hot Wheels Unleashed game. I'm sure this is not anywhere near that high quality, but I don't know. The idea of a first-person shooter based, on Nerf guns where you're doing, I don't know, are there like Nerf loot boxes it looks like? I don't freaking know. I don't know. A first-person Nerf shooter game is kind of a fun idea, even though it's got the Forbidden Game Mill logo down here, so it's probably not very good. This one was a little bit more expensive at $10 at DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing. I like kart racers. I like DreamWorks. I like my boy Shrek and Puss in Boots and Poe over there. Hard to say no at $10. And then same thing here. We have Catan Console Edition Super Deluxe with the Helpers DLC. Catan or Catan? I think it's Catan. Settlers of Catan. Of course, this is the board game, but made into digital form. My girlfriend loves Catan. Whatever. So she wanted me to pick this up, and yeah, I figured it'd be fun to play together. So yeah, this is it for my personal Walmart clearance haul that I was able to get. There were a couple others that I would have bought but weren't available in my Walmart, like Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville was $5 on Switch. Just a couple of random things, like not like the games you're like really excited to get, but at $5, the price of a coffee or whatever, it's hard to pass up. So happy with these 4 more Switch games to the collection. There was also a bunch of cheap games on Amazon through their Woot service recently that I decided to pick up. So first example here being Among Us. I think this was like $10. Among Us, kind of quirky to have a physical copy, little holographic imposter thing on the box here with a slipcover. I don't know, pretty neat. Same thing here with Ultimate Chicken Horse Anniversary Edition. I've heard this game is pretty fun. Vegas Party. This is like, I remember as a kid, my mom bought me like a Vegas casino gambling game on GBA at like a Dollar General for like $4, giving me vibes of that. But this was, I think, $5, maybe less actually, on Amazon. And I was like, yeah, you know what, why not? I actually bought another copy of it to, I don't know, as a stocking stuffer for someone or something in the future. But yeah, Vegas Party. And finally, for cheap, kind of shovelware-esque games, Paleo Pines. This came out, I think, last year. This was, I think, a pretty well-received farming game from what I remember hearing back when it released. Although I think it released like right next to Fae Farm, which probably wasn't the best idea. But enough messing around, because we do have some actual good Switch games, question mark, to get into here. In terms of like the games I really want to get for my collection, like I have a list I'm working on. It is getting pretty small at this point, so just kind of filling out the odds and ends here. Starting off with Deadly Premonition Origins. This popped up on eBay for like, I think $13, and it's one I've been meaning to get. I have Deadly Premonition 2, but this is a series I've always wanted to try out, so I'm happy they brought the first one to Switch back, I think, in like, what, 2020. Especially that it got a physical release is even cooler. But yeah, this is from Swery, right? I think these games are pretty often compared to The Room, so bad it's good, or so bad it's camp, that kind of thing. The fact that it has a sequel at all is crazy, but yeah, this is a series I've always wanted to give a go. Here we have a Video Games Plus order that finally came in. I have 2 orders to show this time. Back, I want to say this was late last year, they did an open pre-order for the Caligula Effect Overdose and the Caligula Effect 2. I've mentioned before that I am going for a full NIS America publisher set. I don't know why, but I'm already like more than halfway there at this point. These were very expensive games, this one in particular, but VGP, you know, coming through once more, reprinting them. I believe these are, I don't know if they're Persona-likes, but if you know NIS America, they kind of make a lot of the similar vibe anime RPG games, which I enjoy. This one is made by Furyu, who they're the ones doing that new Reynaudis game coming out later this year. But these games I've heard decent things about, wanted to check them out, and yeah, thank you VGP for the reprint as always. And on that same note, there was another little NIS America restock over there. We have a Giraffe and Anika Musical Mayhem Edition. I think this was the only way this game was released. Like, I don't think there's a standard. As well as Mad Rat Dead. I had never even heard of this one until I saw it was restocked, and I was like, oh, that's an NIS America game that, A, looks really unique, and also I just never even heard of. So I bought this, and I actually cracked it open, and I did play a couple hours of it. It's pretty fun. It's just a musical platformer where you move to the beats and attack enemies to the beats. Feels pretty good. I was kind of losing interest, I'll admit. Like, I don't know, it's really high quality. Like, the game, the presentation's beautiful, the game looks nice, the gameplay is fun. It just kind of, it was losing me a little bit there after a couple hours, but still pretty high quality. I had never even heard of it until like a couple weeks ago, so cool to have it restocked. And then Giraffe and Anika Musical Mayhem Edition. I'll be honest, I don't know much about this game, but going for that NIS America set, it looks like a 3D action RPG, something like that. Comes with a CD and an art book. Just realized I missed another game from Amazon's Woot. This was the same time they had like Paleo Pines and that Vegas Party game for very cheap. Silent Hope Day 1 Edition. This is a game from Marvelous that I really wanted to check out last year. Played a little bit of it so far. It's pretty fun, basic action RPG with farming elements, right? I think it's technically set in like the Rune Factory world, right? But yeah, Silent Hope Day 1 Edition. This is a weird box, but it flips open, has the game in there, as well as the soundtrack, and I think like an art book or something. Brave the Abyss. Return to base camp and improve your skills in this dungeon crawler action RPG. I don't know, like I've mentioned in other videos, while I love, you know, my Final Fantasies and now my Dragon Quests, sometimes I enjoy like these more niche, I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for, but just these more like random anime RPG type games. A great example of that would be Oninaki that Square Enix released back in 2019. That game got like pretty bad reviews, but I really enjoyed it. Just a basic action game. So Silent Hope, from what I've played so far, I enjoy it. Need to play more though to give a thorough opinion on it, but happy to have the Day 1 edition. This was like $20, I think. And then finally, as we're getting close to wrapping up here, I did finally get a limited run order. Now, a little backstory on this order in particular. This was from October 2022. Now, listen, limited run, love them or hate them. I enjoy the fact that they are giving games like, you know, freaking Felix the Cat a physical and all these Konami games. Like, I enjoy that. And the Persona games, like, these want to get physicals without limited run. And I honestly usually don't even mind the ship time. But this time in particular really kind of peeved me off, because here's what happened, right? So on their order page, so once again, ordered in October 2022 when all these games were up for pre-order, they've said they're ready to ship for a while. because when you go to your order page, it has like a production status basically, and usually it just ships automatically. But it said that for like 6 months, and eventually I was finally like, okay, I need to see what's going on. This is like a lot of money in limited run purgatory right now. So I emailed support to see what was going on. They shipped it out the next day. So I'm pretty sure I could have gotten these like 6 months ago, but I think they forgot. I think they forgot to ship them. I don't know how that happens on a company level where, you know, you're taking orders and, you know, fulfilling them. But yeah, this was waiting in their warehouse for like half a year before they decided to ship it to me, only because I emailed them. So if there's any limited run orders that you feel are taking maybe a little bit too long, give them an email, because this shipped out literally the next day. I was kind of speechless, so I'm happy it finally came. But yeah, this is an order of 3 kind of special edition games, actually. So first up, this is one I'm contemplating actually getting rid of, because at PAX last year, I bought the standard edition, but Valis 2, the Phantasm Soldier Collection. I'm not sure, you know, 2 years ago, what was I feeling when I decided to buy the special edition for this? I'm not too sure, because it's one of those things where, monkey brain, if I'm going to have the second special edition, I kind of want to have the first one, so I think it's better if I just sell this, to be honest, now that I have the standard editions of both. But still, very nice like packaging. I love the size of this box. Like, this is a good shelf box here for Valis, the Phantasm Soldier Collection 2. Pretty fun games, by the way. I haven't opened up the second collection yet, but the first one, I played through a couple of those, and they're fun games. Then we also had Dodonpachi Resurrection. This is another shmup. I think this was around the same time they had Espagaluda 2. I haven't cracked this one open, obviously, as you can see with, I mean, most of these games I just got recently, so I haven't had the chance to start. But yeah, another shmup here. I bought the Steelbook edition. Once again, I don't really know why in the moment I was like, oh yeah, I need to get the Steelbook edition of that. But still, pretty cool to have. And then finally, definitely the most interesting thing in my opinion, this is Oceanhorn. So Oceanhorn, if you remember from like 2017 on the Switch, that was like that kind of Wind Waker aesthetic looking, kind of more traditional Zelda game. Late last year, I guess late 2022, they released this fan bundle, I think it's called, or something like that, which includes Oceanhorn 1 and 2. And these games were like very pricey at one point. I'm not sure if they still are. The first game I think it was like over $100 when I bought this. I have no idea what it's going for now. But since I have Blossom Tales 1 and 2, it only felt right to have Oceanhorn 1 and 2. I don't love this slipcover. I'm probably gonna open it at some point. But because you know, if I put it on the shelf, it just looks like that. I wish there was some, you know, branding here. You got the hero character. So I'll probably put it on the shelf like this, I guess. But then, for some reason, Oceanhorn 2 comes first. What's up with that? Come on, I guess alphabetically you would put that first. I don't know. But yeah, this is a pretty cool bundle for them to do. And just, you know, being able to have both of these games on Switch is very cool. I actually lied. There is one more thing to show off here. Another game from Amazon's Woot discount service, whatever it is. I don't really know what they're doing with Woot over there these days, but this is the Persona 5 Royal Once More edition, I believe it's called. This was on sale, I think, for $60. And I already had Persona 5 Royal. Like, I already had the Steelbook edition. So what I did was I sold that and just bought this. I sold that for like $35, basically spending $35, or what's the math on that? Like $25 to upgrade to the Once More edition, because I have the special editions for 3 and 4 pre-ordered through LRG. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to have the special editions for both of those, I should go ahead and get the Persona 5 Royal special edition. So I already have the game on the shelf. I mean, I don't really need to show the regular game, but yeah, this is a pretty neat kit here. I believe it's a bag, as well as some other stuff. So this is the bag I think that Joker uses in the game, I believe, as well as some tarot cards. Alice loves doing tarot cards, I've noticed. Like, I think Persona 5, or not Persona 5, Persona Q, the special edition for that came with tarot cards. We have some tarot cards, as well as, what is this, like a little art book stickers. Oh, it's like postcards, I think. And then, what is in here? I actually do not know. Oh, I think it's like a, I think you put the art card in it. Like, you would sit it in here and, like, put it on your shelf or something. I don't know. Pretty neat. It was a cheap thing to just add to the collection. Very nice box presentation. Kind of an annoyance to display because it's not, like, flat up here, so I can't stack anything on top of it. Hello there, everyone. Welcome to another game collection update on the brand new channel, Bo Collects Games. That's my name now. If you don't know, if you're new here, I have another channel called Bo Talks Games where I cover Nintendo news. I decided to segment it and really focus on collecting stuff on its own channel, weekly collection videos, because I got a lot of comments being like, I just want to see your collecting stuff, man. So I decided to do that, and here we are with our first collection update for this new channel. So this month, or the past month and a half, 2 months, I got a lot of DS games, obviously a lot of Switch games as always, because Switch collector brain. I also got some complete in-box GBA stuff, and most importantly, I finally got something that I have been meaning to buy for a very long time, a grail, if you will. It's something I could have bought a long time ago, but for some reason it just kept like evading me, avoiding me. I just never for some reason did it, but I finally buckled down and finally bought something pretty pricey that I've been needing to add to my collection for Switch, so very excited about that. All right, so starting off here, we actually have 3 first-party releases from Nintendo. That's how long it's been since I did a collection update. I know Nintendo World Championships NES Edition is coming out this Thursday. By the time you're watching it, it'll already be out, but that'll be in the next video. I am buying that. But starting off, we have Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Very happy that this came over to Switch. Obviously, it's my least favorite of the 3, but hey, I'll take any Luigi's Mansion representation I can get. If this game sells well, Luigi's Mansion 3 obviously sold well, I imagine we will get the first game, which is what I ultimately want on Switch. But happy to have this game come over from 3DS. We also have Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. I'll be honest, I have not played too much of that one yet. I made the mistake of playing Origami King right before Thousand-Year Door came out, and I burned myself out because I beat that in like a week. And then I started Thousand-Year Door, and I was like, yeah, this is obviously better than Origami King, but I'm kind of Paper Mario'd out right now, and I actually played another Mario RPG in close proximity, so I need to get back to Thousand-Year Door. I need to finish it, but obviously happy to have that in the collection. And then the other new release from Nintendo is Endless Ocean Luminous. Very cool to see them bring this IP back. I played it for maybe 5 or 6 hours. I had fun with it. It's nothing, you know, special. I wouldn't spend $50 on it if I wasn't a collector brain collector. I did a stream with a bunch of other YouTubers. That was pretty fun. It's a very calming game, but it can get very repetitive because it's all like randomly generated and stuff. I don't know. If you think you like it, you probably like it. Very serene game. Maybe put on a podcast while you play it, or just listen to the, you know, soothing music, that kind of thing. Not for everybody, but I liked it. Then we have some games I bought through Video Games Plus, a Canadian retailer. They do a lot of really cool restocks, as well as just nice discounts. So first thing I bought from them, I think this was on sale for like maybe 20, 30 bucks. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. I don't think I showed this in any prior videos. This is from Vanillaware. They just released Unicorn Overlord. Of course, they're known for doing Muramasa the Demon Blade and Dragon's Crown and stuff. So I recently played Unicorn Overlord. Absolutely love that game. Then I went back and played Grimoire once more because I already had it. I didn't even realize it was Vanillaware. And 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim is another one of their games that people very much praise on Nintendo Switch. It came out on PS4 a few years ago. But yeah, this is one I'm excited to get to because I really, really loved Unicorn Overlord. I also picked up Langrisser 1 and 2. This is one of their restocks from NIS America. If you're new here, I am going for a full NIS America set. I already have most of the games they've published on Switch, missing a few things here and there, but picked up this because it was restocked. This is a strategy RPG series I've heard good things about. Next up, we have a trio of games that were also on sale through VGP. Not sponsored by them, by the way. Just a cool website with good deals sometimes. But we got Sega Genesis Classics Collection, over 50 classic games. I had forgotten that they even did this collection because, to be honest, like, during the PS3 and even PS2, I guess, like, these collections were so prominent, but no one really talks about this kind of stuff anymore. I know Atari did that Atari 50 collection, I think back in 2022. And they're like re-releasing that this year with more games. Kind of weird. But I got the Sega Genesis Classics Collection, as well as Sonic Colors Ultimate and Sonic Frontiers. I'm not sure how Sonic Frontiers runs on Switch. I know Sonic Colors Ultimate had a lot of issues. I can't imagine Frontiers runs that well, but wanted to have these for my Sonic collection on Nintendo Switch. Also, Sonic Colors, I never even played Ultimate, but I love Sonic Colors on Wii. It's one of my favorite Sonic games. In fact, I would say it probably is my favorite Sonic game overall, honestly, even more than Mania and Generations. So happy to have it. I will replay it eventually. Maybe not on PS4, though. And then last 2 regular games for Switch. I'll save the Holy Grail thing for the end, obviously. Gotta clickbait you all, sorry. It's 2 anime games. You all know me, I love my anime, I love my anime games. So I picked up One Piece Pirate Warriors 4, which I love. I love Warriors games, I love One Piece. So this one was going up in price. I think I got it for like 30 or 35 bucks. It's steadily just rising. It's like 45, 50 now at the time of recording, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if it was just like a limited release. It came out back in, I want to say 2020, and they've just been updating it ever since. They never just released One Piece Pirate Warriors 5. They're still just doing DLC for it, which seems to be the case for a lot of anime games nowadays, where like you see Xenoverse 2 still getting updated. You see Dragon Ball Z Kakarot still gets updates, and that's a story-based single-player game that came out 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, and it's still getting like major expansions. So it seems that DLC is just the standard way that anime games get updated now. But I wanted to have this, which then sent me down a rabbit hole for a much more interesting game on Nintendo Switch, and that is Pirate Warriors 3 Deluxe Edition. This one's kind of uncommon, kind of hard to find, a little pricey if you do find it. This only got a physical release in Japan as well as Europe. Obviously, I opted to get a European copy, which is what I'm talking about. You can find a Japanese copy of this game pretty easily, but getting a European copy of One Piece Pirate Warriors 3, not the easiest. I've played through this already as well back on PS4, back when it came out, but a great game. I love Warriors games. I don't know what to say, man. You either like Warriors games or you don't. I frankly just really enjoy them every once in a while. I'm not going to play a bunch of Warriors games back to back, but every once in a while, like maybe once, twice a year even. I did manage to get my hands on one Wii U game I didn't have, or technically didn't have, so I'm going for a full Wii U set for those new, and I'm getting very close. But now I'm just going for the weird stuff. A lot of the easy stuff, I need easy stuff, is really expensive, like Turbo and Book of Armor and Tales 2 and Fatal Frame, the European version, because then I get a physical here. So I'm going for all the weirdo stuff that no one really cares about, and I managed to snag a copy of this for $30, Monster Hunter Frontier G6 edition. So this is the MMO that came out in Japan, and I believe there's 7 or 8 versions of this release for the Wii U in Japan. Dragon Quest X has a similar amounts of releases where it got different covers, and I assume the data is probably the same on the disc, but it does have like different disc art and everything. So just a very unique thing that is kind of hard to come by. There's some listed for very expensive on eBay, like $200, but then a lot of them don't even have any listed at all. If you go on like Worth Point or something, you can find solds, but it's kind of uncommon for a copy of this to even appear online, so I had to snag that. I'm not positive I'm like committed to going for every Wii U variant, but when they pop up, when it's this weirdly rare, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna get that because I'm going for the full Wii U set, and it's a cool piece of Wii U history. All right, next up, I'll show off some DS games I bought. So I've been really focusing on handhelds recently for some reasons that'll become apparent in the coming months on my other channel. But I've recently been going for the DS, not set or anything, but like a lot of first-party stuff. I was missing just a lot of very clear, like staple Nintendo DS games, and I have more coming in the mail, so next time I do another one of these collection updates, there'll be plenty to show in that as well. But first up, I already had a cartridge for this, but I bought a case and manual for Bowser's Inside Story. Not in the best shape, but it was pretty cheap, so I was like, you know what? I need to get a complete copy of that. As well as finally adding Partners in Time to my collection. Very excited to finally play through this game. I've never played it before. I've heard it's really good. I don't know if that's true or not, but this one's pretty expensive. This is like 60 or 70 bucks. But at this point, it was the only one I was missing, so I was like, yeah, I might as well go ahead and get it. But then we have 4 Nintendo DS games from Nintendo First Party that just like, I never see anybody talk about. In fact, actually one of these, it's Nintendo published, but they didn't make it. So first up is Wario Master of Disguise. I think this is basically just a Wario Land game, but I swear I have never heard anybody say anything about this game, neither bad nor positive. Just, there's just nothing about this game, man. But it seems very similar to Princess Peach Showtime in that you just have all the different types of Warios, or I guess maybe a more apt comparison would be like Kirby. It's a Wario game, but you have different costumes and different abilities. Haven't gotten a chance to play yet. I think that would be a fun game to do a video on. I also picked up a copy of Yoshi Touch and Go. I actually have played this one back on the Wii U Virtual Console. Not a very good game, but wanted to get it for the DS collection. And then we have 2 that I've always been very, very curious about. First up is Mario Hoops 3-on-3. I believe Square Enix developed this game for some reason. This is a Mario basketball game, our only Mario basketball game that we've gotten over the years. I've always been very intrigued by this. I remember seeing it in like Walmart and Target as a kid, just being like, I want that. I never bought it though, so excited to check out that. And then finally, sadly this is not fully complete, but I got a really good deal on it, so I just went ahead and did it, and I'll complete it later. Metroid Prime Pinball. It does not have the Rumble Pack, but I've been very intrigued by a bunch of different pinball games recently. In fact, you'll see one in the next game collection update that I picked up, Nintendo Pinball game. But yeah, I wanted to pick up this. I already had Prime Hunters, so now I have both Metroid games on DS. Very intrigued by this. I feel like, how could I not like this? I like pinball games. I like Metroid. Samus has a pinball ball. That seems like a win-win situation for me. And then final thing, I already had a cartridge for this, but once again completed it, was this copy of Final Fantasy III. This is the 3D remake that came out. I played like, I want to say 70% of Final Fantasy III through the Pixel remaster last year, and I lost where I was. Like, I stopped playing it for something, and then I lost all memory of it. And I tried to load it up, and I was like, all right, where am I? What am I doing? And I just couldn't figure it out. So I think I'm good on that, though. I don't think I need to reset the Pixel Remaster. I think eventually I will just play through this this remake on DS. But that's not it for DS, because there was a really good deal I got on eBay. I think it was like $110 for this full bundle of 4 Pokemon games, some Funko Pops, and a bonus thing they just threw in, which is really weird to me and I want to talk about. So, Pokemon, one of my favorite series, Pokemon games on DS, very, very expensive. I got some Pokemon spin-offs here, nothing mainline, because those are truly, truly expensive. But in that bundle was included Pokemon Troze Completes. I like Pokemon Shuffle, I like Battle Troze on 3DS. I've never played this one. I assume it's just a more basic version, but a little Pokemon Match 3 game. I mess with it, you know, it's cool. As well as a complete copy of Pokemon Ranger. I'd already had the case for this, but yeah, just got a complete copy of this. I played this as a kid. I love Ranger. Would love to see them bring it back, but happy to have this back in my collection. As well as a pair of Mystery Dungeon games. I haven't played either of these either, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. I know this is the era of Mystery Dungeon for Pokemon that everybody loves, because it has like the hunger system and all that. Here's my confession. I've only beaten Gates to Infinity, which apparently is the one everybody hates, but I remember really, really liking Gates to Infinity when I played it back in 2013, so I'm excited to give these a go. Explorers of Sky is very expensive. That's like pushing like $200 now for some reason. I don't know why. I guess it's like the favorite, right? So maybe that's why it's pushing such high prices. But that was a really good deal already. But then they threw in these, so just, I don't collect Funko, but there was a Charmander Funko Pop, kind of grody, as well as a Bulbasaur Funko. But then they also just threw into the package something else entirely, which is like neat. I don't collect this kind of thing, but it's an Ash hat signed by, don't want to butcher her name here, Sarah Natochenny, I believe, is the current voice actor for Ash in the anime. It's like authorized by Beckett, so it's her signature. I don't know. It wasn't in the listing. It wasn't in the photos. It wasn't in the description. They just tossed it in the package. I messaged them just being like, hey, what's the story behind this hat? And they never responded to me. But yeah, very weird thing to add. It's kind of gross. Like, I don't know if you can tell on camera, but it's like, it kind of needs a wash, but I know I can't really wash a signed hat. So yeah, weird thing that got included, and was already a pretty good deal for some DS games. I'm not complaining. All right, we're coming up on the end here. I almost forgot to show this, but I did pick up the Persona 3 Reload. I believe it's the Aegis edition from GameStop. They had it on sale for $50, and I didn't have Persona 3 Reload yet. I was gonna just wait for the Switch 2 version. Like, this game is going to come to Switch 2, but for $50 with the statue, I was like, that's a no-brainer. So it's still sealed. I obviously have not had time to play this yet. But yeah, very, very weird to see it go on sale for $50. I don't even know if it was a price error or what. I was just scrolling my phone in bed one night and Wario64 tweeted, hey, Persona 3 Reload Collection Edition, $50 on GameStop. I was like, okay, I guess. But now we get to what I would consider the bangers of this pickups video. Not that the other stuff wasn't bangers, but like, this is the stuff I'm really geeking out about recently that I picked up. So first off, we have 2 complete in box GBA games. One of them I had the cartridge for. I bought it from my friend Kevin like a year or two ago. I showed it in a video on the other channel, but I bought the box and manual and other inserts for Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I mentioned earlier that I now have all of them with Partners in Time, and yeah, I did complete my copy of Superstar Saga, which is just super cool to have complete in box. I don't know if you can see it back there. I don't really have that many GBA games complete in box. The best things I have, my girlfriend had bought me, like Minish Cap I have, and Zelda 2, as well as Final Fantasy 6. But yeah, really cool to have Mario and Luigi complete in the collection. As well as, way more importantly, one of my favorite games ever made. It used to be like $300 complete, but I did get a complete copy of Metroid Fusion. This is my favorite 2D Metroid game, so to have this complete in box is just really weird. Like, it's kind of surreal. Like, my entire life I've collected video games, but I never really had like a good like GBA collection, and that's starting to really take form now with a couple of these games. So definitely happy to add these 2 to the collection, and hey, maybe next month there'll be even more GBA games. Wink wink, nudge nudge. There's gonna be more GBA games, trust me. All right, now the final thing, I teased it at the beginning, a holy grail of my collection for Switch. A game that is my favorite Switch game, actually, and I just didn't have the special edition for. And it's been bugging me for years. It's a game I didn't buy at release, or if I bought it at release, I didn't play it until like a month or 2 after, and it quickly became my favorite Switch game, and I've regretted not buying the special edition for this game ever since it released, and ever since I played it, because it got very expensive very quickly, and recently I decided, you know what, I love this game, I'm going for a big collection of stuff from this franchise, I need to just bite the bullet and buy it. So I got a complete copy of the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Special Edition. This is my favorite Xenoblade game, by far, actually. I mean, Xenoblade 3 is really, really good. But, I don't know, Xenoblade 2, there's something special about this cast, the story, the world, the music, everything about this game I really, really love. So to have the Special Edition in my collection now it's just awesome, man. I mean, I already had the Special Edition for 1 and 3, and it always just felt weird not having this one. Like, this is my favorite game in the series, and I didn't have it. This did come with an extra copy of the game, so I just have an extra copy to do something with now. Maybe I'll give it to a friend, try to indoctrinate them in the Xenoblade fandom, but very happy to finally add this to my collection. It's going down in price a little bit. I think I maybe paid $180 after shipping for this. Shipping, of course, being kind of heavy with the art book and everything in there, but very happy to have this now. And with that, I'm only missing really one more first-party Switch game special edition that I want to get, and that is Fire Emblem Three Houses. I think I'm also missing the special edition for Smash Ultimate, where it comes with a Pro Controller, but I don't know how much I care about that. But Three Houses would be the one that I would get next, just to complete, because like a lot of the Switch special editions, I don't know if you guys have noticed, have like the same size. You can't see them above me, but I have them all lined up, and Three Houses is the one I'm missing that really fits in with that sizing, so definitely want to get that, even though I don't love Three Houses. So something happened this week that I'm still honestly kind of processing. Someone approached me saying, hey, I'm trying to sell my collection, and they had a lot of really cool stuff that I was interested in, and we worked out a very good deal for a ton of complete in-box consoles, complete in-box N64 games, complete GBA games, and more. So today, I'm going to show you what I got for just about $1,000, which is definitely the biggest buyouts I've ever done for a collection. Let's get into it. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Bo Talks Games, or Its-A-Mii, if you will. So today I have just a ton of games. I got a really good deal on this. Huge shout out to the person that sold them to me. About $1,000 in on this entire lot. I believe if you bump it all into price charting, it's like $3,000 worth. So yes, I got a very good deal, but the dude seemed really happy that it was going to an actual collector. I showed him my collection. He was like, oh, you don't have like any retro games? I was like, yeah, I mostly have modern stuff. And he was like, here, I'll help you out. I'll give you a little head start on your retro game collection. So we have a ton of retro games here that I could not be more excited to add to my collection. So we're just going to take our time and go through and really enjoy looking at all of these games. I've put some stuff into protectors, some stuff I still haven't gotten around to getting a protector for. So yeah, let's just kind of look at this insane buyout I did. All right, so first up, we'll take a look at the Game Boy Advance games, as well as one Game Boy Color game that snuck in the lot. This is what he initially approached me with, and eventually it kind of like spiraled into me being like, hey, you have any other retro games? N64, GameCube got in there as well. So starting off with the GBA stuff here, in no particular order, a lot of Mario games. And for those new to the channel, my Game Boy Advance collection it's starting to get there, especially now after buying all of this, but I really didn't have that many GBA games complete in box before. I had some loose cartridges from when I was a kid. I bought my roommate's collection a couple years ago, so I had some stuff. Like I have some loose Pokemon carts, but in terms of complete in box Nintendo GBA stuff, I really didn't have like anything. So very excited about these, very excited to start doing videos on these. I'll probably do a whole separate video just on GBA, to be completely honest, as well as a couple other things, because there's just so much to dive into here and really talk about. But anyway, without further ado, I'll shut up and start showing you the stuff. So first up, we have this beautiful complete copy of Mario Golf Advanced Tour. I have not played any of the handheld Mario sports games, or I shouldn't say that. I haven't played any of the RPGs, basically, from the Game Boy Color and the GBA, but I've heard these are really unique. You don't actually play as Mario, you play as these weird anime kids down here. Already threw this one in a protector. This one goes for about like $80 complete, I think. So very happy to have this. This is one I'm like actually like, I want to play this like soon. Like I'm really itching to play a Mario Golf game. And I've never played this one. In fact, to be honest, I grew up with GBA and DS kind of at the same time, but I don't like think about a lot of the GBA lineup. So when I saw this Mario Golf game, I was like, oh yeah, right, that there is a Mario Golf game on GBA. Like somehow I had just completely forgotten about it over the years. But then we also have Mario Tennis Power Tour, a similar thing there where I had like completely forgotten that this exists. I'm not sure how much the RPG elements really play in with this one, but this one is very clean as well. Got the anime characters on the back there. Definitely excited to check out this. Mario Sports, I've learned over the years, I actually really like. Like, I really like tennis games and golf games, specifically in the Mario universe. Although, honestly, I was thinking about trying out that, like, 2K Power Tennis or whatever that came out on PS5 this year. Just, like, I think I kind of just like sports games. I don't watch sports, but I don't know. Sports games, kind of fun. So yeah, a really cool duo of Mario sports games to add to the collection. But that is not it for Mario, no sirree, because this man loved his Mario GBA games. In fact, every GBA game here is a Mario game. So I asked him if he had any other stuff for GBA, and he was like, no. So I was like, okay. Man didn't play Zelda on GBA. Man did not play Metroid or even like Final Fantasy I was asking him about. Just a ton of Mario. But then I knocked out an entire subsection of the GBA collection here with every Mario Advance game. So this one's a little bit more beat up, as you can tell with the box, but Super Mario Advance, I never had this one. I think this is the one I was missing growing up. Even the front of the box kind of has a little bit of wear in that corner, as you can see. Most of these games are complete, like they have everything in there. Some of them are missing like the white cardboard inserts. One of them is missing the manual for another console, which we'll get to. But overall, most of them are in like really good condition, especially for the price I was paying. Like, I can't complain about that little crease right there. Let's be honest. And then we get into some of the games I actually grew up with playing on my GBA. So really kind of surreal to have Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2 here. Of course, has the Link support. And yeah, very, very cool. This is how I played Mario World for the very first time, so happy to have this in the collection. As well as Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. This was the first way I played Yoshi's Island. So yeah, it's just very, like, almost surreal to have these games again, because I didn't even have them loose. I sold all my cartridges years ago to GameStop, or like maybe a half-price books or something. So to have them all, not only at all, but also to have them all complete is very cool. And then, of course, the final Super Mario Advance game, Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3, one of the best titles Nintendo has ever done. And it's all in there. In fact, I'll actually pop this one open. I wasn't sure exactly like what was coming with all of this stuff. I didn't get a chance to like look at everything like really closely when I bought it. So I was very happy to find that, if I can open this without possibly damaging it at all, this actually does include something that I was a little worried it wouldn't have, but it does have the e-reader cards. In fact, they're still sealed. So yeah, that's just really awesome. I actually have an e-reader I found at a Goodwill a couple years back, so excited to try out the e-reader levels. I've actually never played them. I know you could play them on Wii U, and I think on Switch Online, but I've never played them. And yeah, just to give you an idea of the condition, like, I mean, literally all the inserts are in here. A little Nintendo Power Offer, the manuals. So yeah, pretty much every game is in that condition. In fact, this isn't a great example. This one, of course, is cartridge here, but a lot of them actually still have the plastic that the cartridge like would come in. In fact, here, I'll just go ahead and open one up and show you. So if we take a quick look at Mario Power Tennis here, for example, as you can see, it's still like in the actual plastic. Like, this man took really good care of his stuff, which I really appreciate, because yeah, I'm excited to play these, maybe throw it into the Game Boy a couple times, but I'm not going to be like constantly getting this out. So to have it like basically in like new condition is very, very cool. And then rounding out the Mario GBA games was this copy of Mario Kart Super Circuit. I would say this is the worst condition one of the bunch. It looks like maybe some residue got there. Maybe it was just a sticker seal or something from when he bought it new. But, I mean, honestly, I don't like Super Circuit that much. Of course, I gotta have it for the collection. But yeah, Super Circuit is probably my least favorite Mario Kart game. I really, really don't like this game that much. But I'm not complaining. I have it in my collection now, and that is very cool. And then the final Game Boy game here is actually a Game Boy Color game. It is Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, but as you can see, it's pretty damaged. This is one of the worst condition games in the buyout. Not complaining too much. I'll keep this for now. Eventually, if I find a good deal for a better condition copy, I'll trade it out, I'll upgrade it, I'll sell this copy. But for now, just having it on the shelf, I'll put this in a protector, and that'll be pretty nice. In fact, I haven't actually opened this one up, so let's see the condition of this bad boy. I don't think I do. Do I have any? I don't think I have any Game Boy Color games, actually, in box. Until now, so very cool. Yeah, here we go. This is real-time reaction, opening this for the very first time. Got the cartridge, as well as all the inserts. I think I actually have an extra manual for this somewhere. I don't know why. Now, I said that was all the GBA games. However, this kind of came out later. Like, I was buying all these games at first, and then he was like, okay, are you interested in any consoles? And I was like, yes. Let me see the condition. I already have a lot of GBAs. I have a lot of these other consoles. I don't have them in the box, and honestly, a lot of them are not in the best condition. And obviously, this guy took care of his stuff. So here we have a complete in-box Game Boy Advance, the original launch model. I believe this was a launch model, right? Just so cool to have this. As someone, I was born in 2000 for those that are new, so I'm turning 24 here very soon. I grew up with GBA, but I was not there for GBA. Like, I do not remember the launch of the GBA at all. I remember getting a Game Boy Advance SP at Kmart with my grandma, got the red one, and my sister got the silver one, I believe, but I wasn't, like, there. So a lot of this packaging, like, isn't really nostalgic for me, I'll be honest. However, like, I can feel it. I can feel the nostalgia, even though I didn't really grow up with this specifically, if that makes sense. I don't know if I don't know if I'm making sense here. Just kind of giddy to be looking at all of this stuff. I love the old, like, consoles don't really market games on the back of them anymore, do they? Like, I don't know, like, the Switch doesn't have any games on the back of it, but here we have Yoshi's Island, Link to the Past, Metroid Fusion, and Golden Sun all being marketed. I'm not going to open this up right now. I'm going to do a separate video talking about, like, buying a new Game Boy Advance in 2024 in a couple weeks, and just kind of talk about my current GBA obsession. And I'll probably do similar videos for all the other consoles that are in this a lot, just to kind of eke more out of it, to be honest, and really go more in depth with my thoughts. But that is it for Game Boy Advance. Very cool stuff right there. That already, like, man, I'm geeking out. Like, I mentioned it in my pickups video a couple days ago that a lot more Game Boy Advance games were going to be in the next pickups video. Well, that's the first wave. And trust me, I'm going to be honest. There's more. There's more in the next pickups video. Next up, we have another complete in-box console that I did not own, and I especially didn't have this color. He had some DS games, but I decided not to buy them. Even though it would have been a very good price, I realistically could have flipped them if I wanted to. I already had it, so it was like stuff like Mario 64 DS and Diddy Kong Racing. I already have those games. I figured if he wants us to go to a real collector that's really going to kind of cherish these items that he grew up with, I'll let it go to another person that will hopefully buy them and just, you know, actually own them and play them. But I got a complete in-box Nintendo DS, a launch model Nintendo DS, which is really cool. Once again, not going to open this. I think a video going more in depth on DS stuff would be a lot of fun. But yeah, this does include the Metroid Prime Hunter's First Hunt demo, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I already checked it out. It's in pretty good condition. I'm really excited about this, even though the launch model DS isn't very good. Here's a game that I played growing up on the Wii. This is the only Wii item in this entire bundle. I don't know if he didn't have his Wii anymore. I would have probably bought it if he did, just to have a complete in-box Wii in the collection. He did have a copy of Mario Kart Wii, but I already had that, so I passed on that. But we have the big box with the Gold Classic Controller Pro for GoldenEye 007. I remember playing this game online with my friends back in like 2011, 2012. A lot of fun there. So yeah, this does have the controller, the game. I didn't have the game at all. So yeah, this was really cool to get back in the collection. Also, the Gold Classic Controller. Growing up, I bought the Skyward Sword bundle that included the Gold Wiimotes, and I remember distinctly selling that Wiimote to GameStop for like $10. One of my biggest regrets. I really need to replace that. This is kind of dusty. Some of this stuff does need wiped up. I assume it was all sitting in like an attic or a garage or something. So yeah, I need to clean up some of this stuff. But it also has the game in here as well. I don't know if you can like find custom servers for this game. I don't know if it would have that kind of community, but here is the game itself, which is pretty cool to add back to the collection. He did have a few NES games in box, as well as I think like a loose Mario Paint cartridge or something. I passed on the Mario Paint. If I'm gonna buy something, at this point I'm just gonna try to get it complete. But these aren't in that great of shape. In fact, honestly, I kind of like almost regret paying for them, but at the same time I got such a good deal. I mean, I really can't complain. If I wanted to sell these and trade up for a better condition copy like the Mario Bros Deluxe on Game Boy Color, I probably could do that. But here we have a copy of Mario Bros 2. As you can see, yeah, this thing definitely has seen better days. It's not too bad though. Like if I wanted to put it on the shelf, it could be worse. In fact, I haven't actually opened this up. I don't have many complete NES games. I have like a Captain America game my girlfriend's dad like gave me, as well as Dr. Mario for NES complete in box that my girlfriend actually got me for my birthday. So NES and in general, retro collecting just isn't something I've really focused on because I've been so busy catching up on like Switch and 3DS and Wii U. That's like what I grew up with, and well, not really grew up with, but you know what I mean? Like those are like more my formative years, so I've been trying to really pad out those collections and get all the games I want for those. But now that I'm getting to a point with those that I have a lot of the games that I want, it's really cool and really exciting to go back to a lot of this retro stuff that I obviously didn't really grow up with. So I don't know if this is fully complete. I don't know what all this would have come with. I imagine it probably came with more, but we have the game as well as the manual here, and it looks like it's just like a styrofoam block at the bottom of that. I don't know if that's normal for an NES game. I don't know. I feel like there should be like a Nintendo Power insert here or something. But maybe not. Maybe that's just a complete copy of Mario Bros. 2. I don't really know. But you can't have Mario 2 without Mario 3, so we have a copy of that as well. This is in a little bit of better condition, although for some reason the bottom here is all sorts of taped up. I don't really know what's going on with that. I do have both these games cartridge only. We found them at a Goodwill like a year or two ago. I might have shown them on the other channel. But opening up this copy of this game, I did not realize. So while the box might be in a little bit better condition than the Mario 2 one, the manual for this game I've never seen a worse condition manual for anything in my life, I don't think. This thing, they tried taping it up. It's gone, man. They should have just accepted it. That's fine. These two weren't games I was particularly excited about anyway, so I'll put them on the shelf for now until I can get a better condition copy of both of them. But until then, it's fine. These are fine. I probably paid like, what, like 15, 20 bucks each one of them. That's okay. Next up, we have a few GameCube games, as well as one Wii game. I misspoke. I realized I do have this game. However, I had a player's or a Nintendo Selects version, and I also was missing the manual, so I was like, okay, I'll buy that from you. A very clean copy of Super Paper Mario here for the Nintendo Wii. Yeah, mine was like really not in good shape, but this has like a great condition disc and everything. Everything here, you know, some of the discs I've checked like have some smudges on them, but for the most part, everything is in like really good condition. Speaking of really good condition stuff, these GameCube games, so nothing crazy here. In fact, one of them I kind of already had, so starting off, we had Resident Evil 4, which I did not own for GameCube. I have Resident Evil 0, 1, and 3, so I just need to get 2, and I think, Code Veronica to complete my Resident Evil GameCube set, but Resident Evil 4, obviously, a very great game, and cool to have on GameCube. Of course, these are the 2-disc games. A lot of the Resident Evils were 2-disc on GameCube. Got scared there for a second, but it does have the manual. This next one is the game I kind of already had. However, it is like a variant of a game. So I was like, you know what? I'll get that too. Mario Kart Double Dash, but it includes that beautiful bonus disc. So I could not say no to that. Also, my copy of Double Dash came from a Goodwill, and I'm not sure if it even works, honestly. I've never tested it. So to get a clean, good condition copy of Double Dash with the manual, with the bonus disc, all those demos on there. Very cool. I'm actually sure what demos are even on that thing, so I'll be curious to check that out sometime. That might be a fun video, honestly, just like going through some of the old GameCube demos on that disc. And then the final of our 3 GameCube games, fellas, if you follow me for a long time, you know I say this all the time. Luigi's Mansion, one of my favorite games of all time. I didn't own it. I did not own Luigi's Mansion. One of my biggest collection sins was not owning Luigi's Mansion. One of my favorite games ever. I have it on 3DS when I was going for all the 3DS games that I needed. But because I haven't really been collecting for GameCube, honestly, getting Luigi's Mansion just hasn't really been that high of a priority. I haven't had a GameCube set up in my living space. So, yeah, here's a very clean copy of Luigi's Mansion for the Nintendo GameCube. So happy he had this. Like, honestly, even though this isn't like the most expensive GameCube game, I'm happy he had this over even something like, I don't know, like Path of Radiance, I guess. Like, I'm just happy to finally have this. No more excuses, man. I just kept like not buying it. So yeah, really happy to have this. Of course, all the goodness is in there, and I'm excited to actually play this again on actual hardware. I've played it through emulators over the years. I've played it on 3DS, of course, and I played it on GameCube growing up. But once again, at some point, stupid little child Bo who needed money to buy, I don't know, like Poke Park Wii or something, sold Luigi's Mansion for GameCube for probably $5 to GameStop. But no longer can I say I don't own my favorite game of all time. We do have one SNES game here. Normally, I don't collect like the Player's Choice or that kind of thing, but hey, you know what? For something like this, it doesn't really matter in my opinion. But here we have a Player's Choice version of Tetris and Dr. Mario. In fact, I have not opened this one up, so let's take a look at what's inside. Looks like the white cardboard might be a little damaged, but opening it up, we do have the Nintendo Power Issue 100 little SpaghettiOs can. A little paper has a little dent in it, that's fine. As well as all the other inserts, the manual, and look at that, man. It even has the original plastic, which is just so awesome to me. I don't know, as someone like, I'm not gonna pop this into an SNES anytime soon. Realistically, this is going to sit on the shelf in a protector and look all pretty. But the fact that it has that plastic, like most people did not they didn't keep that stuff, man. So for this man to have the insight to keep it back in the 90s is very, very impressive to me. Back to the consoles for a moment before we get to our final big batch of Nintendo 64 games. I did get a complete in box Platinum GameCube. Super happy about this. I was trying to figure out how much this is worth. I don't know. When you go on eBay, there's some that are selling for like 100, but I think those are Japanese or something. But then I saw price charting had it like 300 bucks. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I did check. I don't know if it's DOL 001 or what, but it does have the other port on the back, so you can use like the fancy Carby and the GCN HD adapters. So this is gonna be my new GameCube. Like, I have a really cruddy GameCube that I'm honestly not even sure works. This is going to be plugged in very soon, and like I said, for the DS and GBA, I will be doing a full video on this bad boy, which yeah, really really cool to have this in the collection complete in box. It does have the wrong color controller. It has a black controller in there. However, that is fine, because also included was something pretty expensive that is really cool to have, a silver Wavebird. And I wasn't sure if it was going to include this, but it does have the little dongle, which if you go on eBay is very expensive. I haven't tested to see if this works, but I assume it does. And I've actually never used the Wavebird. Growing up, I had like, of course, like the stock black and the stock purple GameCube controllers and some like GameStop cruddy third-party ones. Never had a Wavebird, so I'm excited to see how this thing actually works. Now, this next thing was really exciting. If you have a GameCube, you have a Wavebird, there's one other thing you need, and that is the GameCube Game Boy player. I had this growing up, and at some point I sold it. I think it was around the time I was moving out on my parents for the first time, so I just needed money. These things are pretty pricey. I believe you can get these for like, I don't know, maybe $100. So I need to test this and make sure it works, but based on the condition of everything else, I assume it does. But more importantly, the thing I was even more excited about was it included the Game Boy Player startup disc. Specifically, what excited me was the fact that it had the slipcover. I, growing up, had it like this. I just had a loose one in this case, which is like weirdly small. I think it's the size of the Japanese GameCube games. So I had this, but I had never even, I don't think I had ever even seen the little slipcover for this, which is just so cool to have. And of course, with all those GBA games that I've added to the collection, as well as some other stuff that I'm very excited to show in a future pickups video, yeah, a lot of Game Boy Advance play-ins about to be happening in this household. So yeah, like the complete starter kit for GameCube has been purchased in this bundle, and I could not be more excited about that. Now, we do have one final console to show. I would say this is probably the least exciting, honestly. I think it's probably the cheapest of the bunch. However, once again, it is something that I actually owned. I actually bought this console, not one release day, but like a week after release, and I do have this color of this handheld, but it's a European model that my game store had for some reason. It's not my original launch model. My original launch model, unfortunately, broke when I was a kid because I was too rough on it, and I certainly don't have the box for this anymore. So to get a complete in-box version of my original launch 3DS is very cool. Once again, might do a separate video just on like buying essentially a new 3DS in 2024. Maybe I'll wait until 2025 on that one, but yeah, this is super sick, very nostalgic for me. I was 10 years old when the 3DS came out in March of 2011, and having this big old hefty box again is really exciting. It's funny, out of all these systems, the DS, the GBA, I guess GameCube you can't really compare, but out of the handhelds, the 3DS box actually is the biggest. It's the heaviest. It has that big old hefty manual in there. But yeah, really happy to have this. All right, enough playing around though. We have what I would say is the final portion of this massive collection buyout, and by my count, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 complete in box Nintendo 64 games. One of them actually is not complete, but I am not complaining. Once again, for the price I paid, I could not be happier to add these to the collection. So we'll go through these one by one, kind of slowly. He did not have a Nintendo 64. I guess maybe he sold that at some point, or maybe he decided to keep it. But he sold all the games, so I would have been through the freaking roof if he sold me a complete in box in 64. But can't be too upset. So starting off, we have some Mario Sports games, of course, on the Nintendo 64. Mario Golf. This one's not too pricey. I saw it going for like maybe 60, 70 bucks complete. But yeah, in fact, actually, before doing this buyout, I did not have a single complete in box Nintendo 64 game. I had a few NES. I had a couple SNES. I bought F-Zero last year. I have Super Mario Kart already. I did not have any N64 games. So I now can say I have one game from every Nintendo console, which is kind of cool as a new collector, as I say with my gigantic Switch collection behind me. Then, of course, more Mario Sports, Mario Tennis. These ones, not as good condition overall, I would say, as the GBA stuff, but I'm really not complaining at all. So yeah, excited to play through these. I haven't played either of these Mario Sports games. Once again, I had an N64 growing up, but it was one of those things where, like, it was my brother's, and I played it when I was, like, 7 years old, when the GameCube was already out. So my experience with N64 really boils down to what we had, which was Mario 64. It was Banjo-Kazooie. It was GoldenEye. It was DK64. It was Perfect Dark, stuff like that. So a lot of the stuff I honestly haven't played, or if I have played it, I've played it very little through Virtual Console. This next game is a great example of that. I've played this a little bit on Wii U Virtual Console, but I really haven't put much time into it, although honestly I'm not sure how much I really want to. A complete copy of Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 64. This one, I would say, is maybe the worst condition of this first initial batch of Mario games here. A little bit more crushed, but I mean, man, this is so cool to have. I think I can handle a little crease on the logo there. All right, this next one I think is the probably best game in the entire lot. Very, very happy about this. This is one of my favorite Nintendo 64 games. Didn't play it growing up, but I played it through Switch Online a couple years ago, and it's my favorite game in this series, and I actually now have the entire series. Paper Mario. This is, I think, the most expensive game in this entire collection, and it is in very, very good condition. In fact, I haven't actually checked to make sure that there's a manual in here, so I'm going to do that really quick because now I'm scared, and I've scared myself that there's no manual in here. We haven't gotten to the game that I know for sure doesn't have a manual yet, at least according to him. I did buy a manual for it off of eBay, but we'll get there when we get there. So let me just open this up very carefully. Oh god, I am bending the cardboard. I hate opening opening stuff like this because I'm so scared of like creasing it more than it already is. But yeah, here we have the manual for Paper Mario, as well as just the cartridge. So I'm not sure if there was something else entirely here, or if I'm missing something. I don't know. I guess I was supposed to open it from the other way, but there is a cartridge in there. It is your choice to believe whether or not it is Paper Mario or not. I'm choosing to believe it is. A few less exciting games that I don't necessarily care too much about, but it was in the buyout. I'm going to get them, of course. Although, honestly, I have nothing against this franchise. It's a cool franchise. We have Turok 1. Once again, one of the worst conditioned ones from this entire thing, I would say. But Turok is pretty cool to get to complete on the Nintendo 64, as well as Turok 2. So I have both Turok games on N64, I guess. There's another one, right? There's Turok 3 on N64 as well, right? Seeds of Evil or something? Or no, that's... It's literally staring me right in the face. What's the third one called? I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, Turok 2, Seeds of Evil, completes on N64. Once again, kind of a damaged box, but that's fine. And then final, not as interesting, Nintendo 64 game. I was surprised he didn't have the GoldenEye. I would have loved if he had GoldenEye, because I obviously grew up with that game. But 007, The World Is Not Enough. This is the blue cartridge version. I don't know if there's actually really a difference, but it's a blue cartridge, which is always cool. I always wonder why N64 games have different colored cartridges. Another one I grew up with was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I would love to get that one complete. That'd be really cool. And then final two Nintendo 64 games here. First up, this one's not in a protector, so actually we'll open it up and kind of take a look at it. Mario Party, the first one in the series. I've actually never played this one, so definitely excited to check out this. Pretty good condition box. There's like a little indent in the top corners there, but it's fine. For a game from, what, 1997 probably, I'm fine with that. But let's actually open this one up. I'm kind of curious what is in here to make sure it's all nice and complete. Of course, we have the cartridge. Very cool indeed. As well as what I assume is all of the booklets. So the manual, this little Nintendo Power ad, as well as just like the little information consumer pamphlet. This box does have a little bit of a rip right here, if you can see that, but that's okay. It's also actually missing the cardboard insert as well, so I might swap that from like Turok or something, because I'd rather Mario Party 1 be complete than Turok. And then the final game for this video, this is the one that is missing a manual, though I did order one for like $8 off of eBay. Mario Party 2, very cool. I always love this box art with Cowboy Mario and like Wizard DK, Pirate Yoshi. This is a very fun box art. I would say this is one of the most iconic box arts in the Mario Party series, in my humble opinion. But this one is in pretty good condition, except for the barcode back there. Looks like a sticker got ripped off or something happened there. But yeah, Mario Party 2. So I'm only missing Mario Party 3 now for the N64. And then I'm missing some of the weird stuff like Mario Party E would be really cool to get, as well as Mario Party 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'm missing all of those. I think I might have a disc-only copy of Mario Party 4, but I need to upgrade that. So that is going to do it for today's pickups video. A little different, just one person's collection. I normally don't do buyouts like this, but this person approached me and I was like, hey, I'm trying to sell this stuff. I need money fast. Like, I was like, okay. Obviously, it's unfortunate when people need to sell their collection like that, but he seemed cool with it. He seemed happy that it was going to another collector and another actual gamer, not someone who's just going to, throw it online. So yeah, I was happy to buy this. I was very happy to get a good deal on all of this stuff. A lot of money to spend up front for me. I mean, normally, even for my standards, like, I buy a lot of games, but $1,000 or so, like a little bit more than that actually, all at once, that's a lot. But when it's such a good deal, I couldn't really resist. I know Paper Mario alone is like a $200 game. Of course, all the inbox consoles. I didn't really have like a showpiece GameCube to put on a shelf and like actually use, so to get a nice quality GameCube is really cool. And it's also just a lot of fun stuff I can do videos on. Like I was saying, I'll probably do videos on each individual console and games and why I bought it and like why I'm excited to own it, like that kind of thing. So I think that's really exciting. I'll definitely be doing that for GBA, DS, and GameCube anyway. I've done so much 3DS stuff. I don't know if I really need to do another one, because I think earlier this year, maybe last year, I did one on why I bought a 2DS in 2023, I want to say, so maybe I won't do that, but the other ones I'm very excited about, especially GBA. GBA is like living rent-free in my head right now, because I'm getting so nostalgic about all these GBA games. I'm buying new stuff I never played before, stuff I had never even heard of before, so I'm really excited about the GBA, and I'm really excited about this buyout as a whole. I got some really great GameCube games, really great N64 games, great Wii stuff. Yeah, I'm jazzed. I don't use that term often. I'm jazzed about this buyout. So let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. What do you think of these pickups? And of course, as always, when I do these pickups videos, let me know what you have been adding to your collection recently. I don't know if I'm going to call this like a pickups video necessarily, though. This is kind of a separate thing. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out in post, but let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Of course, subscribe here for more Nintendo collecting videos, as always. That is what I mostly do here. I do branch out a little bit, but until next time, folks, of course, subscribe, follow me on Twitter at BoTalksGames, and follow my other YouTube channel, BoTalksGames, for my Nintendo news coverage. Peace. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. It's Amiibo here with another pickups video. Now, I know what you might be thinking, Bo, you just did a pickups video. In fact, you also just did that video showing off a huge buyout of cool GameCube games, N64 games, Game Boy Advance games. Yes, go check out that video. However, in all honesty with you fellas, I have been holding on to a lot of stuff for quite a while because I didn't make a pickups video on my other channel before launching this for quite some time. So to be real with you, I have a lot of stuff just kind of sitting and waiting, but I don't want to make like an hour-long video showing off pickups. So some of the stuff I'm about to show you that I've picked up, I've had for well over a month, but I just don't want to put it all into one video at the launch of this new channel, especially since it is a new channel. I want to have some more content that's easy to make, which is what these pickups videos are. So without further ado, let's get into my pickups here. As always, some Switch stuff, some DS stuff, really bulking out the DS collection lately, some new Amiibo reprints that came in, just some exciting stuff, as well as some Goodwill finds. I don't know if I showed any in the last video, but I have a little stack of some miscellaneous games me and my girlfriend have found at Goodwill over the past few weeks, so I wanted to show you that as well. But starting off with the Nintendo Switch stack, as you know, I collect for Nintendo Switch quite heavily here, if you are new. So nothing crazy this month for regular Switch games. First up, picked up a sealed copy of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I bought this like right after they announced the Investigations collection because I like Ace Attorney and I want to play through all these games. I've not played these. I've not played Investigation, so I have quite a bit to get through. I did pick up the Apollo Justice collection as well. I need to get through all those. But with the new collection coming out, I figured I should go ahead and pick up this this collection, which came out back in, I want to say 2021. I think I bought this off of eBay or maybe even Mercari for like 20 bucks, brand new. This next thing is a Woot purchase. So Amazon has this like weird sub website called Woot where they do a bunch of clearance games. I think this was 20 bucks as well. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I heard really good things about this game when it first came out, and it was always peculiar to me that it even came out on Switch. I think the Switch port came out like, it was way after the PS4 and like PC versions, I'm pretty sure, but this is a medieval fantasy game. So yeah, I've heard really cool things about this game and I wanted to check it out. Also, like, Western third-party stuff on Switch interests me a lot. While I mostly play Japanese games, whenever there's like a big budget AAA game that gets ported to Switch from PS4 or even PS5, I'm always very intrigued by like, how's that gonna run on Switch? So that one interested me. But also I got another medieval fantasy game on Switch. This is one I've been meaning to buy for a long time. I think I might own it digitally, honestly. I feel like I've played this on Switch in the past. It came out back in 2017. Of course, it was in the Nintendo Switch reveal trailer, but I finally picked up a physical copy of the Skyrim on Switch. I was going to say the Skyrim Special Edition, but no, this is just plain old, regular old Skyrim. There is like a GameStop variant of this game I've learned, which is like a little bit more pricey. It's like a white cover, which is interesting. But yeah, I want to have all the Bethesda games. I like Bethesda published. I'm not a huge fan of Bethesda games, the studio, but a lot of the stuff they've published, like Doom and all that, Wolfenstein, I love those games. So I've been going for a publisher set for Bethesda. I think I'm only missing Wolfenstein 2 now, which they actually just announced at LRG 3 that they're going to do a new printing of that game where the game is complete on cartridge. So I'll be picking up that through LRG, and then I think I have every other Bethesda game that's come out on Switch. There really hasn't been that much. Now, these next 4 games I got in a bundle on eBay. In fact, it was actually 5 games for $100. I already had one of them, so I sold my sealed copy because I don't really care about having it sealed, and I kept the used copy, although I already put it on the shelf. I don't know why they listed it so cheap. I don't know if they were just trying to make a quick sale, but I saw it, I snagged it immediately. They had every Romancing Saga game listed complete on Switch, which this is the bulk of what I was missing. There's a hair there. This is the bulk of what I was missing for my Square Enix set. They did just release the physical version of Saga Emerald Beyond, so I need to pre-order that or order that from Play Asia. But we have Romancing Saga 3, as well as Saga Scarlet Grace, Romancing Saga 2, and then finally Romancing Saga Minstrel Song Remastered. So very cool, very good deal. I mentioned in the last pickups video that I got a really good deal on like some Pokemon spinoffs. This was a similar thing where I was just scrolling eBay. I saw it pop up for $100 for those 5 games, including Saga Frontier, of course. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy that. So I paid $100 for the 5 games. Then I think I sold my copy of Saga Frontier for like $30 on Mercari or something like that, which Mercari has no fees now for sellers, which is crazy. So that was like $30 real, no weird strings attached. So basically $70 for these 4 games. So definitely happy with that. I need to get Saga Emerald Beyond. I think I'm missing Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon for Switch. And I don't have Octopath 2, actually. I'm missing Octopath 2, so I need to pick up that. I'm hoping it goes down to like $20. But other than that, I think I have every Square Enix game on Switch, which is exciting. And Romancing Saga is a series I truthfully don't have much experience with. I played a little bit of Final Fantasy A Legend on the Game Boy because they had the collection of Saga that came out on Switch a few years back. I wish that got a physical release. But with the upcoming Romancing Saga 2 remake coming that looks really freaking good, I want to give this series more of a fair shake. Now, usually with Square Enix's Play Asia releases, or their Chinese releases, Asian releases, whatever you want to call these, that release through Play Asia, usually they're just completely English. Romancing Saga has been very inconsistent. In fact, it looks like 2 of these were published by Arc System Works. So one of these, or actually I guess 2 of them, as you can see, have Chinese on the spine. Normally, these Play Asia Square Enix copies do have full English. So like Minstrel Song here doesn't have an ESRB and it's fully English, and that looks all clean and nice. But then something like Saga, Romancing Saga 2 does have the 12+ rating there, published by Arc System Works, and then yeah, it's Chinese, which is weird. I don't really mind that much. It's not going to go with my imports. I'm just going to put it with the rest of the Saga games in the proper spot at the R. But yeah, cool to have these in the collection. Happy to almost complete the set. I need to get the Saga Emerald Beyond, like I mentioned. But yeah, very happy to have these. Now that's actually it for my regular standard size Switch games. However, there are a couple more things here. First up, saw this pop up for like $25. I want to get all 3 of these. I already have the one that for Breath of the Wild. They did one for Mario Odyssey as well, but I got the Splatoon 2 Starter Edition, which if you don't know, Nintendo back in 2017, I think around Christmas, re-released Odyssey, or maybe it would have been 2018. They re-released Odyssey, Splatoon 2, and Breath of the Wild in these like big cardboard boxes with a little manual or like a little guide. I think for Odyssey, it's like the Traveler's Guide Edition. That's the one I'm missing. But yeah, it's just like this cool little Splatoon strategy guide, and it's just a little strategy guide showing you some of the weapons and stuff, which is pretty cool. Since they only did 3 of these, I figured it'd be a fun little set to go for. It also has some stickers, which is cool. Obviously, these are gonna stay on their little sheet there. It's a neat little thing they did for those 3 games. I don't really know why they didn't continue doing it. These didn't cost more than the regular editions. Like, they were the same price, so maybe they just figured, there's no point. We're losing money. We can still sell Breath of the Wild by itself with no booklet for $60. There's no point in including a booklet with it for free. So maybe that's why they stopped doing it. But yeah, I still need to get the Mario Odyssey one, but I figured these were a pretty cool little thing to go for. And then, of course, we have our new release for July. I recorded and posted the other video like right after it came out, so I didn't get to show it because my copies had not come in the mail yet, but we have Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. This is the US copy, and if you missed it, a few weeks ago, I posted a video showing off the Japanese edition as well, so I got both of them. Now, the cool thing about the Japanese edition is that it comes with the Famicom controllers, so those are in here. But since I was making an Amazon Japan order, I had to pay the shipping anyway. I did go ahead and pick up an extra pair of these. These ones are going to stay in here because they look so nice on display. So yeah, Nintendo World Championships, very cool. I don't know if I'm going to do a review of it. I actually really enjoy it. I like NES games a lot. I grew up with a lot of NES games through GBA, through the NES Classic series. So I'm very nostalgic for like Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Donkey Kong, Mario 1. Like, I love these games quite a bit. So Nintendo World Championships, even though I was kind of hating on it when it was announced over on my other channel, it's a very low budget release, but since I like NES games so much, it's a lot of fun just doing these challenges, even though some games don't hold up very well. Like, I think Kirby's Adventure really is not that fun to play, has a lot of slowdown, but I don't know, I like NES stuff, and these are pretty cool special editions. Definitely go check out my video comparing the US versus Japanese version, and then, yeah, getting the Famicom controllers, my first time ever holding an original Famicom controller, or, you know, as close to it as I will get, realistically, anytime soon, with these Switch versions, was pretty cool. But before that, wind it back, since we're talking about controllers, I will show off this. I got this when I visited Nintendo of America back in, I want to say July. They have a little store in there. If you know someone that can get you in, you can go in. So I picked up this little Genesis controller. I didn't have it. It was the only Nintendo Switch Online controller I was missing. So I decided, you know what? I might as well go ahead and buy this. And that's still sealed, by the way. I haven't had a reason to play a Genesis game, but when I do, I'll be able to whip out the old Genesis controller, which is pretty cool. And I guess now is a pretty good time to go ahead and show off the 4 Amiibo that I picked up this month. Nintendo's been very, very good about reprinting Amiibo recently. I got a comment recently on my other pickups video saying, hey, are you going to do an Amiibo collection tour? I will be doing that soon because while they've been reprinting all these Amiibo, I keep forgetting to show them in pickups videos, but no more. I'm finally going to start showing these as they come in. But the same day that Nintendo World Championships came out, they reprinted Daisy as well as Peach. Didn't have either of these from the Smash set. And then I think it might have been at the same time. I believe these were GameStop exclusive. We got Ness, of course, from Earthbound. Very cool. As well as, most importantly, in my opinion, Mr. Game & Watch, which has the extra standees. If you're new here, I had all these when I was younger, but I sold a lot of them when I first moved out because I needed money. So very happy to have this one again, especially. I think this might be the first time they've ever released Mr. Game & Watch by himself in America. Correct me if I'm wrong, because originally he was in the 3-pack with Duck Hunt and Rob. So I don't know if he was ever released standalone in America. So kind of neat that they finally did that. But yeah, I'll definitely be doing an Amiibo collection soon because as they've been restocking them, like feverishly over the past couple months, I have been picking them up as I can. The only one I've missed that they restocked was Cloud Player 2, I think. That went up while I was asleep or something, and I missed that. So I might just need to, you know, bite the bullet and buy that on eBay. But otherwise, I've been able to keep up, and it's been really nice rebuilding that collection that I sold when I was younger. So yeah, definitely expect an Amiibo collection tour very soon. Now, next up, we're going to go through some thrifted finds. Nothing crazy here, but there are a few exciting things, and people always say, like, oh, do you still go to the bins? Do you still find stuff thrifting? Yes, nowhere near as good as it used to be. The Goodwill near me, I guess they finally wised up, and they're actually doing Shop Goodwill the way they're supposed to. I've seen in their back room, I've seen stacks of GameCube games and PS1 games and stuff, which really hurts to see, but every once in a while, things will slip through the crack. I guess cheaper games they just don't care about. So a lot of random cheaper stuff here, but kind of fun shovelware. First up, a couple of Nintendo DS games. Normally we don't find DS games. If we do, we find just the case and they're empty. But some licensed games here. Shrek Forever After. Gotta be honest, pretty hyped for Shrek 5. As well as DreamWorks Superstar Carts, although this one is very water damaged, as you can see. Now, the reason I buy all these is because they are so cheap. I buy them at a Goodwill bins, which is where you pay by the pound. Very cheap. These probably all cost me like, I don't know, maybe $5 for this entire stack that we're going through right now of thrifted games, but probably like 50 cents per, which is obviously way too cheap to pass up. Here we have Cars for Nintendo DS. I'm actually curious to check this one out. I loved Cars growing up. Then we have a PSP game. Once again, very rare to find PSP games. Benton, Protector of Earth. I think it's probably missing the manual, and it is, but also the UMD was not in there properly. Here's a PS2 game I hadn't seen before, Myst 3 Exile. This game's absolutely worthless, but I did not have it, so of course I picked it up. The only Xbox game here, this is kind of cool, it's Jet Set Radio Future with Sega GT 2002. I think this came with the console back in the day. It is broken, the case is broken, and unfortunately, because I was looking, I guess this is actually like worth like, I don't know, like 20 bucks maybe. This disc is pretty dang scratched. I was looking, so let me see here. I mean, it would probably play. Yeah, no, it would definitely play. I don't know why. I remember thinking like this was really scratched when I look at it. I mean, yeah, from certain angles, yeah, it's scratched, but like this would definitely work. So for like I said, like 50 cents from the bins, definitely worth it. Although this one does have a pretty thick manual, so weighs a little bit more. It's going to cost a little bit more, as you would expect. And then finally, 3 Wii games, one of which actually being pretty exciting. So first up, we have Monopoly for the Wii. Hype. This one's kind of interesting. Batman the Brave and the Bold, the video game. I haven't heard anybody talk about this game before. However, it was made by WayForward, my beloved. So I'll have to check this one out eventually. They were doing a lot of licensed games back then. A lot of them are hit or miss, like the Adventure Time games, but I'd be curious to check this one out. And then finally, a game I did not have for Wii, a first-party Nintendo game. Very happy to find this. It's like a $40 or $50 game. My girlfriend grabbed this one. Wii Party. Yeah, I did not own this game. So happy to have this, excited to try it out. Might not be in the best of condition, the little Club Nintendo thing there, as you can see, has a little rip in it, but for the bins, I cannot be too upset with that. In fact, let me check the disc condition on this. I haven't checked this one yet. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it's scratched. It's probably as scratched as the Jet Set Radio, but I'm not complaining, man. I could get this resurfaced, and that would be a pretty nice copy of Wii Party, which I don't want to spend $50 on because it's Wii Party. This is kind of a random pickup, but I saw it pop up on my Wii U game search, so I decided, you know what, I'll just go ahead and pick it up. It was $10, I think, free shipping. The Shakedown Hawaii slipcover. This is just the slipcover for the Wii U game. When VBlink put these up on their website, I, for some reason at the time, was like, oh, I don't need to spend the extra. I think it was $5, maybe $10 for the slipcover edition, and I was like, oh, I don't need that. I'll just get the standard copy. So I thought it was kind of serendipitous that this popped up for $10 free shipping on eBay or something like that. Maybe it was plus shipping. So I went ahead and picked this up, and inside they actually just had an empty case, I believe. Yeah, just an empty case. There's something in here though. It's a card. Oh, it's a code for the soundtrack. If you really want to redeem that, you can on Bandcamp. Next up, we have 2 3DS items. So this one I had a cartridge for. We found it at Goodwill, but I bought a case for it. It used to be pretty pricey. It's a licensed game, but it has come down in price quite a bit. I think I got the case for, I want to say $12 to $15 somewhere in there. But Gravity Falls, Legend of the Gnome Gimulets. I didn't grow up with Gravity Falls or anything. I'm not really too familiar with this show, but at one point this game was pushing like $60. So when we found it at the bins, the cartridge only was like 30 or 40. But it's come down quite a bit since then. So I was waiting. I was thinking maybe, oh, I sell the cartridge, buy the complete copy, make it a little bit cheaper myself. But eventually the case got cheap enough. So another cool 3DS game for the collection. But more importantly than that, someone posted a collector's edition I was missing without the game, which is good because I already had the game. And that is Bravely Default. So yeah, very exciting here to have this in the collection. It has everything except for the game. So I was like, yeah, that's a no-brainer. I think it was $40 free shipping, which shipping alone on this would be kind of high. And the fact that I already had a sealed copy of the game, so I was like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and buy that. And I have the collector's edition for Bravely Second, so I thought that was also kind of serendipitous. I was like, yeah, I might as well go ahead and pull the trigger on that. But now we're winding down. We have 4 Nintendo DS games and 2 Game Boy games, complete in box, of course, if you are following the channel now. Very handheld pilled, as always, but also specifically Game Boy and DS, especially Game Boy, though. I gotta be real. Game Boy, I've just been really jazzed about collecting, although it's definitely pricier, so not as much. So we'll do DS first. Starting off, I did have a cartridge for this. I bought it like a year or 2 ago for my roommate Kevin, but I bought a case and manual for The World Ends With You. This was going up in price, and I do have it on Switch, but I think if I were to play this, I would play it on DS. Like, this is very DS core. Like, I gotta play this on DS when I eventually do play it for the first time. Now, this next one popped up for a very good price. I think it was listed for $25, which was already a good deal, and then I offered $20 and they took it. I really wasn't expecting them to. Another game that used to be pretty pricey during COVID that I guess has come down quite a bit. One I've never played, Kirby Superstar Ultra. I've had so many people tell me this is like one of the best Kirby games, and I'm really excited to play this because I've never played Kirby Superstar. I don't know if I will believe that. I personally have my doubts that I will view this as the best Kirby game, but I'm excited to play this. The DS Kirby games are very hit or miss, but of course this is a remake of the SNES game. So yeah, this was really cool to add to the collection. Nice and complete. I was worried about condition because it was so cheap, but no, it's all good. I mean, can't really complain. And then these final two Nintendo DS games I got from the same seller over on eBay. He had them both listed separately. I was like, hey, if I buy them both together, can you give me like a little bundle deal? He was like, sure. I think I paid like $160, $170 for the lot of two, which isn't like a great price for what these are, especially one of them, which I'll talk about, but good overall. I'm definitely not complaining about the price. So 2 Square Enix JRPGs I've been really wanting for the collection. First up, we have Dragon Quest VI. So now the only Dragon Quest game I need, I believe, or at least mainline Dragon Quest game, is Dragon Quest V, which is the more expensive one. I've heard mixed things of 6, but I wanna tell for myself. I think I'll end up liking it. So excited to add that to the collection. But more importantly, a game I actually did start playing. I really haven't been playing much recently, I'll be real. I've been kind of just occupied with movies and stuff and other real life things, so I haven't had time to play too many games, but I did pick up this from him as well, and I've been playing it in bed before I go to sleep at nights. Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I've never played Chrono Trigger, so I picked this up from him, and that was very exciting. So yeah, I'm only a couple hours in Chrono Trigger at this point, but I'm really enjoying it. Love the music, love the world, love the characters, love the gameplay. Everything about this game so far is just really freaking good. Now, the only downside to this, while it was a good deal, I didn't realize that Chrono Trigger... I shouldn't say that. I knew Chrono Trigger came with a map. He said it was complete in his listing. I guess at some point they reprinted the DS version of Chrono Trigger without the map. So I'm not really blaming him, you know, but it doesn't have the map. And my copy is obviously on my DS because I've been playing it. But yeah, it doesn't have the map in there, which is unfortunate, but I don't know. I can survive without having the map. Maybe I'll find the map for cheap on eBay by itself at some point. But yeah, very happy to add these two classic JRPGs to the DS collection. A year ago, my DS collection wasn't even good. I really didn't have much for it, I'll be real. But at this point, I'm feeling pretty good about how my DS collection's sitting. And as promised, I have 2 Game Boy games to show off here. One Game Boy Color, one original Game Boy, and it's actually an import. We'll talk about that in just a second. First one here, saw it go up on eBay for cheap. I was like, okay, send him an offer. He actually took it. I'm so happy about this. Of course, I want every game in the series at some point. I've never played this one, but Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy Color. Very clean condition, very clean condition. If you know, this is one of those games that has has a rumble pack in the cartridge. I would like to get Ruby and Sapphire Pinball because I have played that one. That one's a lot more expensive, but yeah, very, very happy to have this in the collection now. And then the European game I picked up, I'm not, normally I don't go for European stuff, especially because this game did release in America just under a different name, but I saw it pop up, I think for $35 free shipping, and I was like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and buy it. Might be cool material for a short. Also, it is technically a different title, so I thought it'd be interesting to have Mario and Yoshi for the original Game Boy. As you can see, it's not in the greatest condition, but this is just a puzzle game. In America, it's called Yoshi, but in Europe and other territories, it is called Mario and Yoshi. And I think it has a way cooler title and box art in Europe. And yeah, as you can see here on the cartridge, it says DMG Yo EUR, so European, which is just kind of weird. I don't know why they had a different name for this game in Europe versus America, but it popped up for cheap. I was like, yeah, kind of on my Game Boy kick right now. Kind of an interesting little piece of Game Boy history. Might as well add it to the collection. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to the channel. I wanted to wait to do another collection update until after PAX West because I knew usually Botox games, Its-A-Mii, and PAX West, they don't blend too well in terms of saving money because normally there's some cool booths, there's a fan gamer booth, there's a limited run booth, and then usually I get a little trip to Nintendo Redmond where they have some exclusive merch. So today I want to be showing you everything that I picked up over the past couple of weeks here. We'll start off with the PAX West stuff. Starting off here, so I actually went to the Good Vibes Gaming meetup, met some cool fans there. Thanks to everyone who came up to me and said, hi and asked for a picture. That was really cool. But Ash Paulson from Good Vibes Gaming was doing this raffle thing where he was giving away just a bunch of his random merch and stuff. And one of the things that my friend Caleb got was this Blaster Master Zero shirt. As you can see, it was number 6 or number 9. The thing is, though, it's way too big. it's a 3XL. So I don't know if I'll sell this or something. Maybe it's just a night shirt now. I wear a 1X, so yeah, a little a little too big, but kind of a cool thing to get for free. I actually won a little sticker sheet that had Tomodachi Life on it. It was a 3DS sticker sheet, so that was kind of neat. But also, it's just a bunch of stickers, so random. But in terms of stuff I actually bought myself at PAX West, honestly, I didn't get too much this year. Normally I go a lot harder at the limited run booth, but to be honest, I've caught up on most of the things I care about recently. But Fangamer this year, I did get the Baba Is You plush, of course, from Baba Is You. This is a really, really great, logical, kind of it's a puzzle game, right? But you basically, use commands to like break the game in ways that helps you solve it. It's hard to explain, but it's a fantastic puzzle game. So I got the plush here for Baba Is You, which is super cute, as well as the physical copy of the game on Switch, which I did not own. I had a digital copy back when this came out, I believe in 2019. But yeah, I wanted to pick up a physical copy from Fangamer. I saw they had it in stock, and I was like, yep, it's time. It's time for me to get Baba Is You. So happy to finally add that to my collection. That's one of my favorite Switch games, honestly. Certainly one of my favorite indie games. So that was really cool. Limited Run did have one thing I picked up because I just didn't buy it back in February when they had it up for pre-order. They had a special PAX variant of Contra Operation Galuga. This is I believe it's the remake of the first Contra game, right? But they had this little variant. I had my friend Caleb pick this up for me because I didn't feel like making time to go to the booth. But yeah, I figured this would be a nice one to pick up. I do want to eventually get every Konami game on Switch, I think. So this is one I had to get. Now, this next thing I did not buy at PAX West. However, I traded Tucker Hazel from Backlog Banter. We meant to do this trade last year, but basically, he wanted my copy of We Heart Katamari. I had a Black Label copy. He had a Greatest Hits copy. He didn't want the Greatest Hits copy. I said I would trade my Black Label copy to him for his for his Tears of the Kingdom pre-order bonus from GameStop back in May of 2023. So he remembered to bring it this time. So nice little trade right there. This can sit up there with my special edition now. And now for the Nintendo Redmond stuff. So if you know someone who works at Nintendo Redmond, you can actually get in there and get like a little tour kind of thing going. I'm very fortunate, and I know someone who does work there. So usually like once a year around PAX, we do a little drive-by and go in there and see what's going on. But I picked up a couple things from their little gift shop in there for employees. First off was this Bokoblin plush. I saw this little guy and I was like, yep, it's him. I need that. Just very, very high quality plush for a Zelda plush. I mean, I think I bought a Tingle plush there maybe last year, and that was like from Wind Waker HD. And like that's high quality, but this might be one of the highest quality Zelda plush I've ever seen. So I wanted to pick up that. And then they had a Pikmin plush I didn't have. Not Ice Pikmin, not Ghost Pikmin. Unfortunately, they only had the Bulborb, but I thought this was super cool. I already have the Olimar to go with this set, and I think I'm missing. I think I have purple Pikmin, I have rock Pikmin. There's a few I'm missing, but I got the Bulborb. What's cool about this is he actually has a big mouth, so I'll show you something really cool real quick. You can actually fit a Pikmin into his mouth, which is just kind of a cool thing they didn't need to do. It can fit in there better, certainly. And I guess if you had like a Pikmin display or something, this would make a little bit more sense. But I keep the tags on them, so right now I have them like hanging up around my closet door. I'm not sure where I'll put him. Probably just on a bookshelf somewhere, and maybe put him with the Olimar, that kind of thing, right? Maybe I'll put the Olimar on top. That'll look nice. A few more things I picked up there. I got the orange and purple Joy-Con. These were one of the few sets I'm missing at this point, and I always wanted the purple Joy-Con especially. So I saw these, they had them in stock. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll go ahead and buy those, as well as this. Why not a pack of Animal Crossing Amiibo cards, just Series 3. I want to have at least one of each sealed, just to like have maybe like a frame or something, kind of frame them. All of these sealed Amiibo cards, so this was like $4, whatever. And then this is kind of cool, just like a little journal notebook, but it is Nintendo Redmond branded. Kind of hard to see on there, so I'll be using this to write down video ideas and that kind of thing. So just kind of a cool little journal here. But the main thing I got at Nintendo Redmond was a ton of clothing. Now, normally I'm not huge on like the whole video game merch thing. If it's like very overtly video game merch, I don't know, I don't love it that much. But when it's a little bit more subtle, and if it's a store exclusive, certainly, I'm a little bit more interested in that. So we have some just Nintendo Redmond branded shirts here. So this is just like a red Nintendo Redmond shirt. I thought that was pretty clean, very nice. As well as this like army green Nintendo Redmond logo. I actually think this is my favorite of the two. And then these two are a little bit more overtly gamer related, but we got the Metroid shirt here, but this one actually says Nintendo Redmond on the back, which I like. There's already some cat hair on it. That's the bane of having a cat. And then this one, honestly, I kind of regret getting. I already had a Pikmin shirt. I think I bought maybe a year or two ago. Cool to have really any Pikmin merch, honestly. Just neat to see, especially like in America. I know Pikmin's a little bit bigger in Japan, but I feel like at least in stores in America, you don't really just see Pikmin stuff. And then final piece of clothing. It is very hot in the summer days right now, but I got this Nintendo Redmond jacket here, if I can find the logo. Yeah, kind of neat. Not the highest quality or anything. They do have some higher quality ones, but yeah, I thought this was pretty nice. Wasn't too expensive, so I went ahead and picked this up. Getting ready for the cold season here. Good lord, can I find the logo? There it is. Nintendo Redmond. Very cool. So yeah, that is everything I picked up during the PAX West plus Nintendo Redmond trip, if you want to call it that. But I do still have a lot of Switch games pickups, as well as just some new releases, as well as my stuff that I got for my birthday from my girlfriend, Olivia. So wanted to show off these. She kills it every year for birthdays and Christmas, but she got me a complete copy of Kirby's Pinball Land here for the original Game Boy. I still need to get a protector on this thing, but this is super awesome, so shout out to Olivia for that, as well as she managed to find this Samus figure from the Jack Specific line. It used to be World of Nintendo, but now it's just Metroid, so very cool. And speaking of figures, these just came in the mail this morning. We got the new Callie and Marie Amiibo here. These ones look really good. It's kind of crazy to compare them to the old Callie and Marie Amiibo from back in 2016. But yeah, these are super nice, as well as the new Pearl and Marina. Now, Best Buy kind of shoved these in the box aggressively, so there's like a little bit of a bend. I don't really care that much. I'm gonna keep them in the box. I did see apparently they don't put the little metal strip on them anymore. I don't know how long they haven't been doing that, but you can scan these from the box. At least so I've heard. I haven't tried it yet, but that's really cool. So if you want to keep them in the box, you don't have to open them anymore. Of course, you could always just do like the little NFC cards or that kind of thing, right? But those are our final new Amiibo that we had announced right now. So we'll see what the future of Amiibo really is. I don't know if Nintendo's done with them. I mean, they're still reprinting them. We know we're getting the Link's Awakening Amiibo as well as the Toon Zelda Amiibo on the day that Echoes of Wisdom comes out. So maybe there'll be more down the line. I hope there is. I really hope we get some, it'd be really cool if we got an Echoes of Wisdom Zelda later down the line, or maybe some like Mario and Luigi Amiibo. But yeah, happy to add these two to the Splatoon collection. I think the only ones I'm missing are the alternate colors now from the original 3-pack. I used to have them, but I sold them at some point because they were really expensive and I needed money when I was moving out of my parents' house. But yeah, cool to have these two. I guess we'll save the Switch stuff for last. I mentioned a couple of episodes ago that I got Metroid Prime Pinball finally. I did manage to find a Rumble pack for it, just to go ahead and complete my copy. Been playing it a little bit. I like Metroid Prime Pinball. I like pinball games. I really have learned about myself over the past year or two. I just like pinball games. They don't even have to be that good. But yeah, this is kind of cool. It just adds a little bit of rumble, a little bit of another dimension to your gameplay, I guess, for Metroid Prime Pinball. So happy to have that. That was like, I think $10 on Mercari. Maybe I had a coupon or something. So happy to get that for a decent price. But then we found these at Half Price Books. I don't even know what these are. They were $4 each at a Half Price Books, but they are Nintendo published games that never came out in America. 2DS games here. If you want to translate these and figure out what they are, you can, but just thought it was weird to find these at a Half Price Books, so just, down the street, which is really cool. I saw they were Nintendo published. I was like, wait a minute. What are these? I think this one might be like an learning English game, or no, this is the one. This one's like a learn English game. You can see they're learning how to spell Mr. on the back, I believe. And then as far as this one goes, I have no idea. But for $4 or $5 a piece, I really couldn't pass it up just to like get weird Japanese exclusive Nintendo published DS games in the collection. Like, if I wanted to buy them on eBay, it would simply be more expensive. So I was like, yeah, why not? Next up, we have a Game Boy Advance game with a bit of a story here, unfortunately. So I picked up this copy of Mario Party Advance. Been wanting to try out the handheld Mario Parties recently. I ordered this. It was like, I think $80 on eBay or something like that. And I was really happy to get it in, or really excited to get it in. The person who sold it to me had like a ton of like really rare Nintendo memorabilia on their website or on their eBay page. They had like, Skyward Sword standees and displays and stuff. It was clearly like they were a collector, or at least so I thought. But it turned out they were like stealing photos from other people, so they didn't know how to ship it. This is not the copy I ordered from them. I had to buy another copy because they shipped it really poorly and the box got destroyed. But not only that, it was also missing the manual, so I had to buy a manual separately because they had stolen photos from another eBay listing, and I guess they thought, oh, the manual doesn't matter or something. I don't know, but I had to, talk to them. At first, they were like, no, you're not getting a refund, and I was like, dude, you're accepting this return. If you don't know how to ship an item, like, I understand, like, it sucks that it got damaged in shipping, but like that's not my fault. So I talked to him, we finally worked it out, and he accepted the return. So I went ahead and bought another copy. I found another deal, and I have the manual here. So yeah, really weird, annoying. I feel like if you own Game Boy Advance games and okay, Mario Party Advance, that's like a $100 game, $80 game, whatever it is, you should know how to ship them. Like, at some point, you probably bought that off of eBay or online somewhere. I mean, maybe you bought it when you were a kid and you just didn't know, but, like, I feel like if you're selling on eBay and you're shipping a cardboard Game Boy game, you should know how to ship it. Lots of bubble wrap, right? Nice protected box. But no, this person just shipped it in like a bubble mailer, and it was destroyed, obviously, when it came in. So, unfortunate scenario that happened there, but got it all worked out, which was nice. Next up, we have some imported magazines from Japan, mostly weekly Famitsu. So if you follow me on Twitter, you'll know that I've been going for these Xenoblade issues. So this is for Xenoblade 3 with Mio on the cover. My goal is to get all 3 of them. So Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3, or 1 Definitive Edition, and then 2 and 3 all had covers, and then get them framed or something alongside my Xenoblade shelf in the background there. You can kind of see it. I redid it a little bit. So I've already had this one, but finally I saw one pop up for Xenoblade 2. It has not been listed on eBay or like Yahoo Auctions Japan for, I think, over a year, but I finally saw one pop up for the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 issue, so very, very happy to have this one. This is my favorite Xenoblade game. I just thought this would be like a really cool collector's piece, especially if I get them like nicely framed and have them hanging up. I just thought it'd be really cool to have all 3 of them. So I still need Xenoblade 1, but when I found this, it turned out the seller had a ton of other interesting Japanese Nintendo themed magazines. So I picked up a couple other things. If you can tell on the shelf there, it kind of became a Xenoblade and Fire Emblem shrine, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll get some Fire Emblem ones. So he had this one pretty cheap. I think it was like $8. The Fire Emblem Engage weekly Famitsu, which the cool thing about these weekly Famitsus is they all have like really unique art. So it's not like art used anywhere else. So I thought this one looked pretty cool. Grab that. As well as the weekly Famitsu for Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, another game I really love. I think that's the best Warriors game. And I thought, you know what, I have the special edition for this game. Let's go ahead and get that weekly Famitsu as well. Then he had some other just odds and ends I figured it'd be fun to kind of just buy and flip through. I'm not too familiar with Nintendo Dream, but he did have the Fire Emblem Engage edition or cover for Nintendo Dream, which I thought was pretty cool, as well as the Xenoblade 3 one. This is like reused assets, right? Like these PNGs are in the game, so this one's not as exciting, though there is a nice little Xenoblade 3 ad on the back. Then there was this Dengeki Nintendo Fire Emblem Warriors that he had with 3 hopes on the cover. And then finally, this one I thought would be interesting to do a video on. Let me know in the comments down below if you think this is a fun idea. Very Scott Stash inspired, I will not lie. But they had this Nintendo Summer magazine with that new Luigi render. But this is just a Japanese magazine. It's fully in English for some reason. I'm not sure like where they sold this, because it is a Japanese magazine. But it's just a magazine with like a ton of cool stuff. Like, look at this. This is perfect for me. It's like a Nintendo Switch Sports like personality chart. That's awesome. So I thought it might be fun to do just a whole video on this, kind of flipping through it, reading through it. Let me know if you want to see that down in the comments down below. But yeah, just a ton of Japanese Nintendo magazines that I thought would be fun to kind of just, buy and flip through. I mean, they weren't that expensive, and I was going for the Xenoblade and Fire Emblem one, so added a couple extra there. And then this one really piqued my interest because it is actually, I can read it. It's in English. So yeah, they even have like endless ocean tips in here, which is kind of cool. So yeah, let me know if you want to see a video on this. Like I said, very Scott Stash inspired, but yeah, let me know if you want to see this, because I thought that'd be kind of a fun thing to do. All right, now you can probably see it in the background of this video, but I did also, I took the plunge. I kind of regret it. I'm not sure, but I got the Lego Great Deku's Tree. I was really excited when they announced this, and then I saw the price, and I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. But I decided to pick it up. Let me know if you want to see a video on this. I think it'd be fun to do like a review or like a time-lapse of me building it or something, or have a time-lapse in my review of me building it. I don't really do Legos that much, but I wanted these Lego minifigs for the whole squad there. Or really, there's 3 Links and a Zelda, but I thought this was cool. Obviously, I'll be doing Ocarina of Time Great Deku Tree. Definitely not going to do the Breath of the Wild one. But yeah, this is a super, super high quality, super expensive Lego sets that I have to make time to build soon. And now, after all of that, we can finally get to our recent Nintendo Switch pickups. So not a ton this time. I mean, I guess it's still a lot, but not by my usual pickup standards. Recent releases, though. I got Amiibo, the Smiling Man, English copy. Of course, if you missed my review, Nintendo did send me a code for the game, but I also bought these copies with my own money. So I got the ESRB copy here for myself for the first party collection, but I also did an unboxing already of the Japanese special edition. So if you missed that, go check it out. Although I will warn you, there are some spoilers for the game in the art book. So yeah, check out the unboxing if you want to, but pretty cool Japanese special edition for that. And before I move on from Amiibo, I will say, as time has gone on, we're like, what, 2 weeks removed now, the more I think about that game, the more I like it. Like, that is definitely like a top 3 of the year for me for 2024. Like, the more I think about Amiibo, the more I'm just like, man, that was a really, really great story, really dark for Nintendo, and my view of it is growing more positive by the day, basically, as I keep thinking about it, which, I mean, my thoughts were already very positive. It was already one of my favorite games of the year, but I think it's up there with, like, Astrobot and stuff. And speaking of Astrobot, I actually just rolled credits on this bad boy earlier this evening, so I should have a review up already by the time you're watching this, but you can check out that if you want. This is a fantastic game. I do have some issues with it. I don't think it is the immediate GOTY like everybody is saying it is, although I'm sure for a lot of people it will be GOTY. I just had some issues with it. I really love the inside art here under the disc, where you can see all the different Astrobots and their little references. Very cool game. Definitely recommend it if you like 3D platformers. All right, now these next few I actually made a community post about. For about a week there, Best Buy actually brought back the buy two, get one Switch games, which I had been waiting for all year because there were a few things I missed out on and a few things I wanted to pre-order coming out. So I got some stuff that maybe I wanted to pick up day one otherwise, but because of the buy two, get one, I, just good deal, right? Had to pick them up. So I haven't got a chance to try any of these yet, but I am very excited to. So first up, we have from Bandai Namco, Gundam Breaker 4. If you watch my other channel, I played Megaton Musashi Wired earlier this year when that came to Switch, and I really, really love that. I love Daemon X Machina, so I was like, you know what? It's time. I should try an actual Gundam game, so very excited to try this one out. Another one I'm very excited to jump into when I eventually get caught up, the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. Now, every fiber of my being is telling me to just jump into this, even though I've only finished the first Ace Attorney game and played like half of the second one. I can't do it. I as much as I want to, like, I have to at least get through the original trilogy. Then from there, maybe I can branch out. I can play the, great Ace Attorney games and maybe try out the Investigations games. But I feel like I should play at least that original trilogy first before I jump into a spin-off. But very happy this got a physical release. This is one of those things where it feels like Capcom could have very easily just been like, nah. But cool. I mean, it's only been like, what, 9 months since the Apollo Justice trilogy came out. So very cool to have this get a physical in America. And then this is one I've been waiting on a physical for a while. I think it came out back in February from Sunsoft and Red Art Games, Euphoria 2. Yeah, Sunsoft is back, baby. Very happy about that. I thought this game looked really cute. I think they added the first game to Switch Online, but this is a sequel to a classic Sunsoft game, which is just awesome. I've been waiting to buy this game for the physical. I was tempted to buy the digital copy, but I was like, you know what? I know it's getting a physical, so I wanted to wait. But yeah, this has an adorable art style. Definitely reminds me of like a almost like a Yoshi story, or I guess if you want to go more modern, Woolly World or Crafted World or something like that, right? But I love the character design, and it looks like a ton of fun. Just a simple platformer. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the back. It's not co-op. This is one of those things that would be perfect to play with Olivia, but unfortunately, it's only single player. So I guess she can watch me play this cutesy Kirby-like game. So those are the new games that I had pre-ordered from the buy two, get one, but there were a few things I wanted to pick up that were old from that. In fact, I'm not actually showing them all here because I got quite a few. So I gotta space them out here. I can't have an hour-long pickups video. But a few things I picked up. I got Cruisin' Blast. So Cruisin' Blast is actually a Nintendo IP. So I wanted to get this, and it looks really fun. It's basically just a super arcadey racing game. In fact, you actually will see these in a lot of arcades like Dave and Buster's if you go to those. But yeah, this is technically a Nintendo game. It's not published by them, but they do own the IP, which just made it an oddity. And I don't really have that many racing games on Switch, so I was like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and get that. It was like $20. Then we got the Oregon Trail. I bought this one for my girlfriend Olivia as well, and she's been loving it. She's been playing a ton of this game. I don't know what possessed me to buy it, other than just knowing she would like it. I think I might have seen some stuff about this. I think maybe she had talked to me about it like months prior or something, but from what she showed me, from what I've looked at it, I mean, it actually looks like a very high quality iteration of the Oregon Trail, which is interesting. So happy this has a physical, one of those things that you would think just is digital only. And then finally, I played a little bit of this one so far, Dave the Diver, an anniversary edition. I heard great things about this game last year. I've only played like an hour or so, but I can see why people like it so much. Definitely something that you can lose a lot of time into, but yeah, I'm liking it so far. I need to get more time into it, but from that first hour or so, indie game of the year, maybe. I'm joking. I know it's not technically an indie game, but that was a whole thing last year. If you remember, people were really mad it got nominated for indie game of the year, even though it was like a huge Chinese publisher or something like that. All right, now finally, to close off the video here, I mentioned that I didn't buy much at Limited Run's booth at PAX West, only Contra Operation Galaga. That is because I actually had bought a couple things I needed from them during their little San Diego Comic-Con blowout sale. They actually had some leftover stock they put up on their website, and I was like, you know what, I'll just buy these here. A lot of these games they had the regular versions of at PAX West, but I'll get the San Diego Comic-Con variant. So a few things I had not picked up from the website back in earlier this year. Rocket Knight Adventures Resparked. I've always heard great things about Rocket Knight, and this is just a cool little variant. I think this one, it's just a different cover, but it does have a little San Diego Comic-Con sticker on there. But yeah, I've heard great things about Rocket Knight, so I wanted to pick up that, as well as this holo variant of Felix the Cat. This is one of those things that's like, What a cool thing to do. Why are you bringing back Felix the Cat limited run? That's just really weird to me. But yeah, this is on their Carbon engine, and it's just a collection of, I believe, 3 games here, which is just super, I don't know. Even if these games, like, aren't that good, having them preserved in a physical form on Switch, that's why, like, I understand limited run, you know, rubs a lot of people the wrong way. This would not exist if not for them. The only way to play these games would be on an emulator on your computer or with an original copy on what, like Game Boy or NES. So to have them brought over to Switch, I just think is really cool and something that really only limited run would make happen. I also picked up Arzette here, the Jewel of Faramore, the variant here. I love this like crayon kind of pastel art style for this cover. This is the spiritual successor to the Zelda CDI games. In fact, I believe they got, I want to say the entire voice cast from the original Zelda CDI games to reprise their roles, or not reprise their roles, but come back for this game. And it actually looks really solid. I've never played the Zelda CDI games, but to see an indie studio come back and, you know, actually try to mimic that style is very interesting to me. And I don't know if it got good reviews or anything, but when they announced it a couple years ago, I was like, wow, what a cool thing to try and do. And then finally, as I was buying those other things, I became very variant pilled. I don't know if I'll keep these. Maybe I'll sell my standard versions when they come, but they had these San Diego Comic-Con exclusive variants for Persona 3 and 4. Now, it might be hard to tell on camera. This is like the laziest variant I've ever seen in my life. It is just a very faint foil. You can't really tell because the light is just shimmering on it. But yeah, these are technically variants. These are technically different. They have like a foil to them. So I picked up these. I'm still waiting on my special editions to come in the mail. So maybe I'll just, you know, yank the standard copy out of those, or maybe I'll sell these. I don't really know. I kind of got tired of waiting for those, though. But then also, I don't want to open these because I know they're worth more. I don't know. It's a tough business being a Switch collector and, like, having all these stupid Comic-Con variants. Like, I don't know. But that is going to do it for today's video. That is my pickups for the past month or, you know, couple of weeks here. Birthday stuff, PAX West stuff, and just a lot of Switch stuff because, like I said, that Best Buy buy 2 get 1, man, that came back, and that wrecked a credit card. I'm not going to lie to you, fellas, because I was like, you know what? I mean, I might as well pre-order all the first-party stuff coming out and some other things that I wanted. So, yeah, a lot of Switch stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks that I'm excited for. Disney Epic Mickey, Plucky Squire, although I think that's digital only for now. There's, like, you know, all the NIS America stuff. I started playing Ys-8. Very excited to talk about that on the channel when I finish it. But I want to try to finish that before Ys-10 comes out in October and eventually, hopefully, do a review of that. So, a lot of Switch stuff going on. So, expect a lot of Switch stuff in the next video. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. It's Amiibo here. Today we are doing another pickups video. I wanted to do another one in October before we get to the end of the month where I go over all of the new releases that have come out that I've picked up, because I have kind of a backlog of stuff I bought over the past several months that I still need to show in a video. So I wanted to go and kind of catch up a little bit on that. So we have a nice stack of Switch games here. I actually just got a nice order from Video Games Plus in, so some nice reprints in there. I do have some DS stuff as well as a major 3DS heavy hitter. We got a GameCube game in here, a Wii U game I've been tracking down for literally years at this point, and then also this bad boy came in, Metaphor ReFantazio. What an incredible game. So we're talking about all that today and more. Of course, if you are new here and you enjoy Nintendo collecting, content coverage, all that fun stuff, I would appreciate you subscribing. Let's get into it. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the channel. I hope your day is treating you well. We'll start off with Switch stuff, as always, then we'll move into some more retro stuff, and also we'll talk about Metaphor ReFantazio. I mentioned in an unboxing a couple days ago I was going to do an unboxing of the Metaphor ReFantazio Special Edition. That did not happen. I think what I'm going to do is, after I beat the game later this year, because it's currently on hold because so much stuff is coming out, but after I finish Metaphor, I think I'll do a full review of the game or something, maybe. Honestly, probably in December. It's going to take a while for me to get there now. But we'll start with the Switch stuff here, and then we'll move through and kind of get to the older games here. So like I said, a ton of stuff from VGP that I ordered, I think in early September came. So very happy to finally get all of this stuff in. Starting off here, we have Valkyria Chronicles 4. Now, this one is funny because limited run, literally the day my copy of this came in, announced that they're doing a reprint of it with all of the DLC on cartridge. I've never played a Valkyria Chronicles game. I've always been interested in the series. I missed the pre-order for the first game because they did a physical for that back in August, I think, on LRG. But yeah, they're reprinting Valkyria Chronicles 4 with all of the DLC on cartridge. The box art is basically the same, except it has a like a more wintry kind of blue vibe going on. I've heard great things about these games. I think I will like them whenever I get the time to play them. But I did think it was funny that literally the day my copy came in, LRG announced a reprint with all the DLC on cartridge. They've been doing that a lot recently. Its-A-Mii, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. It's good that these games are having like more complete versions available, but also I don't know. It's a little frustrating. Like, I know people are upset that they're redoing the Yakuza games on PS4 when those games already have physicals, but then also it does make sense. You want to give PS4 collectors the opportunity to have that. So I guess overall it's a net positive, but it can be kind of annoying if you already bought one version of the game and now it's like, okay, well, if I want the complete version, I gotta buy it again. But that was the first game from VGP. Another one here that I picked up, Nexomon plus Nexomon Extinction Complete Collection. Here's the thing with me. I play my Pokemon. I play my Shin Megami Tensei even, which, you know, is a monster catcher. I played my Dragon Quest Monsters last year. I really enjoyed that game. I don't have much experience with, like, the weirder monster catching games. I've never really played a Digimon game. I've never played, you know, Temtem or anything like that. So Nexomon is one that I've been intrigued by over the past couple of years. It looks really high quality. I like the designs. I like the graphics and the art direction. But it's a Pokemon clone, and this is 2 games in one package. I think you can get these standalone as well, but I decided to pick up this one from P-Cube here. It was pretty cheap. This one I'm really excited to get to. If you follow my channel closely, you know I loved Famicom Detective Club Emio the Smiling Man earlier this year. I adored that game. And the developers of that, Mages, actually have another visual novel on Switch. One that I've heard very good things about, but frankly know very little about, and that is Steins Gate's Elite. So Steins Gate is an anime, I think, right? Like, Steins Gate is a popular anime, but this is a visual novel based on it, I think. I could be mistaken, but this is one that as soon as I found out the developers of Emio the Smiling Man, as soon as I found out they were behind it, I immediately wanted to order it. So excited to play through that. Not sure when I'll have time to with all of these great games coming out, new releases wise, but got that one in here. Decided to add this to the order because I think I needed to hit free shipping or something, and also I want this anyway. Monster Hunter Stories 1. This is the Japanese release, so on the spine here you can see it is in Japanese, but in America they didn't release this game physically. They kind of did. In America, they did that collection that includes Monster Hunter Stories 2 as a download code. So you can get an ASRP like cartridge of this game, but I wanted to have like the standalone cover art. I also don't really want to rebuy Monster Hunter Stories 2. If I see that on sale for like $20, maybe I would pick it up again or something just to have like an English copy of it. But I decided to pick up that. That was like $20, I think. And Monster Hunter Stories is one that I specifically never played on 3DS because around the time that I was like, okay, I really want to play Monster Hunter Stories, Monster Hunter Stories 2 got announced and came out, and I played a little bit of that game. I really enjoyed what I played of that, so I guess that's another kind of monster catching game I played. But I kind of figured, like, okay, there's a iOS HD port of Monster Hunter Stories 1. They'll probably bring the first game to Switch eventually, and it took a couple of years, but that finally happened. So I'm excited to get into that eventually, and you know, try out that and kind of maybe get through that, and then go back to Monster Hunter Stories 2 because I never finished that game. But yeah, definitely happy that Monster Hunter Stories came to Switch. Here's one that you guys were going crazy about in the comments. This one got a reprint through VGP, Signalis. So this is a PS1 themed like Resident Evil kind of ode to Resident Evil, the OG Resident Evils. It is a sci-fi horror game in that vein that I've heard nothing but good things about. You guys were going crazy about it, like I said, because for a little bit there, this was very expensive, and I figured it's perfect timing with Halloween here. So maybe I'll pop this in on Halloween, play through it a little bit, and do it that way. But yeah, you guys are saying in my comments like this is an incredible horror sci-fi game. So very eager to check this one out. It's a game I really hadn't heard anything about until you guys started commenting about it. Like, I knew of its existence, but I didn't really know what it was or that it was that good, apparently. So excited to check out that. And I realize I might be retreading a little ground from that reprint video I posted last week, but same thing here. We have AI the Somnium Files. This also got reprinted. I talked about it in that video. I have the second one of this, and I started it, but very early on, they start asking you questions like, did you play the first one? Do you know what's going on? And it became immediately clear, like, oh, I shouldn't play the second one until I play through the first game. This is a kind of visual novel-esque game, or like an adventure gamey, very story-heavy, narrative-based game. I believe it's by the original creator of the Zero Escape series, and I love 999, so this is one that I've always been eager to get, and for a while there it was pretty expensive, but VGP did thankfully do a reprint, so I picked up that. Excited to get through that eventually. And then we have a few random indie games here. Red Art Games was doing a sale on that website, so I figured, you know what, I'll go ahead and check out some little indie games here that's, you know, I feel bad. Aside from like the major stuff like Balatro and Hades, over the past couple of years, you know, Vampire Survivors, over the past couple of years, I've really been not in tune with like the indie scene. I feel bad about that. I played a little Dave the Diver a couple months ago, but I want to get back on that, play some more niche stuff. I feel like, you know, early Switch 2017, 2018, I was all over it. I was playing like every indie game that came out, any high quality looking indie game. But over the years, I've really just lost touch with that because it feels like there's just too much coming out. So I picked up a couple things from them. First up here, we have Metalloid Origin. I had never even heard of this one. It says here on the back of the box, traverse forest, deserts, caves, and snowfields to stop the invaders before they drain the planet's resources and fuel a galactic war. From what I saw from the trailer, I watched a quick trailer before I bought it, obviously. This looks very Mega Man inspired with some great pixel art, some nice Mega Man style gameplay. So that one intrigued me. That was like, I think, $15. I think that was the price of all three of these, actually. I might be wrong about that. Next up is a game actually I played a little bit of, Vernal Edge here. I had someone in my Discord server like a year ago who I guess was friends with the developer, and they got me a code for it, so shout out to them. But yeah, Vernal Edge came out, I think, last year, maybe late 2022. But it says here, Vernal Edge is a 2D action-packed Metroidvania featuring an intense combat system. Help Vernal get her revenge once and for all. And from what I played of it, the pixel art in this game is beautiful. The combat is really fast and fluid. It just feels very good to play, and the Metroidvania elements are good as well. So that's what I wanted to get physically. And then final one there from the indie games here is Nuclear Blaze. It says here, the world is burning. Well, not exactly, but the whole region is. As a trained firefighter, you're being airdropped right in the middle of this hellblaze to investigate and look for survivors, but the unexpected presence of an unknown military facility might somewhat affect your plans. And this is like a firefighter game. It's like a 2D firefighter game where you put out fires and stuff, just from the little bit I saw. So I thought this one looked kind of intriguing. This physical here also does include a keychain, it says, which is neat. I doubt I'll put the Nuclear Blaze keychain with my keys, but you know what, that's cool. Nice little freebie there. So that's everything from VGP. That was a big VGP order. I think it was actually 2 separate VGP orders that came in recently. And then final Switch game, this just came in this morning. I figured I would include it here. Woot, Amazon's Woot service. They have like a whole like discount website. They had this, I think, for 10 or 15. It actually looked pretty high quality, so I figured, you know what, why not? Loop 8, Summer of the Gods from Marvelous. It says here, relive your past to change your future, the lone survivor of a devastating attack on your home, and escape to the idyllic Japanese town of Ashihara. As your enemies regroup, forge powerful bonds, and hone your battle skills, you are humanity's last hope, but you can't save them alone. So obviously anime weeby style stuff here, but the gameplay looked pretty fun. Looks like there's actually like some nice turn-based combat here from the little bit I watched. So that was cheap. I figured I'd pick up that, try that out eventually. And that's it for Switch games. That's a decent amount of Switch games. That's a nice big order from VGP, and then that one very cheap game from Woots. I think next week I'll do another pickups video going over all of the new releases, specifically from October, because good lord, there has been so much coming out this month, not just on Switch, but also on PS5, and I've been trying to keep up, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually like overwhelmed with how many great games are coming out. I know it'll already be out when I'm posting this, but like Romancing Saga 2 remake is about to come out. Sonic Shadow Generations just came out. We're getting East 10, like on top of all the stuff that came out earlier in the month, a lot of indie games that I picked up, like Balatro. So yeah, there's a ton of physical games that came out on Switch this month. I did a video at the beginning of October talking about just everything, basically, so go check out that, but I ended up buying more than I expected from the October release slate. So I think I'll do another pickups video next week going over all of that. But I will include a couple new things here that came out, including Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo. I did an unboxing video on this, kind of giving some early impressions. As you can see, it's behind me there on the shelf next to the Joy-Con stand that also came out this month. Alarmo, definitely a very niche product for hardcore Nintendo fans. It's cool to mess around with. I haven't really used it in bed because it doesn't really work in bed for me. Because I sleep next to my girlfriend, it just actually does not work. The IR tracker on it or whatever doesn't really seem to pick up when I actually get out of bed. So I haven't really been using it that way, but as a nice little backdrop piece on this side here, and you know, it's having like the Nintendo ambient sounds playing, it's kind of nice when I walk into the room doing some editing at night, just hearing the Breath of the Wild chirps and all that playing behind me, or like the Pikmin noises is kind of nice that way. It's more of like a desk piece for me, or like a backdrop piece. Using it in bed doesn't really work, but definitely a cool product, I will say. I mean, $100 is a little steep, I would say, but if you're a hardcore Nintendo fan, it's a cool piece of little weird Nintendo. It's a piece of Nintendo being weird, you know. Nintendo's always doing weird stuff. Like every year there's like a weird item, like the Game & Watches or the Mario Kart Live thing or Labo or Ring Fit. This is like their weird thing this year, and it's cool. I like it, but also very niche. I would not recommend it unless you have the disposable income to just splurge on an alarm clock that just kind of looks nice, I guess. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Metaphor ReFantasio here. I know this is a Nintendo collecting channel, but you know what? I'm going to allow it. I'm going to talk about some PS5 games when the time is right. Metaphor has taken over my life. So I originally was not planning on buying the special edition. I bought like a standard copy of the game, and I played the demo, and I was like, wow, this is really good. I didn't even get it on release day. Like, I was like, okay, I'm just going to see how this demo goes. I did not think I would have time to even attempt it, you know, this year, because there's just so much stuff coming out, so much I want to cover on the YouTube channel. But I decided, you know what? For me, 2024 has kind of been a miss. I was talking to my friend Tucker about like all the games releasing and like our top 10 list of the year, and for me, my top 3 right now until playing Metaphor was probably like Famicom Detective Club, which I really love. I love that game. Astrobot and Echoes of Wisdom, and I don't even really feel that strongly about Echoes of Wisdom. And Astrobot's like really good, but I feel like it kind of doesn't have a lot of sauce. I don't know. Like, I'm not happy that Astrobot is my number 2. I know that might sound crazy to some people. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play a game that I know I will love. And I started playing Metaphor, and I immediately bought a copy. And then I was like, okay, you know what? This game's actually really, really good. So GameStop had this in stock, and I mean, this special edition is absolutely beautiful. Of course, based off the fantasy book that the protagonist reads in the game. So yeah, picked up this. Very happy to have this. I might still do an unboxing, but honestly, I think I'll just wait and just do a proper review for you all. But I wanted to talk about it here because, man, this game has really taken over my life. I'm currently, I believe, going into the 3rd dungeon, like the 3rd like main story dungeon section. I'm on like an island. It's called Virga Island, I believe. So I just started that section. However, I think I'm gonna have to take a break because now Mario and Luigi Brothership's coming out, Call of Duty's coming out, which I know it's always funny saying I'm a huge Call of Duty fan, but I'm a huge Call of Duty fan. I'm gonna be playing the heck out of that all weekend long this week. So Metaphor, I think, has to sit on the back burner a little bit here, probably until after Dragon Quest, which I really don't want that to be the case, but I need to cover those games. Sorry, I shouldn't say I need to. I want to cover those games. Whereas Metaphor is a game I already kind of missed the boat on in terms of covering at launch. So I think I'll play through Brothership, play through Dragon Quest 3, and then get back to Metaphor. And I think I'm at a good stopping point right now anyway to take a little bit of a break. I don't want to burn myself out too much. I was playing it like obsessively. Like I have like 30 hours in the game. Maybe 35 at this point. I was playing like just 10 hours a day. Like I got the game and I just obsessed over it. Any moment I wasn't working on YouTube stuff or doing something else, I was playing Metaphor. And I think the combat's great, the story's great, the music, oh my goodness, the music in Metaphor is absolutely fantastic. I really can't recommend it enough. Even as someone who doesn't really have that much experience with the Persona series, like I've played Persona 5 Real and I enjoyed what I played of it, like 20 hours or so. I still need to go back and finish that. Metaphor really takes it on a whole nother level for me. It feels like the perfect marriage of like everything from Shin Megami Tensei and everything from Persona really coming together, and the battle system, the kind of like active battle system you have in the field as well, where if you're over leveled, you can just take out enemies with like actual action combat, which is really unique. And yeah, I mean, this game is absolutely phenomenal. And until I play Rebirth, I can already safely say after 35 hours with Metaphor, this is my game of the year. It's not even close. I mean, like I said, Famicom Detective Club is very good. I love that game. But Metaphor ReFantazio is like, this is like an all-time RPG for me. And maybe I'm saying that a little early, right? Maybe I'll finish it and I'll hate the ending or something, or I'll hate the twists and turns that come up here in the near future in the story. But from everything I've played so far, which I believe is like maybe 1/3, maybe half of the game or so, I adore it. Cannot wait to play more. I will probably do a proper review once I roll credits, but that might be a few weeks, maybe even a month or so. So I guess stay tuned for that, but it'll be a little bit. Next up, let's talk about some older games here, some stuff we found at thrift shops, and also some stuff I bought off eBay over the past couple of months. Some of these I bought back in like July, and I just haven't shown in a video, so I figured now was the time to do that. But this one we actually just found at a Goodwill very recently. We very rarely find DS stuff, especially like complete DS games at our local thrift stores, but we did find this copy of Children of Mana, which is really cool, especially because I have, you can't see it, I think it's right there, it's that blue one. I have Heroes of Mana there. That was on sale, I think, like sealed. Maybe it was VGP actually last year, around Black Friday. They sold like a bunch of sealed Square Enix stuff, like I think it was that, as well as Valkyrie Profile, and then something else. I did not have Children of Mana though, so to find this is like a $30 DS game is very cool. I'm not too familiar with this one. It says, take up sword, flail, bow, and hammer, and strike back at the evil that corrupts the hearts of Mana. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome. This is an awesome game to find while thrifting, especially just because finding DS stuff is not the most common. You know, you always find in PS3 and 360, maybe even some Wii in there, right? PS4 is pretty common now, Xbox One, but DS stuff, especially complete, because people would throw their boxes away, is always a nice treat to find, especially like a pretty cool RPG like this is. So yeah, happy to add this to the collection. I did also buy a couple of Nintendogs at DS games, so I was like, trying to think of like how I could frame this in a video. I'm not sure just yet, but I picked up a couple different versions of Nintendogs on DS. I've always been very curious about all the different versions because I think they just include like different breeds of dogs. And I actually didn't have any of the Nintendogs games on DS, so I picked up a couple versions here. We have Dachshund and Friends here.
Dachshund. Dachshund. Dachshund.
Please be nice to me in the comments. I knew this sounded wrong, but oh my goodness, what an awful way to pronounce this word. Which includes miniature Dachshund, golden retriever, beagle pug, Siberian husky, and what even is that? Shizu. I don't I don't know my dog breeds very well. I'm not familiar with that, but picked up that one. But then we also had the Dalmatian and Friends copy here, which apparently this one is part of the Touch Generations. The other one wasn't. This one says limited edition. I think this one came out later. Yeah, because this one has on the back here, it shows all of the original versions. So picked up this one as well. I guess the Dalmatians were like a new thing with this one, maybe. Includes Dalmatians, Boxers, German Shepherds. Yeah, so a little bit of overlap there. And then this one was really weird. I guess this was like, I think it was exclusive to a Nintendo DS bundle. I'd never seen it until I was doing some Nintendogs research, but Nintendogs Best Friends, which, like I said, I'm pretty sure this was like a packet. I've never seen this release of this before. So I don't know. I think it was a packet. Let me know in the comments down below if you are aware. But it says like, yeah, it says not for resale on the back here. So yeah, picked up 3 different versions of Nintendogs here to add to the collection. I've said this before, but my ultimate goal with collecting is basically just every first-party Nintendo game. Like, that is my ultimate goal. Just, I want to have every first-party Nintendo game in the collection because I love Nintendo. I love playing Nintendo games. Nintendogs is like, fine, whatever. I don't know how much I'll actually like go back and play these, but I want to have every first-party Nintendo game, and that includes all of the different variants of Nintendogs. This one needs cleaned from eBay. It's a dirty copy right there. I do have 2 cheaper complete in-box GBA games to show. So one of these I did not even realize Nintendo published, and that is Dynasty Warriors Advance. Yeah, Nintendo published this game for some reason. I'm not really sure why. This is a really weird one for me. Of course, Koei Tecmo, or Koei as it says on the box here, back before they merged, does the Dynasty Warriors series. For some reason, Dynasty Warriors Advance, Nintendo published. It says here, join the mighty Dynasty Warriors on their quest to conquer ancient China. I'm not sure why the first letter in each word there is yellow. But yeah, this is just a 2D top-down version, almost like Legacy of Goku looking graphics version of Dynasty Warriors on the Nintendo Game Boy Advance, which is really cool. And then yeah, Nintendo published it for some reason. That was like $25. I was like, that's cheap for a complete in-box GBA game. So added that to the GBA collection that is ever growing above my head here. You can see it a little bit there. So that's getting bigger. But then also another classic NES series game. Want to get all of these as well. Dr. Mario. This one was pretty cheap, and you know, going for these. I have Zelda 2. My girlfriend Olivia bought that for me for my birthday this year, maybe last year. And then I also have Donkey Kong I picked up earlier in the year. I need to get Super Mario Bros, Metroid, Zelda 1, Excite Bike, Ice Climber. There's still plenty of the classic NES series, but I actually grew up with those games. I grew up with like Donkey Kong on my GBA, which I think people always comment like, wow, I'm surprised you like old games because you're so young. I'm 24 years old. And I'm always like, yeah, well, I grew up with N64. I grew up playing NES games on my GBA. So like, I always had a deeper appreciation, I think, than a lot of like younger people these days. People my age usually will look at like a game like Donkey Kong on NES and be like, why would you want to play that? I freaking love NES Donkey Kong, man. I love playing those games and going back to them. That's why, like, NES World Championships, I actually got a lot of mileage out of because I grew up on those NES games. I really, really love playing games like that. So, yeah, I want to get all the classic NES series games on Game Boy Advance. And then finally here we have 3 more games to go through. 1 GameCube, 1 Wii U, and 1 major heavy hitter for the Nintendo 3DS. Starting off here, I got a good deal on this. I got the Ocarina of Time 2-game bonus disc, which includes the first release of Master Quest. This one was like $30 on Mercari. I think I might have had a coupon or something, but yeah, picked up this. I've actually never owned this because I had the Zelda Collector's Edition as a kid. I don't have it anymore. I need to pick up that again. But I never had this. I never had access to Master Quest because Master Quest wasn't in the Collector's Edition, I don't think, the like pre-order bonus for that, but picked up this for a pretty good price. Happy to add this to the GameCube collection. Also, look at all these logos on the back. It's kind of cool to see, like, I mean, that's just F-Zero, man. That just says F-Zero. And also, look at how small the the Four Swords Adventures logo is on the right there. That's a little funny. But yeah, nice to add another first-party kind of heavy hitter GameCube game to the GameCube collection. Then we get to a Wii U game. Man, oh man, I have been hunting this bad boy down forever. So I've talked about it in past pickups videos. Maybe not on this channel, maybe it was on the other one. But Dragon Quest X on Wii U has a ton of versions, and I'm going for a full Wii U set. Now, most people wouldn't count these because they are variants. However, I'm sick in the head, so I want to try and get every variant as well for these Dragon Quest games. There's also the Monster Hunter MMO in Japan. So let me actually grab all these real quick and I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, yeah, so Dragon Quest X being an MMO, you expect there to be expansions, right? So I'll just go through these really quick. Here is the first release of Dragon Quest X on the Wii U. Then we had Dragon Quest X version 2. Then from there, they released a version 3 as well. Then from there, they also did a all-in-one package that includes versions 1 and 2, and an all-in-one package that includes versions 1 through 3. And that's all I've been able to find as of very recently, until I just recently was able to pick up this one here, is Dragon Quest X 5,000 Years Faraway Journey or something like that. This one was very, very elusive to me. I could not find this one anywhere on the internet. I was looking on, Yahoo Auctions Japan. I was looking everywhere until finally one popped up on eBay very recently for like $20 free shipping. I immediately bought it. I was like, oh, no way. So now I have, 6 versions, 6 different covers for Dragon Quest X on Wii U. All of the discs are the same. It's just a cover variant, but there's one I'm missing. There's one more that released very late in the Wii U's life cycle. So as I showed you, they did all-in-one versions for 1 and 2, but then also versions 1 and 3 had an all-in-one package right here. I'm pretty sure, and someone, maybe if you somehow know more about Wii U than me, maybe you can comment, there is an all-in-one package that includes versions 1 through 4 on the Wii U. I'm pretty sure that exists. There's not much information on it. I'm pretty sure I've seen images of that on Google search though, but that one, who knows? I mean, it took me a long time to be able to find this one here. I've seen like disc-only copies of it pop up for some reason, but yeah, this one took forever to find, so I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to find the all-in-one versions 1 through 4. It's just something kind of fun to go for here, and now I have all of these different Dragon Quest games on the Wii U. Most of the spines are the same, but as you can see, I mean, the text is different, and I don't know. It's something silly to go for. I understand, like, if you're going for a full Wii U set, like, yeah, you don't need to count this. These are just variants. But I don't know. I think it's kind of a fun thing. And also, all that beautiful Akira Toriyama art is very cool to have on the Wii U and all these Wii U cases. So, yeah, very happy to finally add that to the collection. And hopefully in the near future, I can find the final version of that. And then finally, I bought this back in July. I've been meaning to show it in a pickups video. I think I also want to do a whole separate video on how stupid Nintendo collecting is and how stupid cardboard is, because Nintendo cardboard adds so much value to a thing. So I managed to get this. I saw it pop up for $150. That's already a lot of money. It goes for significantly more than that, but when I saw it pop up for $150, I was like, okay, worst case scenario, I buy this and I sell it, but obviously I haven't sold it yet because I'm just going to keep this. I'm a Nintendo fan. I want to have this. I'm a Pokemon fan. This goes for like $400 or $500. Obviously, the person who posted it didn't really know what was going on, so I'll probably just end up keeping this because it's a very cool thing, and maybe I'll sell my regular copies. But this is the Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire double pack on Nintendo 3DS, and the only difference is that it has this cardboard. That's it. That's the only reason this is so expensive. You can get Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire for like, I don't know, $35, $40 each. Maybe it's gone up a little bit, but you can get them for about retail. This freaking cardboard makes the price of these games so outrageous. Now, you can snipe other copies. I actually saw, right after I bought this one, I saw another one go up for, I think, $200, which is still exorbitant, right? Like, that's ridiculous for cardboard. But, you can snag copies from people that just like look up, okay, I have these 2 games, I want to sell them, and then they see this and they're like, okay, well, together it should be like the same price. But no, Nintendo cardboard is absurd, and I mean, it's literally just the regular games in here. So I do have some extra copies of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire right now. I guess I'll probably sell off my standard copies and just keep this. But yeah, I mean, it's literally like, it's just the same thing, but including this little piece of paper as well, which, I mean, okay, why not, I guess. It's so dumb. But I haven't actually popped these into a 3DS yet. I know Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire kind of had some issues with like save corruption, I believe. It'd be kind of fun to pop these in and maybe check if the previous owner had any Pokemon on there. But yeah, that is a major heavy hitter for the 3DS collection that I wasn't planning on buying, but I saw it pop up. I was doing my nightly looking up just 3DS games, sorting by newest, and I saw that pop up and I was like, okay, I mean, for that price I might as well. But what an obscene Nintendo cardboard, man. It's just stupid, But yeah, that is going to do it for today's pickups video. Thank you so much for watching. Like I said at the top, if you enjoy these types of videos, I do genuinely really appreciate the support on these videos. Hitting like, that does help. Subscribing, that does help. Commenting even does help as well. Helps with the algorithm and all that. So really appreciate that. And of course, let me know in the comments down below, what have you added to your collections in the recent future? And what do you have? What are some recommendations for me? Obviously, I'm buying all these Switch games that who knows when I'll actually have time to play them. What do you think I should add to my collection? Maybe I've already bought it and you'll see it in a future video. Who knows? Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the channel. Its-A-Mii here. Today we are doing another pickups video. I said in the last one, towards the end of October, I would do one a little bit sooner than I normally would, just to show all of the new releases in October. I'm not sure if anybody else is feeling this right now, but as someone with a full-time job, as someone who does YouTube on the side, as someone who is generally pretty busy, I have never felt more overwhelmed by how many games are releasing. There are so many great things coming out, and that's really the issue, right? You grow up, you know, you're always wanting more games. You don't have the money to buy them. As soon as you have the money to buy games, you don't have time to play them, which is where I'm really at right now, because there were so many great releases in October that I'm trying to catch up on. I talked about Metaphor in the last pickups video, and I showed off the special edition for that bad boy, and trying to get through that. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero came out, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which I know is very different from the other games, but I love Call of Duty. Mario and Luigi Brothership, obviously, I did a review of, and you guys seem to love that, so I appreciate the support there. I'll talk about that more in just a second. On top of all the other stuff that I haven't really played too much of yet, Ys-10 I played the demo of. We'll be talking about that more here. Romancing Saga 2, I really want to get to, and then there's some other things that came out in October that I am really itching to play, so I feel very swamped right now. You know, I feel like 2024 for me, for the first half of the year, was pretty light, especially on the Switch side of things. There were some PS5 games that I want to play that I missed, like Infinite Wealth and 7 Rebirth, but in terms of Switch games and also PS5 for October, it feels like it just all happened at once, right? Like I was playing nothing in like June, for example, but here we are now, and I cannot keep up with everything releasing. So as always, we'll start off with the recent Switch releases. Like I said, mostly games that came out in October. However, there are a couple other odds and ends that thrown in here, as well as Mario and Luigi Brothership. I figured I might as well just talk about it in today's video. But starting off, we have Ys-10 Nordics here. This is the deluxe edition that NIS America always does for basically all of their games. I'm not sure. I think it includes like a little digital art book, maybe something along those lines. I talked about it in the video where I went over the games I played in October, because I played the demo for this game, and that was like, I want to say like 6 to 8 hours, somewhere in that range. I finished the demo. People were telling me that's like 1/4 of the game, so I'm definitely going to finish this. However, we have two issues. First of all, busy playing Metaphor, want to play Romancing Saga, want to play Dragon Quest 3 comes out in a couple of days as of when I'm recording this, so, you know, there's a lot of other RPGs I want to play, and I think I'll play those first probably, so hopefully Ys-10 I get to before the end of the year. But there's another issue, and that is the fact that I have the Switch version here. I bought this in the buy two get one sale at Best Buy back in August. I played the demo on PS5. I think I made a mistake there. So I decided, like, okay, I'm just going to play the demo on PS5 when that came out, and I wasn't really thinking, like, oh, well, this is a really long demo. I'm going to want to transfer my progress to the full game. So what I'm really holding out hope for here, despite buying the Switch version, despite owning all of the Ys games on Switch, so I'm really hoping that on Black Friday this year, there is at least a maybe $10, maybe hopefully $20 off sale for Ys-10 Nordics at Best Buy or Amazon or wherever, so I can get that game for a little bit cheaper, because I do want to play it before the end of the year. But also Falcom games on PS5, you know, on every platform, they seem to get expensive pretty quickly. Especially on PS5, you look at like Ys-8 and Ys-9. I mean, those games are so expensive on PS5, even versus the Switch version. So I want to get Ys-10 on PS5, I think, because I don't want to have to replay the opening 7 hours of that game again on Switch. So fingers definitely crossed that there will be a nice sale there, and I guess I'll keep this copy sealed here for the collection. I don't have these in order of release date or anything, by the way, so some of these are just kind of just stacked up here a little bit randomly. Next up, this was at the end of October, though, World of Goo 2 from 2D Boy and Tomorrow Corporation. I love 2D Boy, I love Tomorrow Corporation. Interestingly, World of Goo, I would say, is my least favorites of their three major things. So they have World of Goo, they have Little Inferno, and they have Human Resource Machine / 7 Billion Humans. I love Human Resource Machine, and I love Little Inferno, even though Little Inferno is like, it's kind of like an idle game almost, where you just burn objects, but it's really satisfying. I love the art style and like all the little quirks that go on there. World of Goo is definitely their most like critically acclaimed game, I would say. Like, it's very much just a traditional, like, this is a puzzle game, you know. Little Inferno is like a weird app, and Human Resource Machine is like a weird coding thing. I love both those things, though, and World of Goo never stood out to me as much as those. However, World of Goo 2, I've heard nothing but good things. I hear it's a great sequel, and it has co-op. I don't know if the first one had co-op. I don't believe it did, but this is one that I think I'll play through with Olivia, and I'm sure she'll enjoy the art style here. So picked up this, once again, through the Best Buy buy two get one sale. Actually, I need to stop saying that. It goes without saying, if there is a new Switch game in this pile, like a new release, I bought it through the Best Buy buy two get one sale, because that was a crazy deal, and I recommend that whenever it comes back again, you take advantage of it, because, oh my goodness, it's a lot of games. Next up, we have Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream. It's still sealed. I played it on PS5. I paid for like the 3-day early access on that game. That was probably a mistake. I enjoyed it, though. I actually talk about this more in depth in my October Games I Played video, but for what it is, as someone who is not an SAO fan, I liked Fractured Daydream. It has that very kind of addictive one more match, one more round thing going on that Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 has for me, where I think I've come to accept, as much as I love Sparking Zero, I think I've come to accept that I really like PvE or like co-op anime games. There's nothing more fun than that to me. So while I do enjoy PvP in like a Dragon Ball fighting game or like the Naruto, Storm games or Shinobi Striker or something, I really like co-op anime stuff. And Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream, I did enjoy quite a bit. It's nothing like special or anything. It's nothing like crazy good, but I did enjoy it for what it was. And if you're a Sword Art Online fan, I imagine you'll enjoy it even more than I did. So that one's a like half recommendation for me. It depends on if you are okay with some anime jank, but for what it is, as someone who enjoys that co-op, grind loop of just doing the same missions over and over, I did enjoy that one. But I also picked up here Sword Art Online Alicization Lycoris, I believe is how you say that. This is the one that came out, I want to say 2 years ago. SAO on Switch is weird because last year they released Last Recollection on PS5, PS4, and PC, maybe even Xbox, I'm not sure. That one did not come out on Switch for some reason. However, Fatal Bullet did, and Hollow Realization did, and this Alicization Lycoris game did, and now we have Fractured Daydream. So it's weird that we didn't get Last Recollection, but this is one of those like Asian English releases. As you can see, there's no ESRB here. So there's one more I still need, and that is Hollow Realization. You can find like the European copy on eBay, not too bad, but I want to get there's a copy that has this exact same like advanced 16 or suitable for 16 and above kind of logo there. So that's what I'm going to be going for. So that's the last SAO game I'll need. This one is single player though, so I'm not sure if this one would appeal to me as much. Like I said, I like the co-op aspects of Fractured Daydream. I assume I would like Fatal Bullet if I played it. This one is single player though, so I wanted to pick up that though and slowly inch towards completing my anime games collection on the Switch, as we have another anime game in here we'll talk about in just a second. Next up, I just started this one late last night, and that is Sonic Shadow Generations. All right, now I'm gonna try to be nice here. I'm gonna try to be nice to all the Sonic fans. I remember playing Sonic Generations growing up. I think I played the 3DS version though, so like very different game, but I enjoyed it for what it was as a kid. I think this is where I finally accept that like Sonic is not for me. I can appreciate what is here. So I haven't really touched Sonic Generations itself, but I've been playing the Shadow Generations part of it. I think I'm already like halfway through it. It's not long, apparently, like 3 hours. So I'll see it through, but I think this is the game where I finally accept that Sonic is not a franchise I need to even touch. I appreciate it for what it is. I'm glad that people seem to really be loving this renaissance that we're in here with Sonic. I enjoy the movies for what they are, but the games are almost always a miss for me, and that is, it always sucks, right? Like, people love Sonic, even though I know Sonic has its issues, but like overall, I think people enjoy Sonic. I just think Sonic's not for me, but this is a pretty cool physical copy. The Day 1 edition here includes download code as well as a little Eggman Empire book, which is fun. I don't know what's in here. I haven't looked at this yet. Just so much. It's his journal. That's kind of cool. The Shadow stuff is nice, right? Like it's fine. It's fine. It's not like bad. I'm not trying to say Sonic Shadow Generations is bad or anything. I think it's just not for me. From what I've played, it definitely feels like it's on the higher end of Sonic games, like higher quality end. I enjoy the little hub world you have going around and all that. The different moves that Shadow has are fun to use, but I don't know. I think Sonic just isn't for me. But I'll have more thoughts on that towards the end of the month when I do my November games I played, I think. Because I would also like to go back and fully finish Generations, because I don't think I ever beat it even on 3DS. So that'll probably take a little bit longer. But I did Shadow Generations first just because I heard everybody raving about it. And alas, I still think it's just kind of like not for me. Next up, we have Romancing Saga Revenge of the Seven. So this is a remake of Romancing Saga 2, which is funny because Romancing Saga 2, the original version, or like the mobile port version that came to Switch, that already has a physical release. But this is a full remake of Romancing Saga 2, and I've heard nothing but good things about this. From everything I've seen, it looks really great. It just came out at a awful time. Like I was saying at the top, like, listen, I get it. It's tough to figure out when to release games. However, Square Enix, what are you doing? You're talking about scaling back. You're talking about doing less of these smaller releases. If you're still going to do them, spread them out more. You cannot be releasing this a day before Ys-10. You cannot be releasing it the same month as Metaphor. You can't even be releasing it 3 weeks before Dragon Quest III HD 2D, your own game. You can't do it. You need to put this game in its own slot. And then we have Fantasian at the beginning of December. I don't understand why they think releasing these, like very hardcore JRPGs all at the same time in the holiday period when every other game releases is a good idea. That's my little Square Enix rant there. But yeah, Romancing Saga 2 looks absolutely fantastic from what I've seen. I'm hoping that I finish Metaphor, I finish Dragon Quest 3, I get to Ys-10, probably Fantasian would happen before this, and then maybe before the end of 2024, I can squeeze in Romancing Saga, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I know there's a demo out right now. Even that came out at a bad time. I think it came out like the same day as the Metaphor demo or something. Like, it was just, it's all these RPGs, all these JRPGs coming out at the same time. Just rough, man. I wish Romancing Saga 2 had come out in like August or something. But then again, I guess Visions of Mana came out then, so maybe that would have been a bad time too. But yeah, I heard great things about that. I want to check out that. This is a September release. I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention it, but it is Cocoon. So this is an Annapurna published game. Also, I Am 8-Bit was involved there. So this is a game from one of the lead gameplay designers of Limbo and Inside from Playdead, and I love Inside. Limbo is also very good, but Inside is like, I think that was maybe my game of the year 2016. I really like Inside, and I've heard great things about Cocoon. Not that great compared to Inside, right? It's not on that level, but I wanted to pick up that. That was a September release. I don't think I mentioned it, but cool that it got a physical there. Another indie game here, we have Pepper Grinder from Devolver Digital, and I'm not sure who actually developed this one. REC Games, I believe, maybe. I'm probably saying that wrong. This game was in, I want to say, either the Partner Showcase or an Indie World earlier this year, and I thought it looked really cool. Apparently, it was in development for like a really long time. But basically, you have this drill, and you kind of burrow and dig through the ground, and it like has this really like nice momentum-based physics or something, like where it just looks very satisfying to like dig in and like launch up and then go into the next thing, attack enemies, that kind of thing. I'm not sure if this is more like Metroidvania-esque. It says on the back here, yeah, pick up jewels, open up new paths on the world map, and snag a collectible sticker. So maybe some light Metroidvania elements, but I thought this one looked cool, nice pixel arts, and once again, cool to see more indie games getting physical releases, not through limited run. And speaking of indie games, we have the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, the physical version, once again through I Am 8-Bits. I played Stanley Parable back, I want to say in like 2014 or whenever it released. It's an older game. I've not played Ultra Deluxe, and I definitely didn't do like all the different endings for Stanley Parable, but it's this very kind of trippy narrative adventure, very nice narration, over this game, and it's something I would like to go back to, maybe play through with Olivia, and I think she probably watched like Let's Plays of it back in the day or something, but that'd be something where like I haven't played it or seen it in so long that I'm sure I've forgotten most things about it. So wanted to pick up that. And then also another game that Olivia has been absolutely grinding, Balatro here. I have not gotten too much time into this myself. I do love what I've played so far. I played it with some friends over PAX West weekend, but Balatro is it's this roguelike deck building game, but it's not like, when you think of like a deck building game, you're thinking of like, okay, like a game with like cards that have like actual, moves and stuff. This is literally poker. You're playing poker. You're gambling in this game, but it has this very nice flow, this very nice gameplay loop, and the physical version here, haven't opened these up. I don't know if I will, but it actually comes with some physical Balatro cards, which is really cool. So if you're a fan of Balatro, cool to have these. You got some jokers here, as well as some aces, and probably some other cards in there. Or no, it just says Balatro aces on the packaging. But yeah, that's a cool little physical bonus for this. And once again, just always cool to see indie games getting physical releases on Switch, but also especially when they have cool goodies like that. It has inside art, very nice. Happy to have this and add it to the collection. Balatro really came out of nowhere, man. I feel like no one had ever heard of this game until like February or March, and then it just blew up and took over the world. So I would not be surprised to see Balatro nominated for Best Indie Game and probably win it at the Game Awards next month. Here's a random one, not a new release, but I wanted to pick this up before the sequel comes out, and I don't know when I would have time to play it, but I picked up Fairy Tail here, like I said, going for all those anime games. This one was developed by Gust, the Atelier devs. I'm not sure what the consensus is of Fairy Tail, the game specifically. I know the anime is a little bit more hit or miss. I know either you like hate it and you think it's cringe and weeby or whatever, or you enjoy it. I'm not sure where I would fall on that because I've never watched Fairy Tail. I've read a little bit of the manga, and from the like probably 20 chapters I read, I thought it was fine. But I picked up this game at one point. This was actually pretty expensive. I'm not sure if it got reprinted at some point. I think I maybe paid $40. But there's a sequel to this coming out. I'm not sure what this is. Like, I'm not sure. Does this cover the canon events of the series? Because I know when they announced Fairy Tail 2 in the Nintendo Direct, they were like, this contains the final arcs, I'm pretty sure. Like, one of the major final arcs of the series. So I wouldn't do this, but like, if anybody is a Fairy Tail fan in the comments and you've watched the anime, read the manga, and played the game, can you like experience the story of Fairy Tail through this game and then the second game? That feels like too much content to probably fit into 2 games, I imagine, because Fairy Tail is like, 70 volumes or whatever. Then you have 100 Years Quest and all that. So, but yeah, either way, I wanted to pick that up and add it to the collection. Eventually, I could see myself getting very into Fairy Tail and playing through this game and then the sequel. I also wanted to pick it up before Farmagia releases. Obviously, that's already out, so you'll see that in probably not the next pickups video, but the one after. We'll see. I'm going to be doing a lot of pickups over the next 2 months as we ramp up for Christmas. But yeah, I wanted to pick up that. Obviously, the reason I mentioned Farmagia, if you don't know, Hiromashima, the creator of Fairy Tail, did the art for Magia. So that's why I wanted to mention that. But yeah, added that to the collection. And then a couple more new releases here that I have not had time to get to, unfortunately. This one stings. I really want to play this, but I think it'll have to wait until, closer to the holidays, as we are, we're getting there very closely. But Super Mario Party Jamboree here. I have heard nothing but good things about this game. People are saying like it is just universally the best Mario Party on Switch. I think it's also the highest reviewed Mario Party of all time on Metacritic. So excited to get to this. It'll definitely happen eventually, but also, like, as excited as I was for Mario Party Jamboree, it's really not one of those games I need to play on day one, There's other things I'd rather play on day one. Mario Party will have its time whenever it needs to have its time, right? Like, when friends are over for the holidays with family, like, it's gonna happen. It's just, like, I don't need to be there day one for Mario Party, if that makes sense. I guess I'm a fake fan. So that I need to get to. But also, last two games here, or last two October releases, Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered. I've never played a Tomb Raider game. I've never played any of them. I haven't even played the Crystal Dynamics reboot games, which look really good. I'm sure those games are fantastic. But I picked up this. They just announced Tomb Raider 4 through 6 collection coming out in February, so similar time frame to when this released digitally. I'm not sure if these are good remasters by Aspire. They look decent to me, but I'm not sure what the consensus is. And I think it's cool that they're doing 4 through 6. It's funny though, because like 4 through 6, they're not called 4 through 6. Like it's not called Tomb Raider 5, right? Tomb Raider 1 through 3, I'm pretty sure actually was, like, they were numbered, but then 4 through 6 were not, and they're just adding the numbers retroactively, which is whatever. But cool that all these games are getting added to the Switch library. I wonder, after they do 4 through 6, will they do like the like Underworld and those games that were on PS2 and PS3? I wonder about that. And then eventually, probably would happen on Switch 2 at this point, but I would like to see the Crystal Dynamics reboot trilogy come over to the Switch, because I've heard Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider specifically are really good, and I love Uncharted, so like I know I'll like those games when I get to them eventually. It just has not happened yet, but wanted to add that to the collection. And then this one is annoying me. So if you watched my video like evaluating my total collection, I use an app called CLZ Games to kind of cover my game collection and see what it's worth and track everything. For some reason, despite this game being out for almost a full month now, this game is not in the app, and it's driving me crazy. And that is Eternights here from Maximum Games and Studio Psy. So this one was announced in I want to say State of Play a couple years ago. I think it came to PS5 maybe last November or somewhere around there, last year at some points. Basically, it's this anime action game, not based on any property, but it's this anime-styled action game that also has like heavy dating sim elements, and it looks pretty cool. I like the like all the neon like aesthetic of this game. The idea of having this like hardcore action game mixed in with a dating sim is kind of fun. And when it was announced for Switch, I was like, oh, cool, I'll finally check that out. So yeah, have not had time to check out this yet, but I am excited to. I think it got decent reviews, and I think it's something I'll enjoy. But yeah, no, it's really annoying that it will not pop up in the app. There's a game that released in November also will not pop up in the app. World of Goo 2 actually took a while to add its information into the database. So I guess, I don't know if Price Sharding just has no data on Eternights on Switch yet or what, but it will not let me add it. And it's like a constant thing. I have to keep reminding myself, like, I need to remember to add Eternights and World of Goo 2 and this other thing before I forget. But then I try to add it and it's not in there. It's first world problems, absolutely. But man, what an annoying little thing to have to keep track of. And then a final Switch game before this video. I'll save up all of the other November game releases for the end of the month, or maybe even early December. But I figured I would go ahead and talk about this. I posted my review a couple days ago, one on Monday, and that is Mario and Luigi Brothership. I love this game. I think that this is probably the best Mario RPG on Switch. I need to, give it some time, probably years, maybe even. It's definitely up there with Super Mario RPG, though. For me, I love Brothership so much. I think the story is really great. The animations, the gameplay itself, the battle system in this game, I definitely think, at the very least, the battle system is the best of any Mario RPG across the board. I totally believe that. The story is really great. I would even say that's the best of any Mario RPG. The only thing that I would say maybe takes away from it is how long it is. It does feel a little too long at times, but I feel like that's more coming from the perspective of me as someone who wants to play Eternights. Like, I can't be playing 50-hour RPGs back to back, man. I need some shorter games. So I really appreciated last year the length of Super Mario RPG Remake, and Brothership is like a 40 to 50-hour game, which is really long. It's a really long game, but I think for most people that won't really be a concern. That's kind of a good thing, right? You get more bang for your buck. I know people like that, so it's hard to really view it as a negative. But for someone like me who I want to play so many games. It's like, ah, man, this is such a long game. But the quality never really drops, in my opinion, except for maybe one section kind of in the middle. It's a little bit more dull compared to other parts of the game, but it's still really good. And the music's great. Basically, this game is great. I totally recommend it. It actually releases today, I think, when I'm posting this video. So if you have not decided whether or not you're picking up Mario & Luigi Brothership yet, I posted, I think, a 20-minute plus review on Monday. Definitely go check out that. You guys killed it on that video. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, that is it for Switch games this month, although we do have some DS stuff, a Game Boy game, as well as some PS5 and Wii stuff that I've thrifted over the past month. All right, so starting off with the PlayStation games, one PS4, one PS5. I decided to pick both of these up kind of on a whim. So the first one here is the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster reprints on PS4. I decided to pick this up because, while I have it on Switch, I want to own them on PlayStation for trophies. I like trophy hunting. And, Final Fantasy 1 through 6 are games I'm going to be playing over and over again throughout my life, especially, well, I've only played Final Fantasy 1 through 3 so far, but I actually really like Final Fantasy 2. I know I'm a weirdo in that thinking, and I still need to get to 4 through 6, but I wanted to own it on PS4. I'll probably just crack this open and play the rest of, 4 through 6 on PS4 instead of Switch. Even though I do have it on Switch, I bought the Play Asia release there. I wanted to own it on PlayStation to have trophies, and I think it'd be fun to go for all like the Final Fantasy Platinums or something over my lifetime. Try to get every Final Fantasy Platinum, I think, would be kind of fun. So I wanted to get that there. I'm glad they reprinted it, so it's a little bit more accessible for people. PS4 especially. Copies of this game on PS4 were like $1,000. Like it was completely absurd. So I'm glad Square Enix at least reprinted it. And this is one that honestly might even go on sale around Black Friday. I've already seen it dropping a little bit below price, which is $75. So it is over MSRP for or at least compared to most retail games. So I wouldn't be surprised if this drops down to 60 or 50 even pretty quickly. And that's a great collection of great remasters or pixel remasters of the original 6 Final Fantasy games. And then the PS5 release I picked up this month is a game that I didn't even know existed until it was out. I love these movies, though. I don't really talk about it on this YouTube channel, but me and Olivia, we are complete movie heads. we weren't like for a long time. I would go to the theater maybe twice a year for whatever Marvel thing was coming out or whatever big movie was coming out. But recently, this past year, we're movie heads. I mean, that's what we do. We just go to the movies. That is our thing that we do together, and we will see like 3 movies a week. So we love movies, and I love this series in particular, even though they're not like the highest quality. They're pretty solid horror flicks. I enjoy them, and that is A Quiet Place, but they made a game here called A Quiet Place: The Road Ahead. I'm not sure if this is good. I don't want to know. I don't want to see reviews. Apparently, I did look up on How Long to Beat. It's like a 5-hour game, so I figured this would be a fun game for us to play through together. Kind of just a fun little spooky story game. The plan was to play it on Halloween, and just play it as like our spooky Halloween date night, I guess. But that did not happen. We ended up watching Scream and doing something else, I think, instead. So, yeah, I do want to get to this probably before the end of the year, maybe even before the end of the month. But that is it for actual new releases for the month of October. But like I said, I do have some DS and some thrifted things here. We'll start with the thrifted stuff. So we found a little stack of Wii games over the past month. Most of these were from the Goodwill bins, but there was one game here from Value Village. Or actually, I think all of these were from Value Village. I think I just made up the fact they were from Goodwill. I think actually all of these games were from Value Village. So anywhere from like $3 to $5 a piece, so they don't really go beyond that. But starting off here, some decent quality stuff, nothing expensive, but some games I wanted to add to the collection. We have Crash of the Titans here with the stickers still all over. I need to clean this up. It does have the manual though. Never played Crash of the Titans. Haven't played most of those like later Crash games like Twin Sanity. I haven't played really any of those, so I'm not sure if those games are well beloved or what. I'd imagine they're probably not, because that's around the time that Crash died. But yeah, I wanted to pick up that for cheap, obviously. Zack and Wiki for Wii, Quest for Barbarossa's Treasure from Capcom. That's one of those games I just always heard people talking about back in like the early 2010s. I remember people being like, "Oh, it's a cult classic," back when it was only a few years old. And to see it for $5, I was like, "Yeah, why not? I'll pick up Zack and Wiki. Why not?" We got a copy of Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock here. This one weirdly is like worth it. Like if you are a retailer or whatever and you see Guitar Hero 3 in the wild, like pick it up, I guess. It's like a $20 game. Most Guitar Hero stuff is like worthless, but for some reason Guitar Hero 3, I guess it's just because like this was like the Guitar Hero. Like if you grew up in that era, Guitar Hero 3 was like the pinnacle, I think, for a lot of people in terms of popularity. Obviously, then we got like Rock Band, and they started doing all these offshoots like Guitar Hero Metallica. I know is one that is actually pretty expensive to find on like PS3. But I saw this on Wii, and I was like, you know what? I would kind of like to own these on Wii, because I played Guitar Hero 3, I think on PS2 and maybe 360 growing up. But I never played any of the Guitar Hero stuff on Wii. I almost never find it while thrifting. So I was like, you know what? I have a Wii guitar because I found it at Goodwill maybe 2 years ago. Why not go ahead and try and find these on Wii? So whenever I see them for cheap, I think I'll be adding these. And I haven't actually played Guitar Hero in a very long time, but growing up, I mean, I love those games. That's how I feel like Guitar Hero kind of shaped a lot of my music interests actually back in the day. So yeah, Guitar Hero 3, cool to add that. This is a random one, but I was like, you know, I'm buying all these other Wii games. I might as well add this. Transformers Prime, the game. This is also on Wii U, so I know I own 2 copies of Transformers Prime, but you know, Transformers 1 just coming out. I was like, you know what, Transformers is in the brain. Let's check out Transformers Prime here. And then finally, we have 2 first-party Wii games I actually didn't have. My Wii collection's good, but like I'm missing a lot of random stuff. The Wii has a lot of random games, like just random stuff. So starting off here, we have Donkey Kong Barrel Blast here. This is well, I was gonna say this is a GameCube game. No, that's Jungle Beat. Donkey Kong in the 2000s is weird, man. A lot of those games were on GameCube. They put like 5 of them on GameCube, and they started bringing them to Wii. So I got mixed up there for a second. But this is a racing game that was designed exclusively for Wii. It was not a GameCube game. I need to correct myself there. I don't know if this game is good. I've watched videos on it in the past, though, and it doesn't look very high quality. It looks like there's a lot of waggle with this game. You're really shaking your Wiimote and nunchuck. But to find this for like $4 or $5, I was like, yeah, I mean, of course. Obviously, it's a first-party Wii game I do not own, so that was cool to find. And then finally, for the Wii games, another game I did not have, or a game I had, but I had it in like a Hollywood video case, so happy to add it with the manual, with the proper box art. And that is Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. I'm not sure if this is worth anything, really, but I know at one point it wasn't. I know Metroid stuff, though, kind of fluctuates up and down. And this one is also completes here past the little thing here. You can see. You can trust me. It's there. It's there. You can see the manual. Yeah. So this was complete. I do not have Prime 2. I also don't have Prime Trilogy. I need to get Prime Trilogy because I need to play Prime 2, and I refuse to play Prime 2 on GameCube. Although I also don't have Prime 2 on GameCube. It's probably not going to happen at this point, but I really, really, really hope that Prime 2 and 3 come to Switch before Prime 4. I've never played Prime 2 and 3, and I really want to do that before Prime 4 releases. It's probably not happening, and if it does happen, it's not going to be on the, you know, quality scale that Prime Remastered 1 was. But either way, happy to add Prime 3 to the collection. I'll probably be buying Prime Trilogy in the very near future, honestly, because I need to play those games to get ready for Prime 4. You know, I played Federation Force last year, played Prime 1 last year. I need to play through Prime 2 and 3 as well as Hunters and Other M. I do have Other M on Wii, so yeah, I'm really hoping. I think I'll give it like one more Direct, you know, like I'll give them one more Nintendo Direct to announce Prime 2 and 3, and if it doesn't happen there, I will immediately just rip the Band-Aid off and play Prime 2 and 3 on the Wii, which isn't a huge deal. It's not like I'm complaining. It's not a big deal to have to play them on Wii, but if there is a nicer remaster coming out in like less than a year, I'd rather wait. You know, that happened with Pikmin 1 and 2 for me, where I played those games on Wii, and then like 3 months later, they came to Switch. Although in that case, I think the Wii version is still actually superior based on the control method. But either way, Prime 3, happy to add that to the collection. Happy to add all these Wii games to the collection. And finally, we do have some DS stuff here that I added. I'm gonna be honest, I keep saying this. I have like stuff I bought months ago, and I have not shown in pickups videos. I bought all of these games a long time ago, like back in, honestly, probably April, and I just never showed them in a video, because I was planning on doing a video on all of these games, and I thought it'd be a fun kind of retrospective thing, and I might still do that eventually, but I mentioned Black Ops 6 earlier. I'm a huge Call of Duty fan, and specifically, I've done videos on like Call of Duty Wii U in the past, Call of Duty Wii in the past. I've never really messed with Call of Duty on the Nintendo DS. So I already had Modern Warfare 3. I played a little bit of this one a couple years ago, but I added the rest of the DS Call of Duties to my collection. So Modern Warfare, this is the one I actually have played some of it very recently. I played through probably 2 hours of the campaign. I think it's actually like an 8-hour campaign on DS for some reason. These games are rough on DS. They're completely different games. But if you're a Call of Duty fan, it's kind of cool to see like where the franchise was at that time, because, you know, we're getting Modern Warfare and World at War and Black Ops on console, and those games are like pushing boundaries. But then they were also bringing them to DS, which is just really funny. So we had World at War here on the Nintendo DS. We have Modern Warfare 2 Mobilized. Or actually, it's just called Modern Warfare Mobilized. This one's weird because we did not get MW2, which is just so crazy because that is, I mean, that's like the one everybody knows, right? Like everybody loves Modern Warfare 2 from 2009. The DS got it, kind of, or at least they used the branding here anyway. I'm not sure if this game has Rust in it, or if the campaign even really resembles the original console version. But I added that, and then finally Black Ops, which was the final handheld Call of Duty, or at least the final Nintendo handheld Call of Duty. Obviously, Vita did end up getting Black Ops Declassified, which is not a good game. I have played that game before. That one's rough. And I'm not saying these are good either. I doubt any of these Call of Duty games on DS are actually good, but it is fun to kind of look back and see what a handheld Call of Duty looks like, because we don't really have, I guess we have Call of Duty Mobile now, but that's like basically a full console game. So added these to the DS collection. None of these are very expensive. I think like maybe $10, $15 a piece. And I bought these a long time ago and just never talked about them. So I figured now with Black Ops 6 releasing, or having released very recently, it was time to finally show those. And then finally, final pickup, another thing that I picked up probably back in July or August. We talked about Romancing Saga 2 earlier. I added a very clean copy of an original Game Boy game that I did not have. I don't have very many original Game Boy games. I have a lot of GBA, but not much OG Game Boy, so I added a complete copy of Final Fantasy Legend 3. I saw this for like $80, which is a really good price, and I was like, you know what? I'll add that. The reason I say Romancing Saga 2, this is a Romancing Saga. In America, they called Romancing Saga Final Fantasy Legend to try and sell it, and I thought this was a really cool, clean copy of an OG Game Boy game. I just don't have too many of these. There are some, there's some creases there, but it's fine for how old this is and for the condition it is overall, for the price I paid. I was happy to add this to the collection, because my Game Boy collection, it's getting there, especially for GBA, but I want to add more OG Game Boy stuff. And yeah, I thought this was a really cool ad. I need to get, obviously, Final Fantasy Legend 1 and 2. I'm not sure what lines up there. I guess Legend 1 would be Romancing Saga 1, and then Legend 2 would be Romancing Saga 2, probably. Although, I don't know. I can't trust Final Fantasy. In the 80s and 90s, Final Fantasy in America cannot be trusted. Okay, looking at Wikipedia, it looks like they are lined up properly. So Legend is Romancing Saga 1, Legend 2 is Saga 2, and Legend 3 is Saga 3. So, yeah, I thought that was a cool game to add. Obviously, I think that was actually, when did they announce Romancing? Honestly, I might have bought that before they even announced Romancing Saga 2 Remake. So, kind of funny coincidence there. They're also bringing, they're doing like a Western version of Minstrel Song Remastered, even though the game already has one of those Asian releases. So, that's a little weird. That's coming out early next year. I'll probably buy it, because I want to get that different cover art. But that is going to do it for today's pickups video. That is going to do it for all of the pickups for basically all the new releases of October. There's a couple things I didn't buy. Silent Hill 2, I want to get. Obviously, I bought Sparking Zero and Black Ops 6 digitally. But yeah, October was an absolutely packed month for me in terms of new releases, and I will be forever catching up, I think. Silent Hill 2 is the one I hope to pick up over Black Friday and maybe play with Olivia, because it's cozy horror games is kind of just like a fun little thing to do. So I'll probably pick up that over Black Friday. But of course, as always, let me know what you guys have added to your collection. What have you been playing recently throughout the month of October and the early days of November? Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. It's Amiibo here. Today we are doing our collection update for Black Friday. This is part 1. So I ordered a lot of stuff from like Amazon, Best Buy, Walmart. As you all know, I've been doing those deal videos. You all seem to love those. I really appreciate the support on those. And I ordered a lot of stuff on those like major retailers. I also ordered a lot of stuff from Video Games Plus, and none of those orders seem to have shipped yet. There's also a couple other random things I'm waiting on that we will talk about. But for now, I figured I wanted to get a video up on Black Friday. So we have a lot of PS5 games. I went way harder on PS5 this Black Friday than I ever intended. You all follow the channel. I mostly collect Switch. I mostly collect Nintendo. I do now have a pretty decent PS5 collection. I already had a decent sized PS5 collection. You can see my PlayStation stuff back there. I do collect some PlayStation here and there. I don't do any Xbox at all, but I have a lot of PS5 games here. A lot of games I already had on Switch that I just wanted to double dip on and buy on PS5 so I can play them on PS5, play them on the PS5 Pro especially, and play them that way. Also, just some games that I love that I wanted to support and own again on PS5. I know for some people that might just be like, well, why would you do that? But for me, I love my JRPGs. I love my Square Enix games, so I did double dip on a couple of those. We do have a few Switch games, though, so without further ado, we'll get into this. I'm not sure. I think this is like probably 20 games. This is the bulk of like the newer releases, right? When we get to VGP in the next collection update, that'll be a lot of older stuff like the Etrian Odyssey Nexus special edition. They put up some PS3 games that were on sale there, weirdly. But starting off, we do have a couple Switch games here I wanted to shout out that I picked up. Starting off here with a pickup from Best Buy. I think this is on sale for $30. Disgaea 7 Vows of the Virtueless, still going for all of those NIS America games on Switch, and I have every other Disgaea game, so for half off, I figured now was a good time to pick this up. I don't love the art style in these more modern Disgaea games. I gotta be honest. I've played Disgaea 1 and 5, and I believe a bit of 4, and I've seen a lot of 6 and 7. I don't like the 3D transition they did. I don't know if Disgaea fans like what they're going for here, or if they dislike it. Also, that new Phantom Brave game has the same kind of 3D art style. I don't love the art style, but honestly, I haven't heard too much about Disgaea 7. I'm not sure if this is one that people like overall. I think Disgaea 6 people were like kind of mixed on. I didn't play that one either, but picked up Disgaea 7, one of the few Switch games I picked up this year, or on the sale, because I already had most of the Switch games I wanted, right? Like I keep up with Switch throughout the year, especially with those Best Buy buy two get one sales. So there aren't that many games I even need to pick up on Black Friday when it comes around on Switch anymore. Another pickup here was Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, the Steelbook edition. This was on, I think, Amazon or Best Buy for $25. I also bought it on PS5, although that has not come yet. Initially, I bought it digitally on PS5 because I wanted to play it at midnight, and my plan was to do a video on it, but then I got busy with some other stuff. So I played it digitally on PS5. I still need to finish up my playthrough of that, but since they were $25 for the Steelbooks this Black Friday, I decided to pick them up on both platforms. I had bought it digitally on PS5 initially because I wanted to play it on PS5 because I heard the performance of the Switch version wasn't great. I heard it was better than the base SMT5, but still not the best. And, I want to get all the SMT games on probably every platform, to be honest. I love the series so much. So I decided to pick up this on Switch, and then, I do have the PS5 Steelbook coming. I think it's supposed to come later today, but it was supposed to come yesterday, so I don't really believe that's. On that same topic, there was a really good deal I wasn't able to show in any video because it went so fast, and it was shipped and sold by Amazon, I think, but it was from like a third-party seller. Someone on Amazon was selling Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, the special edition that has the DLC code in the box, for $20. Most other retailers have that right now for $40, and when I saw it for $20, I immediately jumped on that. I've been wanting to play Cyberpunk. That has not shipped yet. I saw someone on my server said they got it for $20 and like it actually arrived. Mine just says delayed and not shipped, so I don't know if I'll be getting Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty for $20. I don't want to pay $40 for that, but at $20, I was like, yeah, no brainer. So I'm not sure if that's going to end up coming. So there are a couple things outside of VGP that still haven't arrived. Anyway, one final Switch game here. Did not pick this up at release. Been wanting to play it, especially because it has that nice online mode. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. This is the Legendary Banana Edition. So two of my Switch games were Sega/Atlas games that have like a big slipcover. This one has a steelbook. This one has an art book. I already have all the other Monkey Ball games on Switch. I'm not a huge Monkey Ball fan, I gotta be honest, but I wanted to check out this one specifically because of that online multiplayer. Also, it does look to be the best of the ones that have been remade on Switch. I mean, this is a new game. This looks better than the remakes, is what I'm trying to say here. So, picked up this. I think this was $20 on Amazon, which I think it retailed for $50. This is a Switch exclusive, so of course had to add this to the collection. And then before we get to the onslaught of PS5 games, there was one random 4K Blu-ray that I bought, or 4K Ultra HD. Are they Blu-rays? I don't even know what they technically are called. I bought this for $10 on Amazon. This is the Final Fantasy 15 Kingsglaive. I've heard this movie is not very good, but it's starring Aaron Paul, Lena Headey, and Sean Bean. Of course, all famous from their different respective things that they did. Big fan of all three of those from their original series or movies or whatever they were in. Kingsglaive, I've never seen. I do love Final Fantasy 15, though. I am a defender of Final Fantasy 15, and recently me and my girlfriend have been really into movies. Like, we watch a movie like every night or every couple nights or so, and we try to keep up with the new releases in theaters because we have AMC A-List, but Kingsglaive, she doesn't know much about Final Fantasy other than her experience playing Final Fantasy 14. She's never seen anything about Final Fantasy 15. I don't know if the movie will be good. I don't expect it to be good. I remember hearing it was not very good, but for $10, I figured I'd pick up and add a 4K to the collection. But let's go ahead and talk about all these PS5 games. So I think I'm going to do a separate video on this in the very near future. I am basically done with Switch in terms of collecting. There's always going to be more that I want to get, right? But for the most parts, I have everything I want. There's a couple things here and there, right? Like I don't have Saga Emerald Beyond on Switch. But honestly, I'm kind of in a weird void period where I'm pretty much done with Switch. I usually play my games on PS5 when and if I can because they do run better. I also have the PS Portal. So I double dip on a lot of these PS5 games, and I think I do want to start taking PS5 collecting a little bit more seriously because I've learned that a lot of PS5 stuff is actually getting pretty hard to find, especially when you talk about like the Falcom RPGs. I want to talk about those in a separate video. Oh my goodness. Ys 9 on PS5, go on eBay. Look up Ys 9 on PS5 on eBay. It's ridiculous because it's on PS4. It's like a $40 game. But I want to start taking PS5 collecting a little bit more seriously. So I double dipped on some of my favorite RPGs of the year and games I do still want to play, but also just some other games that released this year that I hadn't gotten a chance to pick up yet. So starting off, I think one of the best deals of the year, I have started playing this. I'm a couple hours in so far, really enjoying it, is Silent Hill 2. If you missed it in one of my deal videos, Walmart had this bad boy for $30, $40 off for Silent Hill 2 from Konami. And from what I've played so far, I just got to the apartment, so I'm only like an hour and a half in actually, but really enjoying it so far. Very creepy, the little like body bag dudes that like crawl around the floor. This is my first Silent Hill game. I've never played Silent Hill, but I love Resident Evil, and this is just one that I've never gotten around to playing. So now that they have this remake, I'm happy to finally be playing this, and I'll have more thoughts on it and the games I'm playing this month video for November, but also December because I'm not going to finish it before November ends probably. So very happy to pick this up. This is one of my favorite deals of the year for $30 for sure. I mean, I'm sure it'll get cheaper eventually, right? But for $30 and it just released back in October, that's a really good deal. Random one that came out back in 2023. This one has been on sale for this price, I think, a couple months ago. But here we have Avatar Frontiers of Pandora from Ubisoft. Now listen, I have learned the lesson on buying Ubisoft games for full price. I learned that lesson quite a while ago, but this is one that I think I would actually really enjoy. I love Far Cry 5. Far Cry 5 actually is like a really great game. I think Far Cry 5 is fantastic. This is basically an Avatar skinned Far Cry game, and I like Avatar. And I think that's a good idea. So for $20, I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and pick that up on PS5. I don't think this game's going to get rare or anything, but it is something I think would be fun to just pop in and mess around with. I don't know if I would, like, you know, lock myself into finishing it, but I think it'd be fun to kind of just walk around and be in the world of Avatar in a video game. Looked pretty high quality. Another one of my favorite deals this year, I talked about it in a video as well. Gamefly had this for $30 used. Gamefly used games are basically new though. Like they don't have the wrapper, and that's basically the only asterisk there. They had Visions of Mana for $30. This is what I've been wanting to play. I did not want to pay full price for it though because I knew it would get cheaper. Although honestly, with how badly this game performed, you know, I don't know how much cheaper it will really get. Maybe you'll see it for 10, 15, 20 in a year, maybe. But I wanted to jump on it at 30. I don't know when I'll have time to play it because it is a pretty lengthy RPG, and I've been playing so many back to back. But at $30, I wanted to show support and pick up Visions of Mana here. And maybe once I play through it, I can do a review of that. I do still need to play Trials of Mana though. But at this point, I'd probably play Visions of Mana first. I'm not sure, but either way, happy to add that to the collection. Here we have a game I double dipped on Switch and PS5 already. I already had it on Switch. I bought it earlier this year. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, another Ubisoft game. This was $15, which is the only reason I bought it. If it had been a penny more, I wouldn't have done it, I don't think. I did not finish this game on Switch. I was enjoying it, but I did think it was a little overhyped, so I want to go back and give it another chance playing it on PS5 because I think it runs at 120 FPS. On PS5. So I want to play it again on PS5 and give it another shot because, like I said, I was enjoying it. I enjoy Metroidvanias inherently, but there was something about it that just felt, I don't know, I wasn't enjoying it as much as like Metroid Dread, for example, which I guess that's a high bar to live up to. But people were saying this is like one of the best Metroidvanias ever, and I feel like I was missing something. So I want to give that game another shot on PS5, and I figured for $15, why not? Another $15 game. I played the first one of these back in, I want to say 2021. I picked it up on Black Friday that year, and that is Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged. I don't know why, man, but this game was really good, or at least the first one was. I haven't really heard anybody talk about the second one. I don't know if this is a good sequel. I think this came out last year, but this was $15 this Black Friday. And I figured at that price, you know, why not? Why not go in and pick it up? It's not like long or anything. I think it took me probably 5 hours to finish the first one. But just to see like really high fidelity Hot Wheels cars, you know, in 4K, I don't know. I'm into this kind of game. I did not pick up Lego 2K Drive. That was also on sale for $15. I decided to pass on that since I already got Hot Wheels. But yeah, excited to check out that, at least, you know, for a little bit. I think I'll have fun playing that. Another game I double dipped on though. I still have not played it on Switch, so this is kind of a blind buy for me. But if I do eventually play it, I think I'd prefer to play it on PS5, running a little bit better. We have Gundam Breaker 4 Launch Edition from Bandai Namco. This was on sale for $30 on PS5 and Switch, and I had it from Best Buy in the buy two get one sale. And at a certain point, it was actually above MSRP on Switch. They must have reprinted it, but I decided to pick up that because as I have been collecting more for PS5 now, that's a game I think I would rather play on PS5 than Switch, realistically. So I wanted to pick up that as well. Another $30 game here. We have God of War Ragnarok. I got this alongside Silent Hill at Walmart, I believe, right? So for $30, I was like, I mean, it'll probably be $20 next Black Friday, but I wanted to add some more first-party Sony stuff to the collection, and God of War Ragnarok is one I've been meaning to play for a couple years now, ever since it released. Another double dip here is Unicorn Overlord. This one I wasn't sure about because I really love this game. I already played it on Switch. I don't think I did a video on it, but I talked about it a lot. This is one of my favorite games of the year, and it basically came down to, well, I love this game so much, and I just want to own it again. You know, I want to support it, and I'm buying other Vanillaware stuff that's on PS5, and on PS4. So I figured it'd be right to just have Unicorn Overlord on PS5. I'm not sure if I'd ever replay it necessarily, but if I do replay it, I will replay it on PS5. It's not a game that I would like to replay it, but man, there's just so many games that I don't know if I would ever get to that, but wanted to add it to the collection, try to get all these Atlas games on PS5, but figured why not. Another new pickup here for me is Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This was on sale for $20. This one I've heard really good things about. I've played a little bit of the first game and I enjoyed it. I don't know what happened. I just kind of fell off because I have it on PS5. They released that game on PS4 in 2019, I'm going to say. Then a couple years later, it came out on PS5 physically, and I bought that. But for $20, I was like, you know what, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, that's probably something I'll play back to back. Like, I'll play the first one and then immediately go into the second one, and that'll be a lot of fun. I mean, that game got really good reviews, so definitely excited to check out that as well. Another new pickup here that is not a double dip. This one is a PS5 exclusive. I don't know anything about Grand Blue Fantasy, but I heard really good things about this. This is like a multiplayer online action RPG from Cygames and Exceed. Originally, if you recall, this game was announced like a long time ago, like a long time ago. This one was at first being developed by Platinum Games, and eventually it shifted over to Cygames, who I believe makes Grand Blue Fantasy on mobile, right? Because Grand Blue Fantasy is a mobile game, and a mobile property. I think it has anime and stuff, but this is a pretty high quality, high budget action RPG on PS5 that I wanted to check out. So happy to add that to the collection, as well as Octopath Traveler 2. Still have not gotten a chance to play this on Switch, so now that I have it on PS5, I would play it on PS5. So happy to add that, as well as Star Ocean, the second story R. So once again, another double dip here. But Star Ocean, I played, I want to say 5 to 10 hours of on Switch, and I was really enjoying it. But I think around that time, Dragon Quest Monsters 3 came out, and I prioritized that, so I ended up dropping Star Ocean. So that's what I need to go back to, but also I don't really remember what was going on, so I think that's when I would play on PS5 now, even though I do have a Switch copy as well. So Star Ocean on PS5, happy to add that. And a couple more things here, just a few more games I added to the PS5 collection. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. You will see more Like a Dragon stuff in the VGP video. I think I basically finished up the Yakuza collection, but for $25, I was like, you know what, go ahead and add that. I mean, you know, this is one that might be $20 by the time I get to it, but for $25, I figured I'm already going crazy. I might as well. I'm already emptying my wallet. I might as well go ahead and buy Infinite Wealth as well. 3 more games here. This one was $20 at Best Buy. The Neo and Neo 2 collection on PS5 here. I played quite a bit of the first Neo and really enjoyed it. I don't think I ever finished it. Neo 2 I never got to. I like Team Ninja, though, and I want to try more of their games. I've never played Wo Long. I didn't play, I played a little bit of Rise of the Ronin, and that was kind of rough, to be completely honest with you. But that also was less Souls-like. And that was also, was that Team Ninja? That was Team Ninja, I think. But yeah, I wanted to add the Neo collection on PS5. At one point, this one was, I think, a little bit harder to find. They must have reprinted it. This is actually technically a Sony-published release, I believe. Or Sony, it's not a PlayStation Studios game, but it is a Sony Interactive Entertainment game, which is worth noting. And I guess, similar to how I go for every Nintendo published game, it'd be kind of cool to have every Sony published game on PS5. Last double dip for the video, I picked up this for I think 15 or 20, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection on PS5. I associate Metal Gear with PlayStation, so like, it's cool to have them on Switch. I'm glad this collection is on Switch, but realistically, I'm going to play Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 on PlayStation. Like, that's just where those games belong to be played, in my opinion. So very happy they're on Switch and Xbox, but yeah, definitely wanted to pick up that one on PlayStation for, like, you know, like I said, $20, very cheap. And then finally, final PS5 pickup for today's video, or final pickup at all for today's video, is Alan Wake 2. Now, at first, so I bought this like day one. This was $50. It includes all the DLC. The MSRP for this is $80, which is crazy, but it includes the DLC. It also includes a code for Alan Wake Remastered, which they also gave away on PS Plus, so I don't really need the code. So I don't know. I guess I'll give that to a friend or something. But initially, I didn't think Silent Hill 2 was going to have a deep enough sale, so I was like, you know, I want a spooky, kind of psychological game to play this holiday. So I picked up Alan Wake 2, but then Silent Hill 2 went on sale. And that's kind of a more relevant game right now since it just released in October. So I'm playing through Silent Hill 2 first, but then I will get to Alan Wake 2. I want to say probably like half of Alan Wake 1 with my brother back when that came out on 360. So I've like known about Alan Wake my entire life almost. I remember finding a tractor or something. But I've wanted to play Alan Wake 2 because I heard such great things about it. Once again, as someone who loves the Resident Evil games, especially, you know, 2 remake, Alan Wake 2 looks very similar to that. Maybe a little bit more psychologically thrilling, I suppose. But yeah, that is my last pickup for today's video. And overall, what an enormous Black Friday for me. Normally, like, I go hard, you know, I buy a lot of stuff for Black Friday. I feel like this year especially, though, like, I mean, the PS5 collection has just absolutely ballooned in size and with quality games, too. It's not just a bunch of filler stuff. I think a couple years ago there was a GameStop sale with, like, a bunch of, like, just actual shovelware that for, like, $5 a piece, and I bought a bunch of that stuff. No more of that. Now we're filling it up with actual quality. You know, Gundam Breaker, Unicorn Overlord, Grand Blue Fantasy. These are games that are just awesome, and I you know, want to play in the case of the, you know, like, Grand Blue Fantasy. I haven't played it, but I've heard it's really good. Adding a lot of cool stuff to the PS5 collection. Of course, as always, I would like to hear what you guys added to your collections in the comments down below. Not too much Switch in this video, but like I said, I kind of have most of what I want on Switch at this point. I'll have another pickups video probably in a couple days, honestly, for November pickups, for like just regular releases in November, because I did have some stuff pre-ordered for Switch, like a spoiler alert. Marvel vs. Capcom collection. But I wanted to get this video up on Black Friday. So yeah, let me know what you guys added to your collections in the comments down below from this Black Friday sale. I will also have a VGP pickups video in like a week or two as well. A lot of pickups happening in December. Get ready for that. There's probably gonna be one like every week. So stay tuned for that. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the channel. It's Amiibo here with another collection update. November was a very expensive month for me, as not only did Black Friday happen, and I covered that a lot, as you all know, there were also just a lot of new releases, and I got into a couple different things that probably affected my wallet in ways that it wouldn't have been affected otherwise had I not gotten into those things, specifically PS5, and then one specific game franchise, which a couple things have come in that I'll talk about, but most of those you'll see in a future video. I'm still waiting on my Black Friday orders from VGP, but we'll start off by talking a little bit about Black Friday, because a couple updates on that. So I mentioned in my pickups video for that, I had ordered Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty for $20 through Amazon, and they took forever to ship it. So this was a very brief deal. Most retailers had it at $40, but at some point, I think it was like a third party on Amazon selling it, prime shipping, they put it up for $20, and I really wasn't sure I would even get it because it took so long. Normally when you order something on Amazon and it says it's coming a certain date, normally it comes that date. This came like a week after what it said, and I just wasn't confident. But eventually, the tracking updated. It did ship, and I do have a copy of Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty here. The issue with this PS5 release is that it is on a code, whereas the Xbox Series X release, that physical, surprisingly, is actually all on the disc. So technically, if you want like a complete on-disc version of Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, the Xbox version is the way to go. However, I don't currently own a Series X. I really have no plans on rebuying one. I did have one at one point, but I sold it because I just wasn't using it. So PS5 kind of more my focus now. I did want to pick up Cyberpunk because, yeah, it's a game I've really been wanting to play over the past couple years as they improved it. Witcher is something that I played a little bit of when it came out, and I wasn't super vibing with it. However, I think just the vibes of Cyberpunk, right? The world of Cyberpunk is inherently more interesting to me, and kind of, speaks to my interest a little bit more. And, of course, Keanu Reeves and Idris Elba are in it now. So that's something I definitely want to check out eventually. So I was very happy that finally came in. However, there was also something else that happened that I did not include in any of the Black Friday sales videos. So I bought this game for $30. It's Grand Blue Fantasy Relink on PS5. I'm returning this copy because, like, the day after Black Friday, I think, maybe it was on Black Friday, which is really after all the main deals already happened, Woot, Amazon's like a little discount Woot websites, had the special edition on sale for $32. So I ended up just swapping to this Grand Blue Fantasy Relink special edition that includes, what is it even? I don't even know. I mean, it was basically the same price, so I just bought it anyway. It has of course, a slipcase featuring this exclusive artwork, ooh, fancy, as well as a special art book, a special CD soundtrack, some postcards, a DLC code voucher, and just some other vouchers. So, I mean, it was $2 more to upgrade from the standard copy to the special edition. So I will be returning the standard copy here. Luckily, Amazon very loosey-goosey with their return policy. You can just do whatever, man. I think right now the return period ends in like mid-January, so not necessarily in a rush, but yeah, I decided to upgrade to that just because it was so cheap. It's kind of annoying having like this on the shelf just because it is technically taller. However, the way my shelves are set up, you cannot see it, but I already had to adjust the shelf where this will go because it starts with the same letter. I already had to adjust it because of Guardians of the Galaxy. I'll put a little clip of it up here, so this will fit perfectly fine next to Guardians of the Galaxy on that shelf with a little bit of a taller size it has. So not a big deal, but yeah, for $2 I was like, okay, of course I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade and get the special edition for that game. Now let's go ahead and talk about Nintendo Switch this month. So I have a couple things that I bought frankly a while ago. I've been saying this for a while. I have so many games I have not shown in pickups videos that I was buying like in the summer that I just haven't shown in videos. So expect a couple of these videos in the coming weeks, like maybe 3 more, honestly. Like, I'm looking at my stack in the closet right now. There's like a stack of Switch games, yay high, that I just have not talked about in a pickups video that I bought over the summer and just, kept adding to through the Best Buy Buy 2 Get 1. So I'm slowly integrating those into this video. But getting to the new releases and then talking about some of the older stuff here. Obviously, Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake came out. They just announced, as of when I'm recording this, that the game has sold over 2 million copies worldwide, which is such a feel-good moment. If you missed my review, I highly recommend you go check out that. I love this game. I love this remake. This is my second time playing through a full Dragon Quest game, but of course, had to get the physical. Square Enix did gift me a code for the PS5 version, so shout out to them. Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. Another new release in November is one I still have not cracked the seal on, but very excited to, and that is the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. So, Capcom Fighters is like, it's something that I really want to well-verse myself on, as we'll talk about. There's another series that I'm just completely obsessed with right now. I want to do that for Capcom fighting games, because I'm pretty well-versed on, like, Street Fighter, but, like, not to the extent I want to be, you know? I want to be as knowledgeable about Street Fighter as I possibly can be. I want to know what characters got added when. I want to know that kind of stuff about Street Fighter, and obviously this is Marvel vs. Capcom, so kind of a different series, but still just... in general, I want to learn more about these dang fighting games from Capcom. As someone who doesn't, really play fighting games that much, I enjoy them passively. I'm not playing online competitive. I want to get more into these and just kind of learning the history more a little bit about Capcom, one of my favorite game developers and publishers. Their fighting games are kind of a blank spot for me. I played Street Fighter 6. I really enjoyed it. Street Fighter 5 I like. Street Fighter 4 I played growing up, but a lot of the stuff before that, not as much experience with, and basically no experience with the Marvel vs. Capcom game. So, really happy to add this to the collection. This one is great because it actually includes a little comic book here that is exclusive to the American version. I'm pretty sure maybe it's in the Japanese version as well. They just announced that the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Volume 2 that they announced back in August, that's releasing, I'm not sure the exact date yet, but they did confirm that that's going to have its own, I think it's a Capcom versus SNK comic in that as well. So if they're going to start making these fighting collections, if they're going to start making these having like comic books as standard, that is awesome for physical collectors because it just gives you an extra, little goodie to look out for. So yeah, super happy to add this to the Switch collection. Here's an oddball one for you. I pre-ordered this in the buy two get one at Best Buy back in August on a whim. I didn't have any games with microphones on Switch, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this would be fun to mess around with. And fun it was. I did enjoy playing it. I talked about it in the other games I played in November video. But the Let's Sing 2025 big box bundle here, really cheap cardboard, really cheap packaging. So you can already tell it's kind of like, even though I was being gentle with it, like getting everything back in here after playing with it for one night was rough, fitting all the wires and the cords for the microphones. Here's my issue with Let's Sing 2025. Here's my Let's Sing 2025 rant. If you already watched that other video, you know what I'm about to say here. The actual cartridge that you buy, I think it has 35 songs on it. Yeah, it has 35 songs. That's nothing. This is a $60 game. Granted, I got it buy two get one. I wouldn't have bought it otherwise, but this is a full price game, and you're telling me it only has 35 songs? I'm not sure how many songs did Rock Band have bass? I gotta look it up because this feels like an outrage to me. All right, it looks like Rock Band 1 had 58 tracks and Rock Band 2 had 84. So, frankly, even that's not like incredible, although I didn't really notice that there weren't that many songs playing those games growing up. However, Let's Sing 2025 only having 35 songs and then the rest of the songs are locked behind a monthly subscription. I didn't know they were doing that, man. I knew they had the monthly subscription, but I didn't know how egregious it was. If I'm spending $60 on this annual release, I feel like I should have like at least 100 songs. I don't know. Obviously, that's advertised before you buy it. I should have known going into it what it was. It does include a 1 month free trial to their Let's Sing Plus, whatever the heck it's called. So I did, use the 1 month free trial and got a lot more songs that way. But 35 songs is just laughably little, I feel like. But either way, me and my girlfriend Olivia had a lot of fun playing this, and I don't know when we'll play it again, but it's something kind of nice, just nice to have. Also, just a weirder big box Switch release that's, like I said, I didn't have any microphones, which I probably would never need another microphone on Switch unless I play Let's Sing again. So I don't know, but thought that'd be a fun pickup. And then final new release for November, not that many this month, was Farmagia. Even though I played a little bit of this game, I'm always forgetting how to say it. I think it's Farmagia. This was the game with character designs done by Hiro Mashima, the creator of Fairy Tail, and I was actually pretty intrigued by this one when it was announced in, I think, the June Nintendo Direct. It basically is a farming game, go figure, farm, Magia, mixed with like combat, where you harvest monsters, basically. Your crops become monsters, and then you use them in combat. I need to give this one more of a fair shake. I know a lot of people wanted to see me do a review of it, and frankly, I just didn't have time to actually sink, substantial amount of time into this game to do that review for you this month. But from what I played of it, 45 minutes to an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, I'm not quite sure. I just was not clicking with it. The performance on Switch was not great. This is the cool, like, a little day one edition that includes a soundtrack CD and a little art book, but I was not vibing with Farmagia when I was playing it a couple weeks ago. So I'll probably go back and try it again eventually and maybe get, deeper into it. I was still like learning stuff when I was playing it. So maybe I just need to get deeper into it. But from what I did play, I was not super loving that game. Gotta be completely honest here. With that being said, I do have a couple of miscellaneous Switch games to talk about here that I've added to the collection recently. Starting off here with a very recent pickup is Toho Kobuto Burst Battle V. This was, I think it popped up on eBay for $13 free shipping, and you guys are gonna judge me for this. I always get comments being like, "Bo, why do you buy games? Why do you buy so many games?" And the truth of the matter is, 99.9% of the games I buy them because I truly want to play them or I truly like them. This is a game that I have played. I think I got a review code for it back in 2017. This was one of the first games that NIS America published on Switch, and it was my first exposure to the Toho project, and this game sucked. It was a really just not a fun game to play, but I am going for a full NIS America set on Switch, which I know is a little silly for a lot of people, but it was cheap. If it was like a $50 game, I wanted to have done it. I still need to get Toho Genso Wanderer. I actually saw that at GameStop the other day for like $30, and I was tempted. But at $30, I was like, I don't really think I want to spend $30 on a game I probably realistically won't like, even though my intent is eventually to get a full NIS America set. But yeah, added this to the collection. Sure. Two anime games here. I might have shown these in a video in like October. That's what I'm talking about. I bought these games so long ago, but I haven't shown them in a pickups video. So I want to shout them out here. We have One Piece Unlimited World Red Deluxe Edition. I've heard this game sucks. I've gotten so many comments being like, Unlimited World Red is not a good video game, Bo. Don't play it. However, I will play it eventually because I like One Piece, and it's a game that is on like every platform known to man. If you look up this game, I believe it's on all of the 7th gen consoles, or maybe not all of them. I shouldn't say that. That's not true. It's on PS3. I should say it's on PS3. It's not on Xbox. It's not on Wii. Obviously, it's not on Wii. Actually, is that even true? Okay, yeah, no Wii version of this game, but it is on 3DS, Wii U, PS3, PS4, PS Vita, as well as PC, and of course Switch. So this is an anime game that has really done the rounds here in a way that you really don't see anime games do, and it only got a physical release in Europe here, so I had to track this one down with the PEGI rating. You can get the Japanese copy for pretty cheap. I think I might have paid $40 for this or something like that. Similar to, here's my thing with collecting, and I think I want to do like a more like general like my collecting philosophy video soon. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that might be something kind of interesting to do. I'm going for sets. I'm going for publisher sets, and I'm going for sets of certain types of games. I'm doing an anime set. I gotta get all my anime games on Switch. I love my One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, all that stuff, man. I gotta have them all on Switch. But yeah, happy to add One Piece Unlimited World Red to the collection. Another import release that I have not bought for. I don't know why it took me so long to buy this. Maybe it's because it is Japanese, and I was like, maybe they'll do an English. They're obviously never doing an English version of this, and in North America now. I got the Naruto Storm Trilogy for Nintendo Switch. This has, I believe, all 3 games are actually on this little guy right here, that little cartridge. All 3 Naruto Storm games, and Naruto Storm is probably my favorite anime game series. I would have to, really weigh it against some of the Tenkaichi games and all that, but Naruto Storm 1 is fantastic. I love that game as a kid. Storm 2 and Storm 3 is where it gets, like, really, really serious and, like, really seriously good. Then you have, like, Generations and Revolution. I would love to see a port of those to modern consoles, just to, for posterity's sake to have them. But you have those, and then, yeah, Storm 4, mechanically and like visually it's the best one, but then the story kind of falls off in how they do it. There's like some more slideshow elements, and then Storm Connections obviously is a pretty big disgrace overall, I would say. However, I did want to add this to the collection because I have Storm 4 Road to Boruto physically on Switch. That was like one of those Asian English releases, and then I have Storm Connections, and yeah, the only way to get these ones is through the Japan import here. So happy to add this. Huge Naruto fan, obviously. I have this freaking Rise of the Ninja like GameStop poster that we found at Goodwill behind me in all my videos. So obviously I'm a big Naruto fan, so happy to get that. 2 more random older games here that I added. One game from 2024. I guess we'll start with that here. This is still sealed. I kind of FOMO about this, I want to be honest. I noticed it was getting expensive on eBay, and I was like, well, I want to play this game. It kind of came out of nowhere for me, where I didn't even really know it was releasing earlier this year, and then I guess it went out of print very quickly. So I paid MSRP for it. I snagged a price at MSRP, but I don't know if it'll really go down from there. And I'm, of course, talking about one of the highest reviewed games of the year on Nintendo Switch, and that is Shiren the Wanderer 6, the Mystery Dungeon of Serpent Coil Island. This is the actual, like, Mystery Dungeon series. This is like the OG Mystery Dungeon series from Spike Chunsoft, and this game got like really good reviews. I have not played a Mystery Dungeon game in a very long time. The last time I tried to play one was the remake of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team, or Red Rescue Team. I guess both of them. I didn't really like playing that game. I want to try this though, because people say it's like actually like genuinely really good, and I've never played a Mystery Dungeon game outside of the Pokemon tie-ins. So I'm kind of curious what that actually even looks like. Are there different mechanics? I'm not really sure. Like how in depth is the story for this and the original characters? That's something I'm very curious about. There is also another Shiren the Wanderer game. I think it must be 5, I would assume. That also has a physical on Switch. I need to pick up that, I think. But I'll probably play this first, and see if I like it, and then buy it. But yeah, this one, I had a lot of people recommending to me and, saying like, oh, you should include this in like the Switch games to buy videos before they get expensive, because this one was quietly rising for a while. I'm not quite sure what it's at now. But yeah, I decided to buy that even though it was MSRP. I don't love paying MSRP for games I really don't know if I'll get into immediately, or games I'm not sure if I'll actually like fully enjoy when I play them. But there was a little bit of FOMO there, I won't lie. And then the final Switch pickup for this video is the Life is Strange Arcadia Bay Collection. So I talked about this in I think it was a Switch games I regret not buying sooner video, or one of those, and this one was actually secretly going up in price, which it feels weird to me that that's true, that Life is Strange on Switch would go up in price, but this was a very late release. They remastered these games on PS5 and Series X, I think, and then it still didn't come out to Switch until even after that. I'm not sure how the Switch ports of these games hold up, but it is just the first Life is Strange as well as Before the Storm. It irritates me so much that it doesn't have Life is Strange 2 or the other Captain Sparkle, is that what it's called? Or whatever that weird like little single episode they did was. It doesn't include that stuff. So Life is Strange 2 is on Switch, but it doesn't have a physical. But then True Colors has a physical, and of course Double Exposure will be getting a physical. So kind of annoying there that Life is Strange 2 is kind of stranded. But yeah, this is the first game as well as the prequel Before the Storm. I played the first game. I'm conflicted on the first game, I gotta be honest. I think True Colors is a lot better. But I have not played Before the Storm, which I've heard is pretty good. And most importantly, the reason I was like, okay, I need to get these games on Switch, as I'm talking about going for like publisher sets and stuff. Life is Strange, fun fact, published by Square Enix. So yeah, obviously I was going to buy this eventually, and I wanted to get it before it starts, before it keeps going up in price, because Square Enix and Life is Strange is something I do enjoy, even though the first game I don't think is actually that great. Now, before we get back to our PlayStation segment for this video, there was a couple of Amiibo reprints that I was not expecting to happen. One of them in particular, because it has like a weird little fun thing that it has going on, and I feel like normally whenever there's like a fun Amiibo, they don't reprint it. They don't reprint the Mega Yarn Yoshi. They don't reprint Detective Pikachu because he's big. They don't reprint the Guardian. Actually, they did reprint the Guardian, so that's actually a moot point. But either way, one of these I wasn't expecting to be reprinted. They reprinted some of the base Mario enemies, so we have the Koopa Troopa here. I do not have him, or the Goomba, and then the one I'm referring to that has a little funness going on is Boo, who actually glows in the dark. I don't know if you can tell, but you can kind of almost like just tell from the plastic that he's got some greenness going on there. So happy to pick up all 3 of these. I'm happy whenever they reprint Amiibo, because I sold most of my Amiibo when I was growing up, when I first moved to pay to live. So whenever they reprint stuff and I can rebuy it, I'm very happy. Although actually I never actually had Koopa or Goomba. Koopa and Goomba were like really expensive at one point. I think they were like $100 Amiibo. I did have Boo. I think I got it for Christmas 2016, I want to say, because I think they came out with Star Rush. But I sold that to pay to eat at some point. So happy these got reprinted, and happy I can add them back to the collection. All right, but now that all of that is out of the way, we have some very cool PlayStation stuff to get into. 3 different little sub-topics here. I guess we'll start with the thrifted stuff. So recently, we found some really cool stuff at Goodwill. Goodwill used to be like a main source of my collecting when it comes to older generations, especially. I mean, most of these PS2 games, I would say, and the PS3 stuff were from Goodwill and Goodwill outlets. We've recently found and struck a little bit of gold, I would say, and we don't do that too often anymore. So starting off, we'll start off with the more lame things, I guess. We have some PS3 games here. I have not wiped these down yet. We just found them, or just got them yesterday, and these were at a Goodwill outlet, so pay by the pound. I probably paid $5-6 for this entire stack of all these games, like seven games here. So 4 PS3, 3 PS2. The PS2 stuff is actually really cool. So Killzone 2 here, as you can see, this one's actually like really kind of gross here. Maybe it doesn't show up on camera, but yeah, I did not have Killzone 2 on PS3. I've never played Killzone 2. I've only played Shadowfall, which is the last game they released on PS4, and I like Shadowfall. I actually liked it quite a bit when I was younger, and it was also one of the first games on PS4 that like really blew me away. I was like, wow, this looks so next gen. It looks so good. That and Infamous Second Son, I was like really blown away by when I was younger. So I want to go back and play those eventually. However, they gotta do a collection, man. They are certainly going to do a Killzone collection at some point on PS5, right? Like maybe a remake collection. I don't know. I feel like that has to happen at some point. Next up here, we have Overlord Raising Hell from Codemasters. I don't really know much about this game, but at Goodwill Ben's prices, I can't really pass it up. It says, get in the action and become the Overlord, the all-powerful Dark Lord with a horde of minions to command and a land to conquer. You control a horde of minions in this game, and you become the Overlord, and there's co-op pillaging gameplay is what it says on the back. So don't know too much about this one, but looks pretty cool. And once again, if I find a PS3 game that looks high quality that I don't have, obviously I'm going to buy it, regardless of platform. It doesn't need to be a PS3 game. Similar thing here with these next two. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Game of the Year Edition. I did not have Oblivion. We've never found Oblivion. We find Skyrim all the time. Skyrim is like the most common game known to man, but we've never found Oblivion. And it does have, actually it does not have the map, it looks like, but it does have the manual. So I'll take a almost complete copy. I assume the Game of the Year edition would have come with the map. Maybe someone in the comments knows and can let me know. Maybe it was only the launch edition that had the map. I'm not too sure. And then final PS3 game. This one's like really clean. Like it almost looks brand new. And that is Dragon Age 2 from EA and BioWare. I've actually never played a Dragon Age game. Frankly, I don't even really know much about them. I'm looking at the back here. It says there's a Dragon Age 2 online pass. Remember that? On PS3, you had to like activate an online pass for a lot of games. I didn't know Dragon Age had online. Does Veilguard have online? I have no idea. So a series I really know nothing about, but once again, adding it to the other collection, just really clean like case on this one. I was like, what the heck? It's hard to tell. But that's not anything that special, you know. It's some cool PS3 stuff, but nothing that crazy. The 3 PS3 games we found, 2 of them I had never even heard of, or you know, I know of the franchise, but I had never even heard of these. So first up here, I knew of this franchise, obviously a very popular Sega franchise, but I never knew about this specific game, and that is Phantasy Star Universe. I don't know if is this an online game? I really don't know. No, it says it includes 12 single player chapters. I've never played a Phantasy Star game. I gotta be honest. I'm one of those things where my Phantasy Star knowledge is definitely not where I probably should be. You know, as a huge JRPG fan, I'm a fraud, frankly. It looks like this did support online play. So I'm not sure how integral that is to this one. I know Phantasy Star 2 Online is like the main thing people still play with Phantasy Star. They don't really make single-player Phantasy Star anymore. But for Goodwill prices, man, cannot be happier to get this one and find that. This next one, it's funny. I was literally watching a video about this game the day before we found it. It was like fate speaking to me or something. Like, you're going to find this game tomorrow. Like, the video got recommended in my feed, and I was like, oh. And then we found it. And then it was crazy. We have Castlevania Curse of Darkness from Konami here. This one's actually pretty clean, if you see. And I should say, I think all 3 of these are actually complete. So this is awesome here. I've never played any of the Castlevania PS2 games. I'm not sure if people really like them overall. There's also, I think it's Laments of Innocence, I want to say, on PS2. I really don't know what people think of these games, but how could I pass this up? This just looks awesome. And then the final PS2 game is something that I never heard of, and similar to what we'll talk about in a little bit, it got me down a total rabbit hole of just looking at this developer and realizing they've made way more stuff, way more interesting things than I realized. So we have a game called Evergrace here, published by Age Tech. This is definitely the roughest condition game that we found, but I'm not going to leave it, even though this game's not expensive. It's like a $15 free shipping game on eBay. But we have Evergrace from Age Tech here, and this is actually, as you can see on the back, even though it's, look at that residue that got all grimy. It is a It is a From Software game. This is a From Software PS2 launch title, actually, and the gameplay doesn't look that great. I gotta be honest. I clicked on like the, you know, long play on YouTube just to like look around at the gameplay, and this game itself doesn't look all that special to me, but maybe it's, you know, got that like PS2, early PS2 charm that a lot of the games have. Like Eco was one of my favorite games ever made, and that is not like mechanically all that sound, right? So maybe it'll have that PS2 charm that I'm always looking for, but learning about Evergrace and realizing it's From Software definitely sent me down a little bit of a From Software rabbit hole where I was looking up all the games they made. You know, I've watched videos on like every Armored Core game before. I think it's Sean Shaunson. He does a lot of PS1 videos and stuff like that. So I think he did a video on like every Armored Core game or something along those lines. And that's a great video. Definitely recommend that. But looking and reading more into From Software and learning about stuff like Echo Knight, and I think it's Kuwan, the most expensive PS2 game, the horror game they made. There's just a lot of weird stuff that From Software did that really, even, you know, acknowledging like where From Software is now as a company, they were kind of always pushing boundaries. I mean, Echo Knight is a first-person horror game on PS1. We had stuff like Resident Evil back then, and yeah, I mean, horror games and, you know, Silent Hill, like horror games were becoming more and more popular, but a first-person horror game on console? That's kind of crazy, and it wasn't until like Dark Souls 2 and 3 that they really started getting that recognition for being like pioneers, you know? So From Software secretly always been a gem of a developer, but I feel like no one was paying attention to them back then. That's why most of their games on PS1, PS2 are so expensive, you know, because they sold so few copies from Age Tech. But man, just going through From Software's history definitely got me itching to try out a lot of these random From Software games on PS1 and PS2 that I missed. I saw Echo Knight is available on the PS3 store as a PS1 classic, so I went and bought that for $6. So maybe if I have time, I want to try that out, and maybe I'll talk about that at the end of the month for my December What I'm Playing video. But yeah, From Software PS2, PS1, PS2 history, crazy. And then yeah, overall, I mean, for, like I said, like $5 or $6 for this little stack of nice high quality games. Could not complain at that, especially these three PS2 games. Super happy to find these. In a similar vein, I mentioned that I played the Dynasty Warriors Origins demo a couple weeks back, or I guess in that November Games I Played video. And since then, I don't know what happened to me, man, but I have gotten the Dynasty Warriors bug. I was familiar with a lot of Dynasty Warriors stuff, right? I knew about Extreme Legends, and I knew they had all these Empire games, and I knew about all the spinoffs, Warriors Orochi, all that. But I've been watching so many different videos and like retrospectives on like every Warriors game, Samurai Warriors, and you have the Samurai Warriors Empires games, and I've gone off the deep end. So I have more coming, because the beauty is most Dynasty Warrior games very cheap. There's a couple that push a little bit higher prices, like I'm talking like higher being $25, but most of them are like $10, $15. So I have quite a few Warriors games coming, but I have a couple here already that I can show. This one literally came in the mail earlier today. This is the most expensive game in the franchise, and I was like, you know what? I have my PS3 hooked up right now, playing all these other things. I want to try out the very first Dynasty Warriors game, which is not really what you think of when you think of Dynasty Warriors. For those that don't know, there's this whole thing with the names of these games in America versus Japan, where they messed up the naming. And just for example, Dynasty Warriors 9 on PS4 in America is Dynasty Warriors 8 in Japan, and it kind of plagued the entire franchise where all the numbers were off, because the first Dynasty Warriors game is literally just a fighting game, has almost no relation. Obviously it's, you know, based on the same characters. Like Lu Bu was in this game, I'm pretty sure. It's based on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but it's a completely different gameplay style. And then in Japan, I think it's Sengoku Musou, and then the actual Dynasty Warriors game that we all know, like, you know, 1 versus 1000 combat, that is Shin Sengoku Musou. I believe I'm getting the titles right there. So just learning about Dynasty Warriors and then realizing like really how many of these games they've released on PS2 was eye-opening. It was enlightening, and I'm really excited. I ordered Dynasty Warriors 2. I just kind of want to like maybe play a couple hours of each one leading up to Dynasty Warriors Origins and just kind of see the franchise evolve. So obviously I'll start here, even though it's not really a Dynasty Warriors game. I did want to pick this up, and I bought a very nice, very minty copy of it here. The guy even shipped it in a actually I threw it away already. There was like a black napkin. But this is a very clean copy of this game. I need to order some PS1 protectors, I think. This is the first time I think I've just like outright like went out of my way to buy a PS1 game. So I guess my PlayStation bones are really moving recently. Maybe it's because Nintendo didn't do jack squat with Switch 2 this year. I gotta divert my attention to PlayStation for a little bit. But yeah, been super on a Dynasty Warriors kick. Excited to play that. That literally just came in like a couple hours ago. So that's probably what I'll be doing later tonight, actually, is just checking out the first Dynasty Warriors game. But then also these two came in. This was on Amazon, just brand new for cheap. Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires. This is one. It's also really crazy because there are so many regional like exclusives and versions of games that's, we have it in the West, but it only released on PS3 in Japan. So like Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires is on PS3 in Japan. It's not on PS3 in America. This game also has a Switch version. Only in Japan. So does Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends. Only in Japan. But because of the numbering stuff, it's Dynasty Warriors 7 Extreme Legends. It's a crazy rabbit hole and very interesting to me. So I don't know if anybody watching this video is as intrigued at all, but I highly recommend you literally just go on like the Dynasty Warriors Wikipedia page because it is crazy what they did. So that's Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires. And then, of course, PS2 copy here of Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. So like I said, I ordered more. There will definitely be more in the next pickups video. This is what has just arrived since I started placing orders like crazy. But yeah, been super into this. If you don't know what's so let me catch you up here. If you really don't want to hear this, you can click ahead to the final thing in the video. But so Dynasty Warriors, we all know what it is. Samurai Warriors, same thing. We all know what it is. 1 versus 1,000. You take bases, you fight generals, that kind of thing. Dynasty Warriors Extreme Legends, basically just expansion packs that they would release like 8-9 months later, maybe a year later, depending. That started with Dynasty Warriors 3 and happened for, I think, all of them except for maybe 6. I don't think 6 had an Extreme Legends game. And then Empires is more of a marriage of the Dynasty Warriors games as well as the Romance of the Three Kingdoms games, and I think Nobunaga's Ambition that Koei Tecmo releases, where it has more strategy elements, more like political elements, and like you have like a whole political phase, which is crazy because I played Dynasty Warriors 5 on Xbox 360 growing up, and I don't remember that at all. So obviously I didn't retain much of that experience. But yeah, that is something I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on and really been engrossing myself in. And now that I have a couple of these games here, I can finally start playing. I did download 9 because it was on PS Plus, and that's the open world one. It's probably not the best place to start because obviously it's open world and it got really bad reviews, but it just, having fun messing around with it. And of course, getting ready for Dynasty Warriors Origins next month, which I mentioned in my November Games I Played video. Like, I was like, oh, I'm excited for this. I'll check it out probably when it's, maybe getting a price drop, but I enjoyed the demo. Obviously, it's a day one release, day one buy from me now. It's absolutely something I'm going to be buying and checking out on release day. I'm probably doing a review for you guys. Maybe after I play some of these games, I could do like a dedicated Dynasty Warriors video. If you want to see that, let me know in the comments down below. As just like a new fan, even though I've played all the tie-in games, right? Like I played Hyrule Warriors, Fire Emblem Warriors, Dragon Quest Heroes, that kind of stuff. One Piece Pirate Warriors. But now that I'm getting into like the core, the meat of the real franchise, it's just been a lot of fun. So that's my little Dynasty Warriors tangent for this video. And then finally, the thing on the thumbnail, I clickbaited you all, made you wait until the end of the video. Get got. No, it just happened that way. Genuinely. But we have some PS5 games I want to talk about today that it's been really enlightening, so to speak. The past month or so, I've been really looking at PS5 and getting more and more into collecting PS5, even as a huge Nintendo Switch collector. PS5 is really weird because I typically prefer playing games there because, they run way better than on Switch, especially more recent third-party games. And I still want to own them on Switch and, try them out on Switch. And I love my Nintendo ecosystem. But I'm going to play these games on PS5 realistically. And a lot of these games physically, as the PlayStation physical, like it's dying, man. Physical games on PlayStation are definitely dying. Xbox is basically already dead. And in a lot of these cases, we're seeing very late ports for maybe games that had PS4 releases that end up having a very, very limited PS5 release. So today I want to talk about some Falcom games and I guess one other NIS America game. So I guess we'll start with that. This was on Amazon for $18. It's actually a game I don't have on Switch, and that is the Fallen Legion kind of 2-pack here from NIS America. It's funny, I actually played the first game, Rise to Glory, on Switch, I think I bought it digitally. It was on sale for really cheap at some point, and I was actually really enjoying it. It has really fun gameplay, but I don't own them physically, and I don't really know what they changed with Fallen Legion Revenants, but this was pretty cheap. And, you know, as I'm getting more into PS5 collecting, I figured, you know, cool, like, you know, anime game, you know, a niche game that maybe will get expensive or something later on. I'll go ahead and buy that and add it to the collection since it was so cheap. And it is a game I do want to go back and play Revenants because I really enjoyed Rise to Glory back then. But let's talk about Ys. So I played Ys 10 on PS5. Even though I bought it on Switch, I did play it on PS5 because I played the demo there, which led to me buying Ys 10 Nordics on PS5. So that's a pickup right there. I did buy this on PS5. And it was that moment, I think that was the eye-opening moment where I realized my entire life has been a lie and I should be buying some of these games on PlayStation 5 because not only do they obviously run way better, but oh my goodness, they're so hard to find. I don't know if it's just my collector brain being like, oh man, I gotta get it because it's harder to find. But all of these Ys games, and especially, you know, when we talk about Trails, which maybe we'll talk about in the next Pickus video, I'm not quite sure yet, they're getting really expensive. So I did impulse purchase this one here, Ys 8 Lacrimosa of Donna. This is sealed. Amazon had this in stock for about MSRP. You know, I think it was a little over MSRP, but I added this to the collection. Obviously, this was a Vita game that came to Switch and PS4 and all that. I do have it on Switch. I played a little bit of it on Switch earlier this year, and I was enjoying it, but that's when I put it down because I was like, oh, I'm just going to wait for Ys 10 Nordics. So I bought that. That is going above MSRP now, but not too far above it. This one is what really surprised me. So I got very lucky. I mentioned it in my, I don't know if it was my Black Friday video or something like that. I mentioned it in that video, and a viewer actually reached out to me saying, hey, I don't really care about this game. I have it. I'll give it to you for MSRP. And obviously I did that because I want to get these games on PS5 now. And that is Ys 9 Monstrum Nox. So currently there's a couple copies listed for like 130 to 170 in that range. 2 weeks ago, there were no copies listed at all. This game is obviously rare, and here's my thinking. I'm just like, we've seen with a lot of NIS America games on Switch that VGP, Video Games Plus, has been reprinting them. Maybe someone in the comments can correct me. Has that been happening on PS5? I don't think so. I hope they do. You know, it's cool to own an expensive game. I got it for a good deal. Shout out to that viewer. But I want it to get reprinted. I don't want these games to be expensive. I want more people to be able to have this on PS5 if they want it. But I just worry, like, does VGP have the ability to reprint PS5 games? Because even as of when I'm recording, they just announced a reprint for the Yomawari game on Switch that I actually still need to get, so I'll probably place an order for that later. That's an NIS America game that I missed, and that was very expensive for a while. So they're still going back and reprinting a bunch of stuff on Switch. Do they not have the pipeline to reprint PS5 games? Maybe someone in the comments below can let me know. But if you are into Falcom games, you probably already know this. But yeah, these games are pretty pricey on PS5, and same goes with the Trail series. So I wanted to pick these up as, you know, playing Ys 10. Big fan of this. Played it on PS5. I'm gonna want to play these games on PS5, and yeah, I went ahead and picked up. I got Ys 8, and then yeah, like I said, a viewer reached out for Ys 9. So very happy to add those to the collection, and yeah, it's just been eye-opening seeing how expensive PS5 collecting is getting. Like, I knew some of it was expensive. Like, I knew Intergrade, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, I knew that game was expensive. I got lucky. I just bought it at release, so I don't have to pay exorbitant amounts of money to buy that. Alan Wake Remastered is funny because I actually sold my copy of it when I found out it was expensive. Because I bought it on a whim, I think Black Friday 2021, and then I was like, I went through and sold a couple like PS5 games that I wasn't sure if I really cared about owning. I kind of regret selling it now because I'm back on this PS5 kick, but yeah, Alan Wake Remastered is one. I think Grim Grimoire Once More, another NIS America game from Vanillaware, that one's going up. So yeah, PS5 collecting is definitely getting a little interesting, so that is going to do it for today's pickups video. A lot to talk about as well. I will have another one probably, honestly, maybe in like a 5 days, like in less than a week, because there's just so much to talk about recently with pickups, and also, like I said, that VGP order. I might do a whole video dedicated to rare PS5 games. Let me know if you want to see that in the comments down below. You guys have really been killing it on the PS5, like, collecting content recently, so all right, it might be the middle of December, but we're still talking about Black Friday as my orders from VGP Video Games Plus finally arrived. We have a lot to unpack here. Mostly PS4 and PS5. I think there might be a couple oddball items in there for DS and 3DS, but mostly PS4 and PS5. Let's get into it. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the channel. It's Amiibo here. We're doing another pickups video. I told you in the last pickups, I was like, yeah, there's going to be another one very quickly because I was waiting on the rest of my Black Friday haul to come in. Video Games Plus had a ton of really great deals on games that, like, most US retailers and really just most retailers in general, they aren't really stocking these games anymore. I'm talking about a lot of like random, Vanillaware games and Atlas stuff and some Sega games, as well as one that doesn't even have an English release technically in America. So we have some very cool stuff to get into today. The annoying thing about Video Games Plus, if anybody from BGP is watching this video, I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of how throughout Black Friday week, they were like constantly putting up new sales, which is why I had to make 4 separate orders. I mean, it's all part of the marketing, right? That way I end up spending a little bit more to hit the free shipping threshold, which I think is like 80 bucks. So we have quite a bit to unpack here. I have already pre-cut all these and opened them up, but I've not like looked inside. So some of this might be a bit of a refresher in my brain of like, okay, why did I order this? What even is this? You guys absolutely killed it on the Black Friday pickups last time. So yeah, I appreciate that, but let's go ahead and get in here. Okay, so this is already a very interesting package. So this I saw go up. For some reason, VGP, for the past 2 Black Fridays, has been stocking like new sealed DS games. So on the top of this box, we have Disgaea DS, brand new sealed copy of Disgaea DS. I think this was like $18 or something. It was like really cheap, all things considered. And I've never really heard anybody talk about this version of the game. I don't know. I assume this is like a separate thing, right? Like this is a whole separate can of worms from like the original Disgaea on PS2. But yeah, Disgaea on DS. I think it was last year they had a Valkyrie profile game. They had Heroes of Mana, as well as I want to say one of the Crystal Chronicles games on DS, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. So keep it up there, VGP. I love like the annual random DS game stocking because I grew up with the DS very heavily, so it's a cool novelty to get like a sealed DS game in 2024. I don't know, it's kind of neat. And obviously Disgaea is something, and NIS America in general is something that I was not playing. I was not playing these kinds of games when I was younger, so it's nice to have more stuff like this for the DS. But yeah, like I said, this is gonna be mostly PS4 and PS5. I will have another pickups video later in the month, going over basically the rest of my Switch stuff. I think I'll just do all of it in one for the year. But yeah, now we're getting to the juicy PS5 stuff. So first things first, this one does not have an ESRB release. However, I did want to grab it since I was ordering on VGP, and I saw it was in stock. They had it on sale. I think for like half off. It was a really good price. And that is Like a Dragon Gaiden, the Man Who Erased His Name. This, of course, is I don't want to call it a spinoff because it's basically a mainline Yakuza game, but like right before Infinite Wealth came out, like 3 months before Infinite Wealth released earlier this year. So this was November 2023. They released this like, pretty short, like 10-hour kind of solo experience starring Kiryu again. That is more of like the Yakuza kind of beat 'em up roots. That is awesome, man. I'm very far away from catching up on Yakuza and Like a Dragon, but I love the idea of like, okay, the mainline games are turn-based now, but we can just still make a Kiryu beat 'em up, and I think that's awesome. This is, like I said, not an ESRB release, so keep that in mind. But yeah, very, very cool. I think this is actually my first time importing a PS5 game. I don't think I've actually imported anything that doesn't have the ESRB logo on it for PS5, so that's a first for me. But keeping in that same vein, they had this one sound, and I do not have this, Like a Dragon Ishin. Of course, also another, this one's actually a spinoff, right? Like this is an actual spinoff for the Like a Dragon series, Yakuza series. This, I believe, is a PS3 game that got remastered, one on PS4 and PS5 a couple years back. But in this, of course, you have like samurai swords and older weaponry and that kind of thing, which looks really cool. So that's what I'm definitely excited to check out. Yakuza's interesting for me because I loved Yakuza 0. I played it for the first time last year, so I'm still new. Like I've always kind of known, like, okay, Yakuza is gonna be something I need to get into. I'm gonna really love Yakuza. But it wasn't until last year that I finally sat down and played through Yakuza 0 and Kiwami basically back to back, and I haven't had time to play one since. So I think in 2025 that's gonna be one of my goals, like really trying to catch up at least a couple more entries on Yakuza. I know I could technically skip ahead and play Yakuza 7, but I don't want to do that. I got to play through them all in order of release, obviously not counting 0. So, and then eventually I'll get to like Judgment and all that. There's so much Yakuza, and as someone who's newer to the franchise, it's very daunting trying to catch up when they release like a game or two every year. But I will do it, and that's gonna be exciting. But it's funny with Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza releasing in February. If I don't play Kiwami 2 by then, they will have literally released 3 full games since I played Kiwami 1. So I gotta start pulling my own weight here and try to catch up on this series. I think in 2025, that's gonna be one of my goals to get through at least a couple of those games next year, ideally. A few more PS5 games from this box here. Let's pull everything out. Of course, we also have the a little VGP sticker. They're always doing little stickers with their orders. I saw they also sometimes throw in bracelets now, so that's pretty cool, I guess. A couple things here. So first up, we have Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. I think at one point this was a little harder to find. I have this game on PS4, but I wanted it on PS5. I'm not sure what all the technical differences are on the PS5 version. It says it includes the Virgil mode. I don't know what the Virgil mode is. I guess you play as Virgil? I have no idea. But yeah, Devil May Cry is another series that's I've played. I finished 1 and 2 on PS2 a couple years back. I played like half of 3, and I was actually really enjoying 3. Like, I was liking 3 a lot more than 1 and 2. But something came out, I got sidetracked, and then I haven't gotten back to it since. So before they inevitably announce Devil May Cry in a couple years, I think I really need to go and play through the rest of those and clean up Devil May Cry. As we'll get to, there's actually another Devil May Cry game in this pickups video, and then 2 Atlas titles from this first box here. This one I do have on Switch, but it was so cheap, and I'm building out my PS5 collection now. I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and throw that in there. Persona 5 Tactica. I've been doing a lot of research recently on just like Atlas and their development teams and how everything is kind of structured. It's so fascinating to me that P Studio, the main Persona team, I was getting comments on a video the other day being like, oh, it's not too soon for Persona 6. They haven't done anything since Persona 5. Dog. P Studio has released, what, like, they did obviously Persona 5 in 2016. That released in Japan in 2016. Then you have Persona 5 Royal, but then you also have Persona 5 Tactica, which was done by them. You have Catherine Full Body. You have Persona 3 Reload. I mean, listen, I might be posting this after the Game Awards. I'm not sure. Maybe Persona 6 will be announced there, but I just feel like, given how much they've done since Persona 5 released, it's, I don't know if we should be expecting Persona 6, but maybe I'll be horribly outdated when you're watching this video. But yeah, I picked up Persona 5 Tactica, as well as this, which did not release on Switch for some reason. I've heard I would say overall poor things about this game, but this was a 2022 release from them. We have Soul Hackers 2 on the PS5. This was like straight up $6 or $7 or something, and I was like, listen, I don't know when I will ever get to Soul Hackers, like being real here. Like, I have no idea when I'll get to playing this game. But at that price, I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and pick this up. It also says it includes some bonus art cards on the front here. But yeah, like I said, I really heard mixed things about it. I have a feeling I would like it though. I don't know. Just watching the trailer, like I think I'll be into Soul Hackers when I play it, even if it isn't maybe the most exciting thing in the world. I think I'll have fun with it, and according to How Long to Be, I don't think it's like super long also, which is nice. I've been playing so many, 70-hour RPGs recently. Maybe Soul Hackers is what I need, something a little bit more digestible here. Okay, first box done. Let's see what is in box number 2 here. This one's a lot lighter. I think I have an idea. Okay, yeah, so this is a 3DS game. Once again, huge shout out to everybody who was tagging me on Twitter about this when they restocked it, because I mentioned I'd missed the first stocking they did. Also, shout out on the bubble wrap job. But this is the last Atlas game I did not have on 3DS. It's also the last of their special editions I didn't have on 3DS. Actually, I think that's not true. It's the last Etrian Odyssey game I didn't have. I'm still missing Legend of Legacy, I think. But either way, here we have Etrian Odyssey Nexus. This is the launch edition of this game. This was a very late life 3DS release. I think this might have been straight up 2019 in America, which is crazy to think about. But yeah, I mean, this was one of the last games we got on the 3DS. The Switch was definitely, out for a couple years at this point, if I recall. Certainly maybe not in Japan, right? This was, maybe 2017 in Japan. I'm not quite too sure on the exact timing of it, but this is the last Etrian Odyssey game I was missing from the 3DS collection. I don't have any of them on DS, but this little launch edition includes an art book as well as a Vivian pin, and I was super happy to see them reprint this because you probably can't really tell, but I've been going for all of the Atlas cardboard on 3DS. They do these special editions that have the CD and stuff. I made the mistake of going for all of that, and like I said, I think outside of Legend of Legacy, I have all of it now, thanks to this popping up on VGP. So I need to snag Legend of Legacy, and then I think that is it for my Atlas 3DS collection, which is pretty cool. So yeah, very happy for them to restock this. I was super happy to snag that, and that's all that's in here. Free bubble wrap though. I do like me some free bubble wrap. What awaits us in box number 3? This one is a little bit more heavy, a little bit more substantial. I think this was, looking at the top here, this was the first one, the first order I made through them. When I think it must have been probably a couple days before Black Friday. Quite frankly, I have so many of these freaking stickers, man. I don't know what to do with them. Yeah, we have a lot of PS4 and PS5 in here. Let's go and take out that stack. Ooh, don't spoil it. All right, yeah, 2 PS4 and 3 PS5. I alluded to this a minute ago. DMC Devil May Cry Definitive Edition from Capcom. Of course, this was developed, I believe, by Ninja Theory, right? It wasn't. I always get it mixed up. Team Ninja is the Koei Tecmo team that makes like Ninja Gaiden and stuff like that, right? And then Ninja Theory is Hellblade team. I believe it was made by the team that made Hellblade, which is super interesting. This was a reboot made on PS3 and Xbox 360 that did not go over well. However, I will say, I have a feeling similar to Soul Hackers. I don't know what it is, but I think I will like playing DMC Devil May Cry, even if it's not as good as like DMC 3, 4, and 5 or whatever, or the first two games. I don't know. DMC 2 was pretty rough. I think I'll enjoy DMC Devil May Cry. Especially like with the context now and like having the foresight of like, oh well, they went back and made a proper Devil May Cry game. I think it might be a pretty fun one-off to experience. I imagine in the moment, if you're like a hardcore Devil May Cry fan, when that game released, you were probably so angry. I totally get that. But now that we have DMC5 and we'll probably get DMC6, it's like, oh, that's just like a fun little weird thing that happened. So I'm excited to check out that. Another PS4 game here. First of, I believe, 2 Vanillaware games I picked up. We have Dragon's Crown Pro. I was waiting for this to get a Switch release. Same thing with another game we'll talk about in the next box. I was waiting for this to get a Switch release. However, it doesn't seem... I don't know. Vanillaware is weird. I don't know if it's because Atlas published these on PS4 and there's something weird there. But we got Grim Grimoire once more. NIS America published that, and that was, of course, a Vanillaware game. But they have not done Dragon's Crown, and they have not done Odin Sphere, which we'll get to. But yeah, super happy to add Dragon's Crown to the physical collection. I played a little bit of this game back on the Vita, actually, when I saw it on my Vita. And it's a solid, fun little action brawler. Nothing too crazy. I didn't finish it, but I did enjoy playing it back then on the Vita. And I mean, I think that was just like base Dragon's Crown. I'm not sure what Dragon's Crown Pro added. Maybe I assume more characters, more levels, that kind of thing. I think this might have actually been my first exposure to Vanillaware, now that I think about it. Although at the time when I was playing it as a youngin', I didn't realize it was Vanillaware. In fact, Vanillaware is a developer that really only in the past, I would say 4 or 5 years, I've actually like come to really know. And really this year, frankly, with me playing Grim Grimoire once more at the beginning of the year, I didn't know too much about Vanillaware and their like history and like how they have all these different games. I'd heard of a couple things, right? 13 Sentinels was a huge one coming out, and then we had, like I said, Grim Grimoire once more. But yeah, learning that all of these games are made by the same people, Unicorn Overlord, one of my favorite games of the year, super cool earlier this year. And yeah, Vanillaware, definitely a hidden gem of a team. So happy to add Dragon's Crown Pro. Then, yeah, like I said, we have some PS5 stuff here as well. I think all 3 of these are Square Enix, actually. Yeah, so starting off, we have a PS5 copy of the Dio Field Chronicle. I did not finish this game. However, I really, really enjoyed it. I probably played like 80% of it. Like I was close, and I really enjoyed it. I forget what happened. I think I might have gotten stuck. I think I might have been stuck in this game. So I never quite finished it up, but it actually had some really interesting real-time strategy gameplay, but also the story and the characters were like low-key really good. I remember one of the main characters, Walta Quinn, her name's sticking out to me. I remember Walta Quinn being a very interesting character. So since I didn't finish it on Switch, that is one I would like to go back to and maybe obviously just replay from the beginning. And at that point, I'll do it on PS5. So that's one I thought would be rare. I'm going to be honest. Like I thought Dio Field Chronicle was like low-key going to be a rare game. And that just did not happen. It seems like with Square Enix stuff, even the things that are super niche, like let's say Dio Field or like Tactics Ogre, it doesn't seem to really matter. Most Square Enix games on Switch or PS5 or PS4, wherever, in the modern era, they just kind of stay cheap. Which is a great thing for people trying to, try out these games, but it is not what I would expect from these like niche RPGs. But 2 other games from them, games that are not released on Switch, so obviously buying these for the first time. We have Star Ocean: The Divine Force. That's released back in 2022. Star Ocean and Romancing Saga, I feel like, at least for me, outside looking in and learning more about them recently, so maybe not true anymore, but like for a while there, I always kind of, thought of them in the same way, in that they're both franchises that for some reason Square Enix just refuses. They refuse to let die. Last year we had Star Ocean Second Story R remake. Then we had, Divine Force a year prior. This year we had Romancing Saga 2 Remake and Saga Emerald Beyond, and it's just these two franchises, they just keep pushing, which is super cool. I've only played the Second Story R, but I've really enjoyed what I played of that. I need to go back and finish that as well. But wanted to pick up Divine Force. I have not heard the best things about this game, but it is not on Switch, and I was like, you know what, I will probably play that eventually. Let's go and pick it up while I'm here going through all these Black Friday sales. What actually happened was, I learned that VGP actually has like a currency that gives you coupons, and I had just been racking up those points for like 2 years. I had no idea. So I had like, I don't know, like $80 in VGP points, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go, and that's what this order was. These couple of PS4 games and PS5 games for Dragon's Crown, DMC, and DO Field, and Star Ocean, as well as the final game here from this box. We had Valkyrie Elysium, another game from 2022. This was the year that Square Enix just went off the deep end, I feel like, and they were just releasing a game every 3 days. It was so weird. I was making videos on it on my main channel at the time. I was like, what is going on? It's like they were just like squirting out all of these games that no one was really talking about, which was unfortunate for me because these are games I wanted to play at the time, but there was just too much releasing. I think it was like, they released Various Day Life on Switch, then Valkyrie Elysium and DO Field came out, then Crisis Core was in there, Dragon Quest Treasures, Tactics Ogre Reborn was in there. Like, there was just so many Square Enix games releasing back to back to back to back at the end of 2022, even going into 2023 with Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line and a couple other things like Octopath 2. Square Enix was going through something there, man. They seem to have dialed it back a little bit, which is good. But yeah, Valkyrie Elysium is one I have not heard the best things about. I've never played one of like the Valkyrie profile games or anything, so I'm not sure if it's a franchise for me. But you know, when this was announced, I think in a state of play, I was like, you know what, that actually, yeah, it's more budget, but I think this kind of looks cool. I think I'll enjoy that as well. So wanted to pick up that, and that leaves us with our final VGP box, our final little Black Friday deals here. Once again, another box full of PS4 and PS5. Big surprise. I've been on such a PlayStation kick recently, but you guys seem to really enjoy the PlayStation content. I'm gonna keep it balanced. You know, I gotta support my Nintendo home, frankly. But there's just been so much PlayStation stuff, so many good PlayStation deals recently, I should say. So this is actually our biggest box so far, and it is all PS4. So starting off here, I mentioned this one briefly. We have Odin Sphere. I believe it's Leafthraseer, if I'm not pronouncing that rightly. I might be wrong there. I played this for the first time earlier this year, and this game's awesome. Vanillaware's art style is just so good, and this was a lot of fun playing through it for the first time. So this was actually a reprint that they launched during Black Friday. I believe at one point this game was actually pretty expensive, and once again, like I said, it just has not come to Switch, so I was like, you know, I'm tired of waiting, I'm gonna buy it on PS4. I played it, I think it was on PS Plus Premium, and that's how I just downloaded it for free, but I did want to get a physical copy here, and I think now with that, I actually own every Vanillaware game. I might be missing something, I might be misremembering there, but super happy to add that to the collection. This is a random box. There's some truly random stuff in here. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, like looking at all the games on my desk, I'm like, wow, this is a lot of games that didn't review very well. You know, a lot of like JRPGs and RPGs and stuff of that nature that just kind of got forgotten about. Speaking of which, from Sega here, we have Valkyria Revolution. I remember hearing very bad things about this game, but it was cheap on their Black Friday sale. I was buying all these other PS4 and PS5 games, and I was like, you know what, I definitely want to get more into Valkyria Chronicles in the future, and I mean, maybe this wouldn't be a great place to start with it. I played a bit of Valkyria Chronicles Remastered when that came out, but yeah, Valkyria Revolution I have not heard the best things about, and that's the newest game we have, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe Valkyria Chronicles 4 came out after. When did 4 come out? Okay, interesting. So it says Revolution came out in 2017, and Valkyria Chronicles 4 came out in 2018. So not too far apart. Also, looking at the Wikipedia page here, it says Valkyria Chronicles 4 came to Stadia on December 8th, 2020, which is just awesome. 3 more PS4 games here, then we're wrapping up the video. Another game from Sega, we have Shining Residence Refrain. This is one that, frankly, I really don't know much about, but I was like, yo, anime Sega game, JRPG. That's right up my alley. I have this on Switch, but I decided to pick it up on PS4 because, you know, I'm branching more into these things. I want to have these games on this platform. This was super cheap. We have Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne HD Remaster. Played this on Switch. I don't think the performance was bad on Switch. I don't remember that being an issue. Maybe someone in the comments can correct me on that. I don't know. I don't remember. At least I don't remember having issue with it. I'm sure the PS4 version runs much better. This is one that, like, man, this should have had a PS5 release, right? Didn't this come out in 2021? Am I wrong on that? There are so many games that have released post PS5 launch that are just getting PS4 releases. I think a lot of those recent Capcom collections, like the Ace Attorney collections, as well as the Capcom Fighting collection, those are only getting PS4 releases. I think it's something to do with like their engine they use or something along those lines. But yeah, I wanted to pick up SMT3 Nocturne, and then final game, total whim here. I have actually no experience with this franchise, but it was, I believe, a reprint, and it's like in a special deluxe box. It was $15. Actually, it was 15 Canadian dollars, which is like, what, $12 US? But the developer, Aquaplus, recently announced, I believe, that they're going to be supporting Nintendo moving forward, but none of their games, I don't think any of their games have come to Switch or anything in the past, and I might butcher the name here, but we have we have Udawari Rumono, Mask of Truth, in this launch edition bonus that includes a pillowcase. Wow. But this is actually another Atlus published game. Atlus, before Sega bought Atlus, they were just publishing a lot of stuff, but this is a turn-based RPG. I probably won't start with this because it says the final chapter in the series. So I would wait until they bring all the other stuff to probably Switch 2 or something like that, and then play this. But like I said, it was like $12 for like this nice launch edition game. I really couldn't resist that, quite frankly. And although I know very little about Udawari Rumono, I'm probably saying that wrong. I've heard very good things. It's very niche, like nicher than probably anything else we talked about in this video, except for maybe like Shining Resonance. But I know there is a dedicated fan base for that series, and I'm just curious about that. You know, as someone who loves Japanese games, I need to like at least dip my toes in and learn about that a little bit. I feel like if I want to call myself a true gamer, you know. But yeah, that is going to do it for today's video. The remainder of my Black Friday deals, some nice additions to the PS5 collection. Some nice, like, these are more my speed, you know. I'm buying like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and you know, I'm excited to play that. But man, I'm all about my Japanese games. So to bulk up the collection with stuff like Dio Field and Soul Hackers 2 just feels right, and I'm excited to get to those on PS5. Hopefully in 2025, especially those like a Dragon games and Valkyrie Elysium is actually calling my name a little bit right now. Just looking at the cover, I'm like, ooh, I kind of want to play that. So I'm not sure how long that game is. If that's under 25 hours, that'd be a good, maybe during Christmas, like a little Christmas break game. And then really, my first time bulking up my PS4 collection in a long time, probably since before the PS5 came out. I mean, I have a lot of PS4 games. They're off screen. You can't see them, but I haven't bought a PS4 game in like forever. So very fun to be adding to these two PlayStation collections. I will have, like I said, another Switch-focused pickups video probably in like 2 weeks. I also have a fun GameStop video planned. I did buy something from them one Black Friday. I partook in their buy two get one pre-owned game sale, and I just kind of want to see what happens and see if I get complete games or, you know, loose games, that kind of thing. Obviously, if they're loose, I'm returning those bad boys. I'm not gonna have no loose DS cartridges in my collection. But that is gonna do it for today's video. Of course, subscribe here for more collecting content. If you enjoy, please do so and like the video and all that fun stuff. Follow me on Twitter at BoTalksGames, and check out my other channel at BoTalksGames, where I cover Nintendo news. Until next time, folks, peace.